Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel and welcome to our cozy little corner of the internet. I'm Pen and today I'll be reading the full story of Seen and Not Heard by LitaCakes. Here is the summary. Where the hell have you been? Incommodoria's voice screeched from down the hall. Izuku had just closed the door behind himself. He hadn't even had a chance to take off his shoes yet. Answer me, child. After he turned 4, his parents never used his name anymore. He was child or boy, never Izuku. It was but one more thing Izuku didn't understand. He knew he had to answer when given a direct order, but it was so hard to force his throat to unclench so he could speak. I'm sorry, Aka-san. The teacher requested help cleaning up after school. He learned to lie at a very young age. If he told her he was walking if he had told her he was walking slowly, should make him hurt more. It was easier to tell her that something he made up in his head, and hope she didn't try to verify the information he gave her. Regardless of the lie, Inko walked over and laid a vicious slap across Izuku's cheek. He barely flinched, keeping his eyes on the ground between them. Now, this is quite angsty, I have to admit, quite angsty. Hurt, comfort, physical abuse, and a couple of other trigger warnings. Burns, just hate in general. Anyway, make sure to take care of yourself before jumping into this fic, and I'll see you guys later. Bye! Chapter 1. My origin is found in blood and burns. Izuku never understood why everyone at school was always so excited to go home at the end of the day. Staying in school sounded like the much better idea to him. At school you could learn, and he could have really awesome lunches. They even had colouring books and crayons. He didn't get any of that at home. He wasn't even allowed to ask why either, though lately the teachers had stopped trying to make him interact with the other kids. Some of the kids even whispered behind his back. Katsuki was even being distant recently, though Izuku never stopped acting like he always did around the explosive boy. However, today was the first time he noticed a real difference between them. Today, Katsuki, Izuku's Kachan, had used his quirk on him. Izuku had bright red and itchy mark on his left arm. It was painful, but the teachers had told him to leave it alone when he tried to scratch it. They didn't even give him a band-aid, one even scolding him and for provoking Katsuki. Izuku wasn't even sure what provoking meant though. When the bell rang, Katsuki ran out ahead of everyone else, and Izuku watched as Auntie Mitsuki picked him up in her arms and carried him off down the street. Izuku's parents never picked him up. Sometimes Auntie Mitsuki would walk him home while carrying Katsuki, but maybe Katsuki didn't want to walk home together today. Izuku understood. His mum was nice. Auntie was so amazing and sweet, so he could understand Katsuki wanting to keep his mum all to himself sometimes. Izuku tugged his shoes on slowly as he started to walk home. It wasn't a long walk, but he had to cross a few big major roads. He walked at a slow pace, trying to make his walk take as long as humanly possible, so he wouldn't have to go back to his apartment, to his parents. The memory of their voices shouting at him made him twitch and almost fall off the curb he was walking on. Taking a deep breath, Izuku leaned on the fence and tried to calm himself down. Get in the closet. Shut up. How dare you show your face in my kitchen? What do you want, child? Izuku shook his head, trying to escape their voices. Everything hurt and he didn't know why. He couldn't explain why his chest felt like an elephant was sitting on it. Izuku couldn't understand why words made his chest scream or his ears ring. It all felt like it was too much. So much. Like his whole body was overflowing and he didn't have enough bucket to catch all the water. By the time he finally calmed down, he crumpled a large fist of fabric from his uniform in his hand. She would be angry, but Izuku didn't have the energy to care today. He would deal with it. He just needed to breathe, to calm down. Eventually, his feet started to move again. Where the hell have you been? Inko Midoriya's voice screeched from down the hall. Izuku had just closed the door behind himself. He hadn't even taken off his shoes yet. Answer me, child. After he turned 4, his parents stopped using his name anymore. He was boy or child, never Izuku. It was one more thing that Izuku didn't understand. He knew he had to answer when given a direct order, but it was so hard to force his throat to unclench when he could speak. I'm sorry, Oka-san. The teacher requested help cleaning up after school. He learned to lie at a young age. He learned to lie at a very young age. If he told her he was walking slowly, she would only hurt him more. It was easy to tell her something he made up in his head and hope she didn't try to verify the information he gave her. Regardless of the lie, Inko walked over and laid a vicious slap across Izuku's cheek. He barely flinched, keeping his eyes on the ground between them. You are to come directly home after school. Get situated. Situated? That's what his parents called it when he came home. Izuku knew that the neighbors didn't hear the truth. He was starting to understand that even if he didn't have the words for what he felt, he did have the words for what his parents did. Izuku toed off his shoes and set them neatly in his spot behind the door and out the way. Above that was a small hook and a nondescript backpack. He took the bag down and tugged out the large leather muzzle his parents made him wear whenever he was around the house. It was a recent addition to his daily routine, only having been put in since his 8th birthday. In fact, it was his birthday present. Izuku wrapped the device around his head and started to turn. Izuku wrapped the device around his head and turned back to Inko, letting her strap and latch it. She locked the device with the key she wore around her wrist, only unlocking it when he left for school each morning. He never asked why, and no one ever asked why Izuku had little lines across his face that usually faded by lunchtime each day. Once the muzzle was in place, Izuku took a pair of gloves from the bag and put them on, along with a fresh pair of socks that was set by the door by himself each morning. He was not allowed to wear his dirty socks into the house when he came in. He was not allowed to touch anything with his bare hands. Izuku was not allowed to speak. Izuku was not allowed to exist. Izuku was quirkless. He was worthless. He was supposed to be invisible. Izuku was supposed to be seen and not heard, or better yet, neither. Go, Inko ordered. Izuku obeyed, carrying himself with practiced self throughout the apartment towards his bedroom. The room itself was sparse, with only a desk for him to do schoolwork, a chair for the desk, and a bed. All his clothing fit inside a closet. He owned a few school uniforms with 3 sets of clothing for when he wasn't in school. He quickly changed out his uniform and set it into the laundry basket right outside his door. Inko washed his uniform every day. She refused to allow his quirkless germs to remain in her house longer than necessary. Finding his favourite shirt, a loose t-shirt with some comfy sweatpants, Izuku curled up on his bed with the only small comfort item he had. It was a small blanket that was covered with I don't know that word, but it was covered with heroes on it. Inka had bought it for him on his 3rd birthday when he told her he wanted to be a hero. It had All Might and Crimson Vi and even Razorhead and Present Mike. There were another 15 heroes on the blanket, but those were Izuku's favourites. The spots with his favourites were well worn from his hand rubbing or fidgeting with the blanket to soothe himself on rough nights. The door clattered open. The front door clattered open and slammed shut. Izuku's heart raced in his chest, so loud that he thought it might give his position away. He scurried off the bed and tucked himself underneath it, buried all the way at the back against the wall. Tonight would be a rough night. When Hisashi came home loudly, it was always a rough night. He tried not to panic. If he stayed quiet and didn't try to find any dinner, then Hisashi would usually forget he existed and didn't bother Izuku. Of course, the universe must hate Izuku today, because it wasn't enough that Katsuki's quirk burned him today. Hisashi had to come barreling through Izuku's door like a herd of cattle. Izuku's breathing picked up. He was scared Hisashi might hear him. He quickly clamps his hands over the muzzle to try to stifle the sound. Ingo, where's the boy? In his room. What do you think? Why would you want that German nuisance anyway? Ingo was shouting from across the apartment. Izuku wondered sometimes how none of their neighbours complained about the noises. Maybe his parents had put something in the walls to prevent others from hearing them. Well, I don't see him. Boy, get out here now. If you don't, I'll make it 10 times worse. Izuku knew better than to deny that tone of voice. As he crawled out from under his bed after hiding his comfort blanket at the back in a darkened corner, a burst of bitter smell hit Izuku's nose. Hisashi had been drinking again. Hopefully this time Izuku wouldn't end up with a piece of glass in his arm or head. Before he even fully got out of the bed, Hisashi grabbed him by the collar and yanked him to his feet, the back of his legs scraping against the bed frame, and Izuku cried out in pain, muffled against the muzzle on his face. Oh, you want to complain, huh? Hisashi smacked him. The muzzle thankfully took most of the hit and saved Izuku from what likely would have been another bruise. But Hisashi was back again within a second, grabbing the muzzle and yanking it down roughly. Again, he knew better than to speak unless asked directly, even with the muzzle removed. He knew what was coming, but he didn't have the strength to keep quiet this time. It hurt too much. What do you have to complain about, boy? Answer me. The tears finally started to freely stream down Izuku's face. He couldn't hold them back anymore. Usually it was easy. He usually just took the hits, kept quiet, and in the morning he could go back to school and be away from those people for a few hours. Every day he held out for those few hours of freedom, of life without shouting and pain. But today, that has changed. Today he was finally treated like this at school. So when Hisashi demanded an answer to the same question he asked every time he drank, Izuku couldn't keep his mouth shut. Why do you all hate me? He screamed, confusion and pain ripping through his voice. Hisashi froze, shocked. Izuku had never produced a sound that large. He hadn't spoken above a murmur since he got the muzzle last year. He wasn't allowed to, even when he was given the order to speak. Instantly, he knew he messed up, and he messed up bad. Izuku's hands tugged at the muzzle, trying to put it back on his mouth, but it was useless. Hisashi had yanked it down past his chin, so without unlocking it, he couldn't slip it back on. His face was red and scratched up from where Hisashi had yanked, but he couldn't feel it. All Izuku could feel was terror. Hisashi was silent, deathly so. That was bad, very, very bad. What did you say, boy? Izuku froze in the man's arms, a single shaky breath betraying his panic. You think you deserve our love when you're nothing but a waste of space, air, money, time, and energy? You think a worthless piece of null garbage like you gets any right get stabbed right by anything but disgust and contempt? Izuku whimpered, trying desperately to break free from Hisashi's grip. There wasn't anything he could do though. He was too small, too weak, too useless. Smoke began pouring from Hisashi's mouth. His lips parted in an angry sneer. Izuku was in danger for serious pain if he couldn't get free. But why should he even try? Maybe Hisashi was right. Maybe he did deserve everything that happened to him. Maybe he was just worthless. Hisashi brought his gloved hand to his mouth and flames erupted on the side of Izuku's face, warming his skin but not burning it yet. The fire was directed onto the man's own glove. Izuku knew it was support gear. They worked with his quirk. They could be heated up to allow Hisashi to use his hands and his fire as a weapon. A weapon that he was now going to turn on Izuku. When the glove was almost glowing orange, Hisashi's dark red eyes sparkled at Izuku with devious glee. Izuku had never hated the colour red so much in his entire life. After a split second of staring each other down, Izuku with fear in his eyes and Hisashi with untamed excitement, Izuku's vision turned white. He screamed, wild and agonizing. Hisashi's palm was cupping the left side of his cheek, covering half of his mouth. The pain got worse and worse, but it never dulled. Izuku knew Hisashi had done this on purpose. He'd given Izuku a milder burn so it would hurt worse. He'd given Izuku some nasty burns over the last few years, but when they were too deep or too hot, it killed the nerves and Izuku's pain wouldn't last long. Of course, that didn't give Hisashi any entertainment, so Izuku assumed. Inko came into the room, slamming the bedroom door against the wall. "What do you think you're doing, Hisashi? Stop it, you'll kill the kid." Izuku knew it wasn't out of concern for his well-being. No, it was out of concern of getting caught, for being seen as the ugly monsters they were that haunted Izuku's dreams. Inko's hands were grabbing Izuku, pulling the two apart. Izuku collapsed on the floor, clutching his searing face. It was so hot, he couldn't even touch his own skin. The muzzle had gotten caught in the crossfire of Hisashi's quirk and had burnt it off his neck, which was a blessing and a curse. He'd likely blame Inko for having to buy a new one. "Get out." Someone was knocking on the front door loudly. "Get out, leave, never come back. If you do, they'll arrest you. You're already a wanted man. I can't deal with any more of your bullshit. You're you useless woman. I should have left you years ago. You just wanted the government money we get for having a worthless null in the house, bitch." Hisashi stumbled out of the room. Izuku didn't have much memories of what happened next. It was all a blur. There was Inko feigning fear and worry. Maybe he saw the colours of paramedics, a jacket or something. Lots of people talking, Inko crying, Red acting, and saying her husband came in drunk and attacked her son. Izuku hadn't heard those words in years. Someone tried to ask him questions, but Izuku only needed one quick glance at his mum to know to know he wasn't allowed to speak. She explained he was nonverbal and sickly, so they asked him a few yes or no questions, which Izuku either nodded or shook his head. Inko seemed satisfied with his responses. The darkness enveloped Izuku as he crawled back under the bed once the house quieted down again. He heard the floating promises from police officers. They'd catch her husband. He would answer for his crimes. The child should go see a doctor in the morning. He shouldn't go back to the same school in case his father came back. Izuku closed his eyes and wrapped himself in his hero blanket. He wished he could go to sleep and never wake up. But that isn't how sleep worked, right? Izuku knew that, but for some reason the thought wouldn't leave his mind. He wanted to sleep forever and forget this reality. Izuku woke up to the sound of someone kicking at the bed frame. "Get up, child." Inko's voice was seething. "Get out here, now." Izuku hid the blanket again and scurried out from under the bed. This time, no one grabbed him. He stood before Inko, keeping his eyes on the floor. He was so sore, everywhere was sore. Most of that was from sleeping under the cramped bed, but his face was also throbbing and stinging. It itched beyond belief, just like his arm. Izuku had to force himself to resist scratching at it. There's a first aid kit on the table. You'll clean the burn every day and replace the bandages. You know how. If it gets infected, you'll only cost me more money. You'll wear face masks whenever you leave the house from now on. You'll tell everyone that you're diagnosed with a lung disorder and you have to wear it because you're sickly and weak. I'll send you in with a note today so your teachers don't ask questions. Inko had always been good at giving direct orders. She always had been. Izuku nodded at the end of each direction as always. You're never allowed to speak of that wound or show anyone that the scar it will surely make. There will be a new muzzle by the time you get home today. However, if you behave and get home on time and keep your mouth shut, you can keep it off until the burn heals. This isn't a reward. I just don't feel like risking it getting infected. But if you fail to follow the rules, you will be punished. Do I make myself clear? Answer me." "Yes, ma'am." Izuku answers immediately, his voice broken and raspy. It might have only been a short relief, but even so, and only because Inko didn't want to spend any more on medical bills, but even so, it was a relief to not have to wear the muzzle even for just a little while. "Get ready, you're late for school. If you're late for school, the deal breaks." Izuku hurried off to the bathroom as Inko left the room. His stomach growled angrily as he showered and dressed, begging for food. So long as he wasn't being punished, he should find his bowl of oatmeal on the table. He was slightly shocked from that when he... Oh, wow, okay. He was slightly shocked that it was there when he came out in a fresh uniform. It was sitting steaming next to a first aid kit and a handwritten note. Alongside that were one of those medical masks, the fabric kind, not the disposable kind. It was a deep green that would match Izuku's hair perfectly. It would sell the act. Izuku knew it. Quickly, he started peeling off the bandage the paramedics put on his face last night. He realized just how painful the burn was when his fingers itched the tape off a bit at a time. His lips felt almost glued together by the thick medical cream they put on. Izuku dabbed it all off and cleaned the surface of the burned skin. Then he reapplied some burn cream Inko had left out for him. Lastly, he put a fresh bandage on and the fabric mask over the top. It hid most of the scar, but there was still an issue. It didn't hide the bottom that peered out from his neck. Izuku looked around, finding Inko cooking in the kitchen. He wasn't around in the kitchen. Walking over to the entryway of the room, he knocked lightly on the doorway. "What is it?" she asked, her tone uninterested. Izuku tilted his head backwards and pointed towards his neck. He waited. Inko took a moment to set down her cooking utensils and walk over to what Izuku was showing her. Was all she said, wiping her hands on the towel. On a towel, she shoved him out the way as she left the kitchen. Izuku steadied himself as he waited by the door. He already tidied up the medical supplies and his oatmeal bowl, and left his oatmeal bowl in the bin on the counter where he was required to. Here, she came back with what looked like a scarf. It was a solid loop and looked like it went over the head. It's called an infinity scarf. Use it for now. I'll look into getting you something permanent, something else more permanent. Izuku bowed his head and scurried towards the door. Once the teacher read Inko's note, Izuku was given only a withering look and waved into the classroom. None of the other students asked him why he was wearing a mask or scarf, or why he was allowed to, since that it wasn't part of the school uniform. He was left alone all day. No one spoke to him, and the teachers never called on him. He was given a colouring book and crayons at lunch and told to sit quietly in the afternoon and colour, so he did. He did hear a few whispers from students as they passed his table, a table that was now made to sit alone at. The teacher said since he was sick, he had to sit by himself so he couldn't get more ill from the stronger students who were immune to the germs he might be weak to. He hated the idea of people thinking he was so weak that he could die from just breathing the same someone else's air, but he didn't want to tell the truth. He didn't want to get caught with a giant burn wound on his face, or have to explain how he got it, or why his parents hated him. Honestly, Izuku wasn't even sure he could explain that one outside of just being quirkless. The day went by in relative peace, though Izuku felt lonely. He'd never felt that way before. Not really. At home, sure, but he always had Katsuki as company when he left the house. Now, Katsuki was staring at him like he might fall apart in a strong breeze. There was also some kind of anger in that glare, too. No, not anger. A word that Izuku had only heard once before, resentment. It was the biggest word he knew, but his parents often said things like that. Similar words to disgust and blame and dislike. Inko once explained that she blamed him for ruining his life, her career, and she resented him. Now Katsuki did too. Katsuki was right. He was always right after all. It was all Izuku's fault. Because he was quirkless and they couldn't become the Wonder Duo. Maybe that's why Katsuki started to distance himself recently. Now that Izuku was almost 9, there was almost no chance of him developing a quirk. Even those with a false positive, most of those kids got their quirk by the time they were 8 to 10. He had maybe 2 years to hope something would come in, but Izuku honestly doubted that. He accepted his fate last night when Hisashi branded his face. Brand, another big word Izuku had learned when he once asked the librarian for if Burns had another word. Normally, Izuku would speak to Katsuki during the day. He'd speak to a few of his other classmates, but today he decided that speaking hurt too much. Anytime he saw that look in Katsuki's eyes, his whole throat clamped shut, and it would be almost impossible to breathe. Maybe it would just be better if he took up the position of being seen and not heard completely. Izuku set down a bright blue crayon he was using and started to pack up his work. It was almost time to leave, and if he wasn't on time, Inko would punish him and put the muzzle on the already sore burn on his face. Thankfully, he didn't hit any long waits at Crosswalks on his way home and arrived early for the first time in a long time. Inko didn't even greet him. That was good. If she didn't come to the door when he entered, that means he had messed up. If there was even a plate of food on his table on his place at the table. At his place on the table. Izuku knew this was just how she was after Hisashi hurt him every time. The kindness would go away in a couple of days, but Izuku would eat it up while he got the chance to. Plus, if he was careful, he might be able to extend it a couple of days while his wound is healing. After he ate, he put his plate in the bin. Izuku snuck into his room silently to disappear for the night and follow his routine. Once his uniform was in the laundry basket and he changed into his night clothes, Izuku settled down on his bed. He had a tablet for school research, but his parents never bothered to even look at it since the school issued them. They only warned him to take care of it or he'd suffer the cost. He pulled up a new tab on the internet and started researching local gyms and athletic centres. Izuku knew that if he wanted any hope of someday protecting himself and from Hisashi and Inko, he needed to learn how to become bigger from someone bigger and smarter. He found a local gym that was only a few blocks away, next door to a local learning centre. It was perfect. He could ask Inko if he could take a couple of extra classes. Everyone always thought he was stupid anyway, so maybe it would work. If he said the lessons were charity work, she'd probably buy it. So as long as she wasn't putting in any money, Inko rarely cared. The gym next door was actually offering free community lessons in self-defense to students and teens under the age of 18. He opened up a registration tab and filled everything out. Well, almost everything. There was one last box that glared at Izuku. Quirk. Izuku sighed, thudding his body lightly against the wall behind him. He could lie and say something random, but they could try to test him, and if they didn't, they could try and test him if they didn't see anything visually quirked about him. The easiest lie would be to say that he had an IQ quirk. Izuku was intelligent enough to get away with it for a while. Younger kids with IQ quirks didn't present as super geniuses until they were in their late teens. They often just had accelerated learning and comprehension, which Izuku already had. At least all the online tests he had taken to figure it out if he was an idiot like everyone else told him so. Wow, that sentence did not come out right. Let me try that again. At least all the online tests he had taken to figure out if he was really an idiot like everyone had told him so. That is better. Izuku tapped on the box and typed in IQ enhanced apprehension. There, it was a simple lie, but effective. He could easily fake it. At his age, he didn't have to hold any registered ID, so no one can verify it. He also used a fake name, so that would help anyway. Why was Izuku so good at lying at the age of 8 3/4 years old? Perhaps it was a survival skill. The first self-defense class was next Monday. Today was Thursday. And would most likely be the best day to try and convince Inko to let him take the lessons. The extra school lessons he would be using as a cover. Izuku scooted out of bed and opened his bedroom door. Per to the rules of the house, he was not allowed to leave his room after he got home unless given permission. If he absolutely had to leave the room, he had to knock on his door and wait for Inko to answer him. It occurred to Izuku, standing there with his knuckles hovering over the door, that he wasn't sure he could speak right now. Izuku pursed his lips, then winced at the pain that it caused. When he went back to his room and grabbed his notepad and a pencil, quickly writing a note down for his mother before going back to knock on the door as per the rules. Inko appeared in a few minutes. "What, child?" she asked, barely looking at Izuku. He offered the note with his head bowed. Inko practically ripped it out of his hand. "I apologize for the bother, Oka-san. My teachers suggested I seek extra lessons to help keep me on track for school. There's a local learning center offering them for free for students my age as charity. The lessons are after school Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. May I be allowed to attend so I can make myself more useful in the future?" Inko had forced grammar onto him in the past couple of years, along with proper speech. She didn't want him talking like a vagabond, she said, whatever that meant. Izuku wrote down as eloquently as he spoke, even if he didn't use as any big words, since they didn't always make sense to Izuku's younger mind. Inko read over the note and sighed, folding it up and placing it back to Izuku, and handing it back to Izuku. "If the lessons are free, sure, I don't care. Just let me know how late you're going to be on those days. I can adjust the schedule, but only because you're making yourself useful and trying to keep up with your betters. If you fail in any of your classes, expect severe punishment. Back to your room." Izuku bowed lowly and ducked back into his room and shut his door. Slowly he slid down with a sigh. Step 1 accomplished. Step 2 included more lying, but he could manage it. He really could. Izuku had the smallest spark of faith fluttering around in his chest. The faith that he might actually learn to protect himself from pain, from punishments, from all the people who wanted to hurt him. Maybe he wouldn't have to feel too much ache in his chest forever. Chapter 2. The Bruises That Build Us. A year had passed since he started training, and Izuku was, perhaps for the first time in years, happy. At least, he was happy when he was at the gym. The lie about his quirk was easily believed, and his teachers at the gym even complimented his quirk regularly when he learned something really fast. The hardest part at first was getting around his inability to speak. Izuku had tried, in the dark of his bedroom at night, to whisper to himself, but the scar on his face had apparently done something to his mouth or tongue, and it was really hard to form certain words. So when he started at the gym, he told them that he was mute and a side effect of the IQ quirk by offering a note. It wasn't uncommon for IQ quirks to come with side effects like that, so the staff bought it once again. After a few visits, they even gave him a cute little name badge that said, "Hi, my name is Itsuki Akitara. I'm very friendly, but I'm mute, and I may need to write my thoughts down, and I may need time to write my thoughts down." Izuku thought it was a sweet gesture and wore it whenever he was there. Most people left him alone when he was training, but some approached him, asking for guidance on their own skills or input on a move they wanted to try. It was weird for Izuku that people would come and try to help him, and come to him for help. After all, he was the worthless idiot here, but it still made him smile each time. A couple of weeks in, Izuku met a girl at the gym who was weightlifting. She stopped her workout and marched right up to him. She had pink dreadlocks and eyes that could zoom in like a camera lens. Izuku was immediately transfixed by her quirk. Quirks have always fascinated Izuku, and he sometimes wondered if that's why the universe never gave him one. Maybe it would make him biased if he had one, like he'd like his over the others. But without one of his own, Izuku loved all quirks. He had notebooks upon notebooks piled up at home, analysing them. His parents stopped buying him notebooks the last year or so, since their attitudes got harsher, but he still kept note entries on his school tablet. The girl's name was Mei Hatsume. She told him just to call her Mei. She was weight training in order to pick up heavy metals and weighty machinery since she was an inventor. Izuku sparkled up at that as well. She made support gear. Izuku could really use someone like that. Maybe he could pay her if he got a job so that he could have support gear. They met 3 times a week at the gym and started training together, weight training with each other. Izuku started spending longer hours at the gym. Inko was told he needed more lessons for other subjects. She was not going to adverse from free schooling that would keep his germs out the house for longer periods of time. 4 days out of the week, he wouldn't come home till at least 8 in the evening. It was heaven to be away from that apartment and to be with people who actually treated him like a human. Over the course of the last 6 months, he had even managed to pick up some odd jobs, despite being only 9 years old. But hey, old ladies need help carrying groceries and shops needed sweeping. It worked out. They actually liked that he was quiet and polite and worked without any complaint. With that money, he bought himself a throwaway phone and a cheap laptop. He was able to give May his contact information, and they kept in touch even outside of the gym after that. He gave her constant ideas for inventions, and May let him test them sometimes in the gym parking lot before they went to train. Now, a year later, Izuku was one of the top in his class in self-defense and had even picked up parkour training courses, which he was also proficient in. After quite a while of fumbling and bruises at the beginning, May had made no less than 15 of his invention ideas, and 4 of those were his to keep. They were stashed away in a little box he found in the trash and washed up, then stuck in the back of his closet behind a loose board in the wall. Izuku had also spent the last few months teaching himself JSL so he could communicate better with those around him, even though it was not common for non-mute or non-deaf people to know the language. May said that she knew enough to get by, and they did practice together, which helped greatly. Their communication went from paper and emails to full-blown conversations using sign language, or with May talking and Izuku signing, and they were both much happier with the transition. At this point, Izuku hadn't spoken a single word for over a year, and in that year, Inko had never asked him to put the muzzle back on. She probably assumed the damage from the burn had muted him, which wasn't actually that far off from the truth anyway. His home life quiets down without a drunken Nazashi coming home each night and beating his views on quirkless people into Izuku's skull. Inko ignored him and acted like he didn't exist. There were still rules he had to follow, and he did so without complaint or question, because it meant he would be left alone. Even if he was lonely, he'd rather Inko pretend he didn't exist than lock him up in that damn muzzle every night. Late at night, Izuku spent hours poring over his little laptop, working on his analysis skills and some minor hacking skills. May had taught him a few things, and the rest he picked up from online and from some slightly shady and most likely illegal sites. His grades at school had improved, but only because he was faking for Inko's benefit. He could easily get straight A's if he wanted, but instead he settled for mid-road B's, which were better than his low B's and C's from the year before, which had only started when the teacher accused him of cheating. After all, a worthless idiot couldn't possibly get a perfect score, so he made sure to pretend that he wasn't as smart as the rest of his class. Instead, he pretended to work his butt off for the grades he got, even if the work took him all of 5 minutes to accomplish. Since school didn't really challenge him, he took online classes he found for free or really cheap. Online tutors were easy to find and had reasonable rates too. He'd meet them on nights he didn't stay long at the gym or just have meetings online. For those meetings, he'd go to the library and come home at his usual time with stacks of books and papers Inko had approved of. Elementary school was quickly turning the corner. At 10, he only had 2 years left until he reached middle school, and then 3 years until he would head to high school. Maybe he could get into UA if he kept his IQ quirk act. That was why he was practicing hacking so hard. That is why he was training so hard. He wanted to have options. Even if Izuku didn't didn't feel like he could become a hero anymore, not being mute, not being quirkless, maybe he didn't deserve it. He was far too worthless, but maybe if he got into UA, he could at least get into the business course and become a quirk analyst. That would be an amazing dream come true. At 10, he started to work on different ways he could help heroes and the world around himself. He started gathering analytical data and making files on every criminal or villain that the heroes were trying to capture. He'd sent the files to every hero agency he could. Basically, none of them had even opened the email or took it seriously. Perhaps it was the fact that he always signed his name Kiyoshi. It meant soundless, and Izuku felt like that name fit him pretty well. One thing, just one, Eraserhead. He always took everything Izuku sent to him seriously, though he always asked Izuku how he got the information. Izuku once told him that it was all done for observational skills and online data mining, but Eraserhead didn't seem satisfied with the answer, even though it was the truth. Despite that, Eraserhead still used everything Izuku sent him. He made multiple arrests, and the hero world was in an uproar about it. Izuku had asked his favourite hero not to tell anyone about him. Eraserhead: why do you not want them to know? Kiyoshi: I tried, with all of them, every agency I could find contact info for, but you're the only one who took me seriously, so I only want to work with you now. Eraserhead: no one even looked at your files? This work is incredible. Are you a new analyst on the scene? Most pros hire analysts for hiring firms, so they ignore freelancers. But here in the underground, we take all we can get. We really need all the help we are offered. Yeah, I'm new. Eraserhead: well, it's good to have you on our side, Kiyoshi: what does that mean, Eraserhead: your analyst could be used to bring the hero society down. You're that good. If I didn't know your convictions by this point, I'd be worried. Izuku had never been told by anyone he was good at something that required intelligence. Sure, he was complimented at the gym for his physical prowess and quick learning, but that didn't have the same ring in his brain as "you're so smart you could take down hero society." That was a huge compliment. Izuku had no idea what to even do with that. Instead of answering the compliment, he sent Eraserhead the next file and put his laptop in the secret compartment in his backpack. He took out his phone and messaged May. Green bean. May: oh my god, panic emoji. Metal Mama: what's happening? Why are we panicking? Green bean: Eraserhead just complimented me. He said I could bring down Hero Society with my analysis work. Metal Mama: wow, that's high praise. And also a little worrisome. Should I be making a containment cage for your brain? Green bean, laughing emoji. May, you know I want nothing more than to work with heroes if they let me. So far, only Eraserhead has taken me seriously. Metal Mama: hey, don't be like that. We're still just kids, not even in middle school yet. You've still got a long way to go before you can even legally work anyway. Don't shoot yourself in the foot just yet. Green bean: yeah, you're right. Training at the same time tomorrow? Metal Mama: of course. I even have a few new babies for you to test out in the parking lot this time. I made a metal baseball bat you want. that metal baseball bat you wanted. It's one of my favourite babies so far. Green bean: Awesome, I'll meet you there right after school. Metal Mama. See you then. When Izuku arrived after school the next day, May was already there waiting for him in the back of the parking lot where they always met for testing. The staff at the gym had told them it was fine as long as he didn't make too much noise or play with anything illegal. Izuku waved to May, who waved back and tugged over a duffel bag of machinery full of bits and experiments she was working on. Izuku never wanted to stick his hand in that duffel. He'd most likely lose an appendage to whatever was lurking inside. Izuku had told her his real name after a few months ago, once she had earned his trust. Here, try this out. She yanked a baseball bat from the bag and offered it to Izuku. The tool was mostly dark green, of course, with silver accents of the metal underneath the green paint. It looked like a normal bat, except Izuku knew better than to assume anything May made had less than a 60% chance of either exploding or maiming a person. He gave her a suspicious look and took the bat from her. With one hand he signed, "What's the catch?" He always asked this sort of her new inventions. What was the trick? What was this device that a normal insert object name couldn't do? May burst out laughing and motioned to a few buttons on the handles. Okay, so if you push this button twice, it'll electrocute the end. Izuku blinked, taking a step back and holding the bat at arm's length. Don't worry, it only reacts to your fingerprints, so even I can't activate it. Never mind, what else? May giggled and pointed to the next button. Click this one 3 times and spikes will protrude out the end. You can deactivate. You can click each button for a 3-second hold to deactivate them. Also, if you hold your palm over the very bottom of the handle, it'll collapse the whole thing into a pocket-sized disc. Try it. Izuku was astonished with what she could make. That she could make something like that with only her home workshop. Collapsible materials like that weren't easy to come by, especially not ones that hold the rigidity which held the structure enough to make a sturdy bat like this. He shrugged as he did as directed, pressing his palm to the bottom of the bat handle. Sure enough, after 3 seconds the whole thing collapsed and became a disc sitting in his hand. Whoa, Izuku turned it over a few times and arched a brow to May. How did he get it back into a bat? Alright, just tap either side twice in quick succession and it should pop right back out. But be careful not to get your pretty face in the way. Izuku snorted, turning back to the bat and held it on at arm's length and tapped it quickly twice on the top. It popped out at a rapid rate. The bat clattered to the ground as Izuku cowered from surprise and noise. You'll get the hang of it, May promised, picking it up and offering it back. So it really only responds to me, he signed. Yup. She showed him by clicking a few of the buttons and trying to collapse it. Nothing worked. How had she tested that? Maybe the fingerprinting was the last step she did once all the functions were tested. Izuku was pretty sure he'd only use this as a regular bat and not a cattle prod or spiked baton. He didn't want to actually hurt anyone. He just wanted to be able to protect himself and maybe the people around him. Of course, there were plenty of other weapons he could learn, but a baseball bat was perfectly legal and he couldn't get into trouble for using it for self-defense. May had also made far more inconspicuous than he thought it would be, so that made things a lot easier. He wanted to learn how to use guns eventually, but that might take some convincing to get May to make something illegal. Of course, he could just ask for tranquilizer guns, and then he wouldn't be putting May at risk of arrest. That wasn't necessarily legal, but it wasn't illegal either. Tranq guns were usually left to the police, so civilians could buy them, with the right licensing and a hell of a lot of money. Money Izuku did not have. Hey May, Izuku tapped her on the shoulder and signed once he got her attention. What's up? Could you make me a tranquilizer gun? Like a fairly legal one? May sucked her bottom lip as she pulled out one of her notebooks from a duffel bag. Izuku knew that she'd be lost in an invention schematic for at least the next 10 minutes. The answer apparently was yes, she could make one. May never dove into her notebooks if she didn't think she could make something on the spot that worked effectively. He was right. After about 8 minutes, May handed Izuku her notebook to inspect what she had drawn up. It was a detailed schematic of exactly what he wanted. A simple trank gun it was pocket-sized, as well as a couple of darts, as well as with multiple darts that could incapacitate people in various ways. She also included a few poison ideas, which Izuku didn't want to think about. I could maybe have that done in a few weeks once I finish up the babies I'm working on. How does that sound? Sounds good, but don't you want to know why I'm asking for weapons? Izuku blushed slightly, looking down at his feet in embarrassment. Nope, don't care. Not my circus, not my monkeys. I just make cool stuff and use it and advertise it when you go jumping from rooftops, okay? Izuku sputtered. It's not like he had ever done that before. So how did she know he planned to go into some real patrolling work? Though maybe it wasn't so hard to believe. He was getting pretty bored at the gym at this point. The parkour course that they had offered him hadn't really offered him any challenge anymore, and his self-defense classes had been upgraded to martial art courses in the past 6 months. Izuku had made his way up to sparring with the sensei himself. They all said that it was his IQ quirk, but Izuku just worked really hard and never gave a single moment of his. They all said it was his IQ quirk, but Izuku just really worked hard and never gave a single moment of his life to waste, and practiced relentlessly. He had to, of course, because he didn't have the advantage of a quirk. He just had to work twice or thrice as hard as everyone else just to be valued on their level, and he knew that. Earth to Izuku, May was waving a hand in front of his face. Izuku yelped, almost dropping the baseball bat in his hands. Sorry, got lost in thought. It's okay, I just thought you went off to another planet there for a minute there. Come on, let's get back to training. May skipped off towards the gym without even waiting for a response. Izuku smiled behind his mask. May was his only friend, his best friend. He was more than happy to be graced with just that. He felt bad for lying about his quirk and knew she wouldn't want to be friends with him if the truth were revealed. But maybe he could just be happy with what he has and didn't have to worry about the lies and how he got there. The first few times Izuku did go jumping from rooftops, as May put it, he earned more than a few bruises and just as many cuts from the concrete and bricks. He quickly learned that he needed gloves with lots of padding. Parkour in the wild was nothing like gym-based stunts. After all, once he'd even fractured his arm in a landing, May had some kind of weird portable scanner that could read like an X-ray machine, and he didn't want to think about how much repercussions of getting hit with radiation like that. But at least he knew about his fracture and could nurse it carefully. By the time both Izuku and May were in middle school, Izuku had been helping underground heroes with analysis for the past 3 years. He'd also started patrolling when he turned 12 last year. He kept in the shadows, only sprang into action when absolutely necessary. No one saw him, no one heard him. There were incapacitated and an anonymous and wow, English. I was doing so good. An anonymous, you know what I'm saying, an anonymous tip was sent to the heroes or the hero reporting line for them to be picked up. The victims of the crimes could never identify who their savior was. Izuku knew he didn't deserve the credit for his actions, so he didn't stay to claim it. Even though he did deserve it, what he was doing was technically illegal. He wasn't sure when the desire to protect himself had bled into actively seeking people, hurting other people, but he was here as an up-and-coming vigilante and enjoying every second of it. When he went out, he wore dark greys and blacks, blending into the darkness. He always had lots of padding on and always had his face mask. A few months ago, he had told Mei to spray the kanji for Kyoshi onto his bat because it seemed like a cool idea. It turned out awesome, of course, but of course no one ever saw it. No one but them ever saw it. Mei knew of his analyst persona, so she didn't question the kanji. She just made it look amazing, and Izuku promised that if he ever did get caught on camera, he'd show off the bat. The promise was sort of empty, since they both knew he was never seen. The promise was sort of empty, since they both knew if he was seen, it likely wasn't on purpose. School was boring, as always. The kids picked on him, but ever since he started wearing his mask, Katsuki didn't use his quirk on Izuku. He had actively protected Izuku from the other kids physically. Of course, Katsuki never spoke to him. No one did. Not ever since the teacher spoke to him in the middle. Not even the teacher spoke to him in middle school. He was the sickly, quirkless Deku to them. That was it. He got a lot of hand gestures and grunts, but nothing else. On the rare times he might get something, it was usually insults or shouts. But at least he wasn't coming home covered in bruises and cuts. Well, not from school anyway. Izuku had taken up some dangerous martial art classes in the gym. He was now paying for lessons since he had some funds saved up. Eraserhead would send him payment for his analysis once in a while if it led to a big break or a rest. It was under the table, of course, and Izuku knew Eraserhead was paying him out of his own pocket, but he was grateful for it regardless. Inka was getting more and more distant, and Izuku wondered if she was even in the house. But his morning oatmeal and small dinner would always be on the table every day. It wasn't much, but Izuku survived. They never spoke. They barely even saw each other. Maybe a few times a week. Since Hisashi left, the extensive violence stopped. Now, Inko resented him silently and ignored his existence altogether. All in all, Izuku was at peace with his life. Even if he was lonely, he still had Mei, and he could patrol every night if he needed to get out of the apartment and away from the stifling angry aura that Inko filled the whole place with. At some point, Izuku realized that he could just leave, and she'd most likely not notice until she found his meals uneaten. Actually, she probably wouldn't notice that until much later. She probably wouldn't even notice that until much later. So, he did exactly that. He didn't leave a note. He packed up the few sets of clothes he owned and all his tech from Mei, along with his patrol suit and his laptop and notebooks. At the age of 14, Izuku left home with no intention of returning. Inko would never file a missing persons report, and Izuku knew that in a couple of weeks he'd most likely find his apartment up for sale. If he was gone, Inko would have nothing tying her here. She hated it anyways, so why would she stay? He did manage to find a small apartment just a few blocks away from school that accepted students who lived on their own. It was run by a small local charity and they took him in without much of a hassle. Of course, he had to fake his parents' signatures and take all the forms back the next day after sleeping on a park bench, but it still worked. The last payment he got from Eraserhead got him 6 months rent in his apartment. It was a one-room thing with a small kitchenette and bathroom. The room was small enough to fit a table and a futon easily, but that was it. But this was enough for Izuku. Chapter 3. Izuku was out on patrol, crouching in a dark corner of the roof where he could easily duck away into an alleyway if necessary, or back into the shadows where no one could see him. He'd been out since 9 and it was going on 11 with no sight of criminal activity. Maybe criminals and villains were taking the weekdays off, started taking the weekdays off. Izuku doubted that, but that would be the only reason to explain why I was so dead on the streets of a random Thursday evening. Settling down into a pencil stick, that classic Japanese sit. I don't know how to pronounce it, so just bear with me. Izuku took a granola bar from one of his many pockets and broke a piece off. He learned years ago how to eat without taking off his mask. It wasn't ideal. He had to shove his fingers up under it, but it worked well enough for non-messy foods. He rarely ate anything in public that might be too messy or hard to shove under his mask. He still wore his thin neck sleeve that Inko had bought him not long after the initial injury. It covered his neck up to his chin and the lower half of the scarf, and kept the lower half of the scar hidden. The upper tips of Hisachi's fingers didn't peek over the mask, thankfully. The pinky finger and the ring finger covered half of his mouth, while the rest of the fingers on the scar were across his cheek. When he was done with the granola bar, he traced his fingers around the scar. The shape was literally burned into his mind. For some reason, tracing the scar calmed him. It distracted him from the present. It distracted his thoughts from the present. Normally, he'd never allow himself to get distracted while on patrol, but today was a quiet evening and he could afford to relax, or so he thought. Please step back from the ledge. The voice was deep and raspy. It sounded worried. Izuku blinked back to reality. He was just sitting on the edge of the roof in the pretzel position. Pretzel, that's the best you're going to get from me. With one hand under his mask. It was quickly removed when he realised someone was behind him, and he hadn't heard them approach. That was never a good sign. How did someone sneak up on him? Izuku rolled backwards and popped up on the balls of his feet in a defensive stand. What he found made his heart almost stop in his chest. Eraserhead was standing across the roof, one hand held in a placating manner, and the other on his capture scarf. Why was he here? This wasn't Eraserhead's usual turf. Izuku made sure to not go on patrol there so he wouldn't accidentally get caught by the underground hero. Hell, he tried keeping a strong line between his analyst self and his literal vigilante self. Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat, trying hard to figure out how he would get out here without Eraserhead putting too many puzzle pieces together. Are you okay? Eraserhead asked. Izuku tilted his head. Did he think... Oh. Eraserhead thought he was going to jump. Well, that might be... Maybe the Izuku from a few years ago might have considered it, but Izuku today wouldn't even daydream about that kind of thing. He had too much to do, too many people to protect now. Izuku finally nodded in response to Eraserhead's question. Can I ask what you're doing up here? He knew it was a pretext for seeing if Izuku needed help, but he wasn't up there for the reasons Eraserhead thought so. So, Izuku shook his head and turned on his heel. He knew Eraserhead was a pro, but Izuku was quick and light on his feet. Years of running and hiding and professional training had kept him fast and limber. He had scars to prove how many times he'd fallen off of these very rooftops before he'd gotten proficient at running them. Hey, wait, don't. Izuku bolted across the rooftops. Reaching into one of his pockets, he pulled out the familiar disc, tapping it twice so it extended into a bat. He used it to grab onto the wires like a zipline, giving him more distance between him and Eraserhead. Thankfully, it was dark enough that he didn't need to worry about the hero seeing the kanji sprawled across his bat in spray paint. It only took 10 or 15 minutes to lose Eraserhead on the roof tops and then down into the alleyways, but that was far too long. He knew he had to get faster if he wanted to stay out of the underground hero's line of sight next time. Next time, Eraserhead wouldn't think he's just some guy about to jump off a roof. Next time, he might realize exactly who Izuku was, and therein lies the problem. If Eraserhead found out Kyoshi was a vigilante, then he could kiss his analyst career goodbye, and his main source of income. Izuku decided that he would ask Mei to repaint his bat as soon as possible, just to be safe. Shota sighed deeply as he walked into the police station, rubbing his hand down his face in annoyance. Something didn't sit right about that whole scenario. Why was that guy on the roof? Why was he just casually sitting on the ledge like he was debating the whole world? But when Shota tried to interrupt, the guy acted like he was springing up for a fight. He didn't speak, only answered with a nod or shake of the head, then sprinted across the roofs. That was probably the worst part. Shota realized this guy was trained, and trained well. He was gone within minutes, and Shota hadn't been able to keep up. Eraserhead, as a pro who never lost when it came to a battle of running and jumping across rooftops, he never met a match in his life. But this short guy, was somehow faster and more agile, I'm just going to say agile, along the concrete playground. What's got you in a slump? Tsukauchi leaned on the counter close between them, one eyebrow arched in genuine curiosity. I don't know, Suki. I saw this guy on the roof tonight. At first, I thought he was a jumper, but then I lost him. He ran across the roofs. Even pulled out a baseball bat from where I have no idea, and used it to zip line across the power lines. You, the great Eraserhead, lost the target. That doesn't sound like you. Wait, was this guy in all black with a face mask? Baseball bat that's green and silver? Yeah, how did you know? I think. It was dark. Didn't see the bat too well. How did you know? Shota pushed past the little door that led to the at the back of the precinct, so the back of the barrier, so Tsukauchi could lead him into his office. There's a speculation he's a new vigilante. You're the first person to actually see the guy. What does that mean? Well, the guy's incredibly selfie. I mean, like, more so than you. He almost never leaves the shadows when fighting, and no one ever sees him coming or going. Not even the civilians he saves. The most we've gotten is details about his black clothes and baseball bat, though one report said it has kanji on it. Tsukauchi rifled through the papers on his desk and pulled out a notepad, flipping through it, likely looking for the interview notes he was referencing a moment ago. Yeah, it said Kyoshi. The civilians said it was fitting. The guy was absolutely soundless. The mugger who had come after him hadn't even had a chance to react before he was tied up with a bat at his shoulders. The civilian only caught the kanji because of a streetlight nearby. Kyoshi, you're sure? Well, that's what the witness statement is. Why? You remember my quirk analyst friend? Oh, of course, he's the guy that's been giving us major leads for years now. His name is Kyoshi. It's the only name he's ever been willing to give to me. I never understood why. Tsukauchi dropped his notepad. One hand came to his lips in thought. Schroeder lowered himself onto one of the chairs across from Suki's desk, trying to figure out if this was really the same guy. There were connections that made sense. After all, someone who would analyze quirks as fast and detailed as Kyoshi would make an amazing fighter and evader in battle. He'd know how to counter all manner of quirks without much effort. It would also explain why the guy had given Schroeder that name in the first place, if he was really a vigilante who attacked soundlessly. It makes sense, Suki finally said. Schroeder hummed in agreement. So you know what that means, right? Schroeder sighed. Yeah, we gotta bring him in. I can't even begin to imagine what this guy's quirk is, but judging from his analyst work, if the two were the same person, it's likely an IQ quirk. Well, that's good. Means he won't be getting into any serious criminal charges for being a vigilante. Maybe he'll just get some community service or parole instead of jail time. Schroeder still didn't like the idea. He wanted to reach out to Kyoshi, his analyst, before making a decision on bringing the supposed vigilante into the police. Izuku was panting by the time he reached his apartment. He hadn't stopped running in circles until he was sure he lost the race ahead. Leaning over his knees, Izuku caught his breath from the shadows of his fire escape. He never went in the front door when he came back from his patrols, always using his side window instead. As he clambered through his window, his phone buzzed in his pants pocket. Well, shit, who could that be? He only had two names on his phone, May and Racerhead. Izuku stumbled and rolled onto his back as realization hit him that Racerhead might have put the damn puzzle together already. He quickly checked his phone before even getting off the ground. Racerhead, you busy, Key? Shit. Izuku scrambled up from his spot on the ground and grabbed his laptop. Eraser likely saw that he read the message and needed to reply momentarily. But first, he launched a few programs on his laptop and let them run so he could track Eraserhead's phone and also pull up a few cameras from the Musatari police precinct. Come on, there. Izuku pulled up Detective Tsukauchi's office. Eraserhead and Tsukauchi were sitting there chatting, Eraserhead with his phone in his hand. Double shit. They were trying to smoke him out. Of course, the detective had already had leads on a new vigilante in the area, but they should know it was Kyoshi, right? Unless one of the people he rescued had seen his bat and told them about the kanji. It was literally the only lead Tsukauchi could have. And of course Eraserhead knew what that name meant. Triple shit. Hey Eraser, what's up? Just working on a few programs and data entries. What do you need? The reply was almost immediate. Izuku watched Eraser type it out in real time on the camera. Eraserhead, I was just hoping we could finally meet. I have a complex case I need your help with. I know you work solo, but the detective that's on this case really wants to meet you. Security risks and all. He trusts me, but Kyoshi, he doesn't trust me. Eraserhead, yeah, you think you can spare a few minutes? I mean, I know this is a big step, but we've been working together for years now. Do you trust me? Izuku wanted to say yes. Holy hell did he want to say yes. He trusted Eraserhead. He really did. But right now, he knew if he went forward with this, he'd get caught. Then again, saying no would make things more complicated. Izuku had to make a decision here. A crossroad with left and right forks stood before him. Should he trust Eraserhead and turn himself in, or should he opt to say no and continue his vigilante work? In the first case, Izuku would likely be sent to jail and tormented for the quirkless runt he truly is. In the second, Izuku would lose Eraserhead's trust and also his income. But he might be able to stay out of jail, at least for a little while. In the end, Izuku knew he couldn't run forever. If the police were already onto him, and now that Eraserhead and Tsukauchi put their heads together, there was no way Izuku was getting out of this unscathed or getting off scot-free. Izuku sighed and put his head in his hands. There was no easy way out of this. He was still technically in middle school. If he was caught, they'd send him back to Inca at the very least, or jail at the very worst. But if he packed up, found some nondescript place to live in, maybe a warehouse or something, he could hide from them all. He could continue to run and continue to protect the people like he wanted. Closing his laptop with a loud clap, Izuku flipped over to his text chat with May and hit the video chat option and waited for her to pick up. He knew she'd be awake even if it was only almost midnight. She never slept before 2 a.m. on weekdays and 4 a.m. on the weekends. May picked up after the second week. Izu, what's up? Are you okay? Did something happen on patrol? At some point, he had given up on denying he was a vigilante to May. She was too smart for her own good, and Izuku didn't like lying to her. He was already lying about his quirk, and that felt monumental, so he tried not to lie to her about anything else. Izuku set his phone down on the stand and signed to her. May, I ran into Eraserhead on patrol. He's now texting Kyoshi, asking me to come in and work on a case in person. I know it's a lie. I checked the security cameras in the police station. He's working with Tsukauchi. I know that detective is on my Vigilante case. With those two putting their heads together, I think they know Kyoshi the informant and Kyoshi the Vigilante are one of the same. I don't know what to do, May. If I accept and go in, they'll throw me in jail, but if I don't, I'll lose Eraserhead's trust and my only income. Whoa. Slow down, Izuku. I think I got the gist of that. Well, it kind of depends. I mean, just because you go by Kyoshi the informant doesn't mean you'll get caught out as a vigilante. What are the quirks we're working with here? Izuku thought it over and pulled out an older notebook from about a year ago when he heard something about through the grapevine that told him the police were starting to track his vigilante movements. Eraserhead, quirk erasure. He can temporarily turn off a person's quirk when looking at them with it active. He cannot affect mutant type quirks. Okay, well, he's not a concern for you. Izuku wasn't sure if that was because May believed he had an IQ quirk, which was a mutant type, or because she knew the truth about him being quirkless. That was a can of worms he wasn't planning on opening or asking about. Tsukauchi, Detective Tsukauchi, also known as True Man, quirk lie detector. He can tell what a person is lying when they speak. Then what are you worried about? What? Izuku. May shifted her phone so it was closer to her face. You're mute. You cannot lie. He cannot detect detect sign language, can he? Izuku leaned back, shocked to his core. May was right. He was panicking over practically nothing. Okay, well, that was bullshit. There was plenty to panic over, but being caught wasn't one of them. Well, now he has a new issue. If he did go as Kyoshi the informant, they'll probably realize he was a kid. That would prove interesting. He could lie his way out of that, sure, but he would probably put him on a serious watch list. Izu, hey, back to Earth, Star Child. May called. Izuku shook his head. Sorry, he signed, offering a frustrated grunt as well. Hey, it's okay. Do you want me to come with you? I could translate if you need to sign. Izuku shook his head. No, I don't want to give away that I can sign just yet. I can just type on the speech program and explain my medical bullshit, I guess. Are they going to buy that? Izuku blinked. What? Did you think I didn't know that lung disorder? What? You thought I didn't know that's no lung disorder you're hiding behind that mask? Come on, Izuku. We both know that's bullshit. I mean, I don't care. You're my best friend. You're also my best client. Don't sweat the small stuff. I don't care if you have a quirk or if you're actually sickly. You're just Izuku to me, okay? Izuku stared at the screen with confused eyes. No one had ever told him that his quirk didn't matter. That he was just Izuku. That he was enough, just like that. A smile cracked on his face, a genuine one. For probably the first time in years. He had to wipe a few stray tears from his face and nodded and signed a simple thank you to the best of his ability. No thanking me for common human decency. Just work your magic and get those jokers off your ass so I can make more gear for you. I'm almost on the latest modification to your guns. I'll also need to give your bat an upgrade too. It's been a year since the last model, and I have some new materials I want to try. I'll try to deliver both next weekend, okay? Sounds good. Thank you, May. She waved and hung up. Izuku took a deep and free breath. He could do this. May always knew exactly how to help him. Grabbing his phone off the stand, Izuku reopened the conversation with Eraserhead on his laptop. The two were sitting in the detective's office still. Eraser was staring at his phone in his lap, frustrated and concerned. Tsukauchi was working on some forms of some kind. I trust you. When and where? Eraserhead, are you free tonight? Musutafu Police Precinct. Kiyoshi, I'll be there in 45. I'm not close by right now. It was a ploy to make them think he wasn't really nearby. Sadly, his apartment was only a 10-minute walk from the police station, so he'd have some time to change out of his vigilante gear and put on some street clothes. He also opted to take a shower and put on a little makeup to cover the few freckles that showed up around his mask and forehead. Izuku placed some plain black jeans and a white t-shirt with a black hoodie over the top. He swapped his vigilante mask for his everyday mask, which was well worn and a lighter green. The last thing he grabbed was his laptop bag with his laptop. After he closed all the programs he had running, and a notebook and a pen. Izuku arrived exactly 45 minutes after his text said he'd be there. He was pretty sure no one was expecting a 14-year-old kid to walk into the Musutafu police station, especially not one wearing heavily covering clothing and a face mask. However, it played into his persona anyway. He was a solo working informant and analyst, so he had to play up that angle that he, along with the medical bullshit incurred enlisted in him years ago. How can I help you, boy? Izuku resisted the urge to wince. He hated that word. It sounded too much like Kizashi. Izuku tugged out a piece of paper he had written before he left the house. My name is Kiyoshi. I am a quirk analyst working under Eraserhead. He requested a meeting at this station this evening. The police officer gave the note a curious look and frowned. He shot Izuku a glare and mumbled a soft, "Wait here," before heading back, likely to show the note to Eraserhead, or maybe the detective. As he waited, Izuku switched the stories up in his head a little. Maybe he could spin things around to be more believable regarding his mutism. If he added a dash of reality, they wouldn't be able to tell it was fake, so maybe he should do that. This way. The officer returned and ushered him beyond the little half door in the center of the counter. Izuku followed him into the back to the very office he'd been watching through the security cameras not even an hour ago. The police officer left him standing at the front door, so Izuku knocked. "Come in," and an unfamiliar voice called. It wasn't Eraserhead, so he assumed it was Tsukauchi's. Izuku opened the door to face his doom. Bright green eyes flick across every surface, including a very tired-looking underground hero and an equally exhausted detective. Eraserhead was still wearing his capture scarf. Did he wear that when he was off duty all the time? His goggles were around his neck, but his feet were popped up onto Couchy's desk casually. He was relaxed, but he looked ready to pass out. Tsukauchi didn't look any better, actually. He was buried underneath piles of paper at his desk. Izuku could barely make out the man's head behind the computer screen and the adjacent piles of paperwork. It didn't look as bad from the upper angle of the camera. Izuku's eyes flipped to the camera for a moment, then back to Eraserhead. No one had spoken yet. Were they waiting for him to speak? Izuku took the initiative and set his laptop bag down next to the desk and flopped onto the chair next to Eraserhead. "Kyoshi?" the underground pro asked tentatively. "Oh, did the police officer not tell them Izuku was a teenager? Probably thought it was funny and didn't." Izuku nodded as he took out his notepad and pen. Tsukauchi finally unburrowed himself from his desk, only to blink in confusion when he saw the teen spotted next to his co-worker. Izuku scrolled out a note on the first page and offered the message to Eraser, who read it out loud to Tsukauchi. "Yes, I'm Kyoshi. I apologize for the unorthodox method of communication. I am mute. I have a lung condition that makes breathing difficult without my filtering mask. When I was very young, a bad episode damaged my vocal cords. That's how I chose my analyst moniker. What's the case you need help with?" Eraserhead and the detective shared a weird look, a look that Izuku knew that they were curious and also suspicious. They both likely knew that they were in a corner now and unable to get him to ask him any revealing questions. Well, they could, but they couldn't tell but it wouldn't give them anywhere as Tsukauchi couldn't use his quirk on a light to read Izuku's lies. "Well, we need an analysis done on someone. The issue is there's no data on this person and we're not sure where to begin. He's a rising vigilante with no name. Hell, no one's even seen his face or knows much about him, other than a baseball bat when capturing villains and criminals. There's something about, what do you kids call it these days? Cryptic sightings of him floating around online, but that's not really helpful." Izuku watched the detective as he described the very person he was sitting in the room with. They wanted him to analyze himself? Wasn't this hilarious? Obviously, it was a ploy for him to crack, or maybe admit his own persona. But Izuku wasn't so easily broken. He had spent his entire childhood being broken over and over by the very people who brought him into the world. Every friend or loved one he had ever had left him for the simple circumstances of his quirk status. That could break someone, but this would be fun. Eraserhead handed him the file, watching him intensely for any sign of reaction. Izuku didn't let them see anything that they could use against him. All the years of hiding himself from Inka and Hisashi, was easy, even hiding in plain sight. Be seen and not heard. Better yet, be neither. The man's words drew to the sneer on his face, and he couldn't stop it from appearing. Thankfully, it didn't show from behind his mask. Izuku flipped the file to read what little they had on his vigilante persona. There, of course, was a description of his clothing, a blurry picture of him from a traffic camera, and the details about his bat. That's where Izuku stopped. The file listed the kanji and their meaning. What was the secondary test? Was this a secondary test? How best to respond to this? Twirling his pen between his fingers, Izuku decided to read over the rest of the file before reacting. He found a little more than a list. He found little more than a list of criminals that his vigilante persona was responsible for bringing in, and a few villains listed as well. Once he was done, the file was snapshot as he received his notebook and wrote out a note, which he then handed to Eraserhead. I'm curious why my analyst moniker, Monique. It's name. Just go with name from now on. I'm curious why my analyst's name happens to be sprawled across this vigilante's baseball bat. I have to wonder if there's a particular reason behind it. Maybe he's trying to send a message. A silent justice comes in the night. Of course, that had absolutely nothing to do with it. Izuku just wanted to trip them up a little, confuse them, and possibly push them in the wrong direction. Possibly, Eraserhead mused. Okay, are we finally going to address that elephant in the room? Tsukauchi finally spoke up again. Izuku tilted his head, silently asking what the detective meant. Oh, come on, you're clearly a teenager. You can't be more than 15. How does a kid become one of the best quirk analysts this city has ever seen? You've been supposedly working with Eraserhead for years? When did you even start? You can't honestly think that we believe you're, well, the real Kiyoshi. Do your parents even know you're here this late on a school night? Izuku sighed and took out his laptop. He most certainly was not answering the question about his parents, but if they wanted him to show off, he could handle that. Setting the laptop on the only remaining clean spot on Tsukauchi's desk, Izuku pulled up a few programs and motioned for them to stand behind him. The first program was his text-to-speech program. Pick a hero or villain, anyone you want, preferably someone I haven't analysed yet. He watched Eraserhead chew on his lip and Tsukauchi sign at exasperation. Fine, Tsukauchi barked. Ectoplasm. Eraserhead finished. Full report. Izuku nodded. Eraserhead was usually concise, exact with what he wanted. Strengths, weaknesses, but a full report meant that he wanted everything Izuku could give him. Izuku turned back to his laptop and settled into the chair a little bit more before cracking his knuckles. This would be fun. He'd never shown off to anyone but May before. 3 hours later, Tsukauchi was eating his words. Izuku had shown them from the beginning to the end how he analysed people and quirks. It was a lengthy process that included a full public record review, employment and education history review, all news and media appearances and mentions review, and a combat and work review. There were, of course, assumptions and conclusions drawn from Izuku's own intelligence, but they were in a separate section of the report. Ectoplasm was actually an easy target for him, since he didn't have as big of a file for most people. He didn't have as big as a file for most people. Izuku analysed for Eraserhead. 3 hours was a short work session. When he was done, Izuku turned the laptop and tapped Eraserhead on the shoulder. The man was half dozing in his chair. Tsukauchi was sitting on his chair with his head in his hands. He'd been in that position for the past hour. All done? Eraserhead asked. Izuku nodded and motioned to the file. He knew that since Eraserhead worked at UA like ectoplasm, most of what was found in that file would be common knowledge to the underground hero. But Izuku managed to find a few bits that might surprise even him. Good work, kiddo. I think you've proved your point and your identity. I'm pretty sure he approved that 2 hours ago, Eraser. Tsukauchi groaned. Hey, you're the one that wanted verification. Eraser, You cannot tell me that you believed this kid was Kyoshi when you walked into the room. Honestly, I had no preconceived notion of who or what Kyoshi was, so it wasn't hard to accept that he was some genius kid. Izuku didn't bother interrupting their conversation. He packed away his laptop and notepad and grabbed the file on his vigilante persona and put that in his bag as well. They likely had a few other copies, as well as a digital version. Izuku couldn't get rid of it without raising suspicions. While the two men hashed out their debate over Izuku's age, he ducked out of the office and grabbed a coffee from the machine off to the side. A couple of police officers looked at him weirdly, but didn't stop him. Once he mixed in some sugar, he left the station before Eraserhead or even Tsukauchi even noticed he was gone. Izuku was very good at going unnoticed, and sometimes that came in handy. Chapter 4. Hey boss, an officer knocked on the door. Schroeder glared at him, then realised the room was one person short. What? Tsukauchi put his hand on his hip, clearly annoyed. That kid, did you want us to stop him? What? Schroeder sighed, rubbing at the migraine forming in his temples. The kid had vanished like he had never been there. He took the vial on the vigilante, which meant he was accepting the assignment. Eraserhead wasn't convinced that this kid was also a vigilante, but he wasn't not convinced either. This was a sticky situation that they didn't have a name or address for Kyoshi the analyst. Why did you let him leave? Tsukauchi was still yapping at the officer at the door. Well, he wasn't doing anyone any trouble. He just grabbed a coffee and casually walked out the door. Did something happen here? You all have been here for hours going over files, it looked like. Never mind. Just get out. Send a patrol car, and if you see the kid walking home, see if you spot the kid walking home. If you do, follow him at a distance. Do not engage. Just get an address. Understood, sir. Schroeder knew it was a fruitless effort. If that kid really was a vigilante, specifically the one that ran away from Eraserhead, they would never find him. Schroeder grabbed his duffel bag from the corner of the room and put his hand on Tsukauchi's shoulder. I'm heading out. I need sleep. It's past 4 a.m. We kept a teenager here all night. I think the kid has a lot more issues than possibly being a vigilante. What do you mean by that? He didn't seem fazed by any of this. The kid walked around here like a ghost. That's red flag number 1 in my mind. How so, Eraser? Kids don't just get good at hiding their existence without serious practice or an urgent need to hide. On top of that, did you see the scars on his hands and forearms? Cigarette burns. I'm not convinced that this kid is our vigilante, but I'm also not convinced he's innocent either. However, I'm going to keep working with Kyoshi. If I earn his trust, he might tell me what's going on at home. You really think he's... I don't think, Suki. I know. Or at least, he used to be. None of the marks looked recent. He might just be a runaway now, which would explain how he slipped into vigilantism, if he really is the same kid. I'll keep an eye out for him while I'm on patrol and see if I can earn his trust out there. Tsukauchi sighed. Great, alright, Eraserhead. Go get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow night. Schroeder walked slowly towards home. He could have brought his car, but he chose to vault over the rooftops to work last night. Now, as the sun was just hitting the horizon, he wished he had brought it so he could get home faster. Granted, that would have been he would have been sort of a hazard to the road in his exhausted state. He made it home by 4:30 and dropped everything at the door so he could go collapse in bed with his beautiful husband. Hisashi was getting up for his own job in a couple of hours. Schroeder wanted to make the most of what little cuddle time he managed to get. The smell of mint and pine struck his nose as he curled up around the blonde lump in the bed. A small groan sounded as Hisashi rolled over and tucked his head in under Shota's chin, like always. "Sho?" a sleepy voice asked. "Shh, sleep, Hisashi." The blonde didn't need to be told twice, apparently. Strong arms held Shota tightly, and in seconds he was out like a light. A month and a half passed since Izuku's police station excursion. 6 weeks where everything seemed normal. Well, as normal as life could get for Izuku. He saw Razorhead almost every night on patrol. They never spoke, just stared at each other from across the rooftops until one or both of them decided to vanish into the night. Izuku usually broke first and ran away. After the first few chases, Eraserhead stopped trying to chase him down each night and instead opted for observing and quietly sulking. Izuku could tell he was sulking. He was horribly annoyed. He had this horribly annoyed look on his face right before Izuku left every night. High school entrance exams were coming up, and Izuku didn't have a plan or where he was going to go, even if he wanted to. Where he should go or even wanted to go. Originally, he wanted to be accepted into UA for their business program, but with Eraserhead on his tail, should he really consider attending school there? He listed UA on the planning sheet in his middle school and had made them all fill out. He was sitting in his homeroom class, staring out the window with his chin in his hand, when the teacher announced that 2 students will be going to apply to UA. Of course, because Katsuki was still in his class too. Of course, they had to mention that he was applying to UA too. It didn't matter that he had listed the business course. It didn't matter that Izuku knew he couldn't be a hero, or that he even wanted to be one anymore. Katsuki's palm slammed on his desk, the crackles of his explosion quirk making black scorch marks on the wooden surface. Izuku stopped flinching at the blonde's antics years ago. He glanced up to meet Katsuki's eyes, a feat he likely wouldn't have managed last semester. Izuku was so tired of this bullshit. He was so damn tired of being bullied, tired of being abused, tired of being hated for something that he had zero control over. What's a weak, worthless Deku gonna do when... What's a weak little worthless Deku like you think you got to offer to UA, huh? You should just quit while you're ahead. Deku? Oh wait, you're not ahead. Everyone in the room laughed, except for Izuku. He rolled his eyes and closed his lids. Not long ago, Izuku would have cried at those words. But since he moved out on his own and started actively working as a vigilante, he stopped taking people's bullshit, at least on the street. In his civilian life, he still had to put up with it to an extent. Today seemed like Katsuki really wanted to push Izuku's patience. The bell rang, and most of the kids left along with the teacher. You know, if you want to be a hero so badly, there's an easier way, Deku. Just pray for a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the rooftop. Izuku was out of his seat, shoved to the side, and his desk shoved to the side in an instant. He was practically nose to nose to Katsuki, seething in his face. How dare he suggest that? How dare Katsuki fucking Bakugo, of all people, suicide bait him? This idiotic blonde wanted to be a hero more than anyone in their entire year. He claimed he'd be the best hero, and yet here he was telling a disabled and sick child to go jump off a roof. You'll never be a real hero if you can't help those who can't help themselves. You're pathetic. You're not a fucking hero. You're a villain, Izuku signed. He knew no one around him could understand his signing, though. What the fuck did you just say to me? Katsuki barked. Izuku didn't even try to clarify. He just grabbed his bag and moved towards the door to leave. Katsuki, of course, wasn't about to let that happen. He grabbed the back of Izuku's neck sleeve and yanked, hugging it down. Izuku panicked. No one had touched his neck or face since the day of that incident. Fear and rage poured out of him like a waterfall. His body lashed out against his own will. Izuku howled in anger, grabbing Katsuki's arm and stepping backwards so he could slide the boy's arm against his shoulder and launch the explosive boy over him. Katsuki landed on his back hard against the wooden floors with a loud thud. The two lackeys who usually accompanied Katsuki bolted out of the room, crying for a teacher. Izuku panted for breath as he quickly adjusted the sleeve around his neck so no one could see the scar that peered out from under his mask. Never. He'd never let anyone see his shame, his greatest weakness, his greatest fear. Katsuki rolled to his side, groaning as he clutched his ribs. They were probably bruised if he was lucky. If not, they'd be a few cracked bones in there. Katsuki deserved it. The harsh reality of life crashed back down on him. Izuku was a quirkless child, one that had just attacked a top student in their school. There was no question what would happen. He would be expelled unless he did something about it. Izuku grabbed his notebook from his bag and scribbled down a note before holding it towards Katsuki. The boy winced at first, thinking it was another attack, but before realizing it was just a note. If you tell them that it was me, I'll tell them you told me to kill myself. If not, both of us walk away. I will send my application to UA. Katsuki stared at the note for a long minute, and Izuku was really struggling not to run off, to be patient. Fine, deal. The reply was grunted. Izuku held out his hand and helped the blonde back to his feet. Katsuki glared at him for a long moment before limping off towards the infirmary. Izuku could hear him shouting in the hallway as some idiot left their desk in the way and he tripped. Teachers didn't seem to be buying it, but since the only proof they had was a kid's word, they had to take it. Izuku sighed in relief. At least he killed two birds with one stone. He got his argument over UA. He got out of his self-argument with UA and maybe got Katsuki back off for a few days. Progress is progress, right? Right? He wandered out of school with little trouble, but he felt listless and floaty. The back of his neck ached where Katsuki had grabbed him. The burn was there instead of the front. Izuku didn't even realize he was back in his apartment until the door clicked shut behind him. The sound loud in the silent room. Jeez, English. His phone ringing startled him out of his thoughts. Without thinking, he answered the video chat. Kyoshi? Eraserhead's voice quickly came out of the speaker. Izuku yelped and quickly turned off the video conference, dropping the phone in the progress. It clattered against the floor and Izuku groaned. You okay? Eraserhead asked. Izuku picked up the phone and shrugged, then realized Eraser was on the damn phone and he couldn't hear him. Before Izuku face-palmed his forehead, why was Eraser calling? He knew Izuku was mute. Izuku finally answered. Sorry, I know you can't speak. I just wanted to check in and see and thought this would get your attention better than a text. I know you've been busy on that file I sent over last week. It's just not normal for you to go more than a few days without hearing from you. Shit. Izuku had completely forgotten about that file. It was for some drug dealer Eraserhead had been trying to catch. The guy had a self-quirk which was evading Erasure expertly, and the underground hero really needed a full analysis on the guy. Izuku hurried to his table and opened his laptop. The report about half done. He could get it finished tonight. Izuku pulled up his text-to-speech program and set the phone on the table after hitting the speakerphone button. I'm okay, Eraser. Just busy with school finals. I'm sorry, I should have said something. Oh, it's alright, kid. Izuku winced at the word and quickly typed another message, effectively cutting Eraserhead off. Please don't call me that. Sure. Can I ask why? I mean, you are a kid. You're a teenager. No, not kid, not child, not boy either. Eraserhead was silent for a long time. Izuku could tell that Izuku would have believed he hung up if the timer was not ticking on the call screen. Can I ask why, Kyoshi? He finally asked, his voice dark. There was something in there that said danger, but Izuku didn't know if it was directed at him. No, you can't. Not yet. One day I'll tell you, I promise, Eraserhead, but not today. Eraser hummed on the other end of the line. Shota. Izuku made startled noises, confused. Made a little startled noise, confused. Call me Shota. Shota Aizawa. It was a trust exercise. He was giving Izuku something valuable and covertly asking for Izuku's trust right back. Izuku leaned back a little, grabbing the edge of his uniform, trying to calm himself down. That's when he realized he still had his uniform up and his body revolted. He jerked upwards and clambered out of his apartment, quickly changing out of the dirty clothes and into some fresh, clean ones. Even after all this time away from Inko, the habit she forced on him was still strong. She was right after all. He was a germy, quirkless child. He'd just get everything dirty if he wasn't careful. Kyoshi? Eraserhead called, likely hearing him stumble around the apartment. Izuku yelped again, having completely forgotten he was in the middle of a conversation, with his mind freaked out over his uniform. The offending clothes were in his laundry basket by the front door already, ready for the laundry tonight, which was out in the common area of the apartment complex. Izuku slipped back to the table and returned to his laptop. Izuku Akitani. Itsuki Akitani. You can call me Itsuku. Itsuki. Alright, Itsuki. Will I see you tonight? Izuku blinked. Was that a trick question, or did they actually have a planned meeting that he forgot about? No, he didn't have anything on his calendar for Eraserhead. He should know without thinking about it. He'd know even without thinking about it, so it was a trick question. I'll have that file sent before tomorrow, Shota. Thanks. Izuku was pretty sure he failed that test by not reacting. He basically told Eraser that he knew what the trick was, and that he knew it was a test. He chose not to pretend it didn't exist. It did. He chose to pretend it didn't exist. Groaning loudly, he flopped backwards onto the tatami mats of his apartment and covered his eyes with his arm as he stared. If he started right now, he could finish the file before patrol tonight, and it would be scheduled and have it scheduled to be sent out while he was patrolling, though that would hardly be conclusive proof that the two Kyoshis weren't one person. Izuku was so tired. He ended up finishing the file and sending it off before he went out on patrol that evening. It wasn't nearly his best work, but he would be sure it would help Eraserhead get an arrest. Izuku didn't even try to hide on patrol tonight. He found a nice building with a flat roof and perched on the ledge like always. He waited for Eraserhead to find him. It only took a couple of hours before the underground hero's feet slapped onto the concrete behind Izuku, pointedly loud as to not startle him. Izuku turned his masked face to Eraserhead, and the hero actually winced. Damn, did he look that bad today? Probably, after everything Katsuki said floating around his head all day, on top of the awful sensation still nagging at the back of his neck, and then finishing the report within hours which should have taken him days. Yeah, he was wiped out. Are you even sleeping, kid? Izuku winced as the words slapped him, the sound of his harshest voice filling his mind. He hated that fucking word. It was the worst one, but it wasn't the worst one, but it was still bad, still offensive. You okay? Evase moved closer and tried to offer him a hand. Izuku moved away and shook his head. Evase lifted his arms in surrender. Sorry, it just looks like you could use a hand, you know? You look like you had a rough day. Of course he had a rough fucking day, because the universe hated quirkless little Dekus like him. What day was ever a joyride in his life? None of them. Absolutely none of them. Izuku was about to start took a few steadying breaths and shrugged gently. Try not to let Eraserhead see his anger or frustration at the comment. Right, look, I really think you should come in. You've been out on the streets for years now. We just want to help you and get you back home where you're safe and not constantly fighting for survival. Something in Izuku's brain just snapped. There was no way he would ever go back to Inko. Never. He refused. His whole mind screamed out, begging for help, for freedom. No, he would never let that woman muzzle him again. Never let that woman muzzle him again, never shove him in a closet again, never force him to pretend he didn't exist. No. Izuku wanted to scream at the top of his lungs, I'm still here, I exist, I'm Izuku, stop making me invisible. Don't you dare stand here and pretend you know what's best for me, he sighed, storming towards Eraserhead with a purpose. The man's eyes went wide as he stumbled backwards. Don't you dare tell me my life hasn't been about survival from the very day I was born. You know nothing about me, about what I had to do to survive. What I've overcome just to get where I am now. I will never, never go back to that disgrace of a woman who birthed me and called me, and never go back to the. I will never go back to the disgrace of a woman who birthed me into this world against my fucking will. She can't help me. Family can't help me. They only brought me pain. They stole my essence, They stole my existence, my voice, everything. I'm seen and never heard. I'm Kyoshi. I'm soundless. That's what I am. But I have made that into something powerful, so don't you dare tell me that I'm not good enough on my own. I'm so tired of people telling me I'm not enough just as I am. Leave me alone, Shota. Stop trying to make me something I'm not. You're just as bad as everyone else who ever wanted to see me disappear back to my place in the world, under everyone's foot. Never again. Izuku's whole body was making words at this point, every inch of him portraying his anguish and pain. He couldn't take it anymore. He refused to let anyone believe he had needed that awful woman, or anyone but himself. He was stronger this way. He could protect himself. He had trained, practiced, and fought to protect himself, all by himself. He did that, no one else. Letting out a shaky breath, Izuku stepped back and shook his head, knowing Eraserhead likely understood none of that. He looked off to the side and tried to wipe his tears from his face. After he finished, Eraserhead waved his hand for Izuku's attention. When Izuku looked up, he spoke in sign. I would never tell you you aren't enough as you are, Kyoshi. You're brave and strong. I didn't know you had been through so much. I will never say anything like that again, I promise. But I want you to understand that you don't have to be alone, and that you aren't alone. I'm here. I want to offer you whatever you need or want. Izuku froze. May had been the only one who tried to speak to him in sign, the only one who took the time to communicate, time and effort to communicate with him properly and easily. But it wasn't just that. Eraserhead had called him strong and brave. Eraserhead had offered to help him, not out of pity or because he thought Izuku was weak. He was offering because he didn't want Izuku to be alone. He clutched his face mask, as the dam finally broke. Everything came crashing down around Izuku. That too full feeling he always had in his chest from everything was just too much, too many emotions. It was spilling over and he couldn't control it. Sobs overtook him, rattling his chest as he collapsed to his knees. Izuku didn't even realize Eraserhead was by his side at first, but strong arms wrapped around him and started to rock him back and forth gently. The man didn't try to make Izuku shut up. He didn't yell at Izuku for being loud or for being emotional. He just held the teen and rocked him in his arms. Izuku realized that this was what it felt like to be comforted. That realization only made him cry harder. Schroeder closed his eyes as he cradled the sobbing teenager to his chest. He didn't speak, didn't move. He just held Kyoshi in his arms and tried to soothe his aching soul. There was no words he could say that would fix this. There was no bits of wisdom that would make the kid see that he was loved and not alone. The only thing that would prove it would be actions. Schroeder knew that too well. Gaining this child's trust had been a mountain. Schroeder had climbed it halfway before realizing just how big the mountain even was. Now he could see it. He could see the pain etched in the hoarseness of the child's sobbing voice. Kyoshi was just a teen, but he had survived more than most pro-heroes ever faced in their whole lives. He had fought many battles, more battles than Schroeder could even imagine. He'd seen the scars on the boy's hands and arms as well. Hell, he'd even saw some on the edge of something underneath the teen's mask too. He knew there was a chance Kyoshi was hiding more than just mutism under that mask, but he'd never force the kid to tell him if he wasn't ready. Schroeder looked up at the sky and gently sighed, a few unwanted tears dribbling down his own face. The broken sobs and cries from the boy in his arms finally settled down. Kyoshi was quietly crying against his chest, fingers so tangled in Schroeder's hero suit he wasn't sure how he'd ever get free. But then did he really want to let go? If he did, Kyoshi would just vanish again, and go back to his life as a vigilante? Schroeder was determined to bring him in and help him get back to a normal life, or maybe just start a new life. His Archie had been wanting to adopt for years now, and Schroeder was hiding the excitement for the idea. But maybe this was an opportunity to better the lives of both himself and his husband, as well as someone who needed love and kindness. A small tap on his shoulder brought Schroeder's mind back to the small teenager in his arms. He was signing again. Izuku Midoriya, that's my real name. It's not Akitani. There we go, Akitani. Schroeder tilted his head to the side a little. Do I need to ask if you're admitting you're both analyst and vigilante? Kyoshi snorted and wiped his wet face against his sleeves. I am Izuku Midoriya at Isuki Akitani, Kyoshi, informant and vigilante. Schroeder nodded slowly, releasing the boy from his arms gently as he put it before sitting back on his heels. Alright, Izuku. He purposely chose to not use the kid's family name. From what he said earlier. You know I gotta take you in, right? Just a few questions. And if you want, I would like to take you home with me. My husband and I could be your guardians while we look for a place for you. You're still underage, so I can't let you continue to live on your own, but I won't treat you like you don't know how to take care of yourself, okay? I promise I'll never send you anywhere back near your, biological family again. Promise? Izuku asked. And Shota's heart shattered. He didn't worry about the police questioning or going home with a hero or even having guardians. Hell, he wasn't even worried if he would be sent to jail for vigilantism. No, he was worried about being sent back to his family, or at least his blood relatives. That's all they were in the end. Shota knew that blood didn't always equal family. I promise, Izuku. They hurt you, didn't they? You said they... Shota sighed and reached his hand towards Izuku's mask, just stopping when he got within a foot of that mask. They took your voice? Izuku nodded, letting out a sniffle. He seemed to be debating something in his mind, his eyes both searching the ground between them. Shota was a patient man, and tonight he had all the patience in the world for this poor boy who had been hurt so much in his very short years of life, of being on Earth. When Izuku came to the conclusion Shota wasn't privy to, he looked back up and did something Shota never expected him to do. The teen reached behind his ears and pulled off his mask along with the neck sleeve that he wore. The sight behind it sent fury throughout Shota's body, so deeply that he felt it burning in every marrow of his bones. What laid under the mask was a burn scar that in the shape of a handprint. It covered half of his mouth and ran down his neck, marring Izuku's cheek as well. Shota tried to swallow the desire to maim the person who did that. And the only thing that made burns like that were fireworks. After all, not many people could just set their hand on fire and not be hurt by it in return. That explained the cigarette burns he saw on Izuku's arms. Now he could see a trend, a pattern of abuse. Shota reached out and tried to cup Izuku's hands, and the boy allowed it. He didn't want to go anywhere near that scar. It looked sensitive, and Shota wasn't going to offend the kid by accident. Thank you for sharing that with me. I understand. If you never have to show that to anyone if you don't want to, okay? Izuku nodded to him and used one of his hands to replace his mask, while the others still clung to Shota's hands. Alright, are you ready to get this over with? Izuku nodded again and stumbled to his feet shakily. Shota steadied him with a careful hand on the boy's shoulder. Together they walked to the police station. The whole walk, Izuku never stopped clutching the side of Shota's hero suit. Neither of them mentioned it. The station was pretty quiet when they walked in, Izuku half hiding behind Shota. It worked, if only because Izuku was like half his height. Shota had made a single comment about Izuku hanging onto his suit the whole walk back to the station, and Izuku was thankful for that. He'd broken down enough today. He didn't think he could handle his hero pointing out his weakness right now. But Izuku had a feeling Shota would never do that. Tsukauchi walked out of his office as they arrived, clearly aiming towards the coffee machine. Eraser, I wasn't expecting you here for another few hours. What happened? Shota looked down at Izuku behind him, giving what Izuku translated as an encouraging look. Izuku frowned behind his mask, not liking that one bit. Be brave. Shota called him brave. He could do this. Izuku peeked out from behind Shota and waved. He was still in his vigilante gear though, so Tsukauchi might not recognize him. Izuku was wearing dark black cargo pants with green pocket accents and a dark grey hoodie with the hood up, and his dark green face mask and his black neck sleeve. Geez, English. He even had dark green fingerless gloves to match the dark green combat boots and matching dark green combat boots as well. When Izuku glanced up briefly, he noted the look on Tsukauchi's face. One second. You can take him into the interview. You can take him into the interview room, Eraser? Tsukauchi scrambled back to his office to grab the file and notebook, and also another cup of coffee as well. What might bring the to be okay. Tsukauchi scrambled back to his office to grab a file and a notebook, as well as another coffee as well, as what might be two more from the way he looks to be grabbing the mugs. Izuku realized it was about 11 in the evening, late, but not too late. It was still far too early for either of them to be finishing patrol, but Izuku supposed tonight was his last patrol. It felt bad that he didn't end up catching any criminals. Instead, he broke down into Schroeder's arms. Schroeder led the way back to behind the counter, but stopped before they went too far. Izuku, I need your weapons. Izuku tilted his head and pat himself down. He didn't have anything on his person right now, did he? He scrunched up his face, feeling kind of dead brain from everything that just happened this evening. Where's your bat? Schroeder asked, just as Tsukauchi came out and offered them both coffee mugs. Oh, right, his bat. That's what he was forgetting. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out a small metal disc, offering it to Schroeder. With all the emotions rolling around in his head, he forgot that the thing had been packed into his pocket. Izuku, this isn't a bat. Where did you hide it? We'll need it for evidence. Izuku sighed and took the disc back, tapping it twice on the top and tossing it upwards. The bat sprang to life just as Izuku wrapped his hands around the handle. He flipped it a few times and offered it to Schroeder with the heavy end down. What the hell? Tsukauchi choked on his coffee. Where did the thing get tech like that? That's an excellent question, Suki. Schroeder arched a brow at Izuku. Izuku had the decency to look scolded. I'm kind of best friends with an inventor. She's likely going to be the top support gear creator in a few years, once she graduates high school. She has made me some guns, trank guns, that's it, not real ones. She's currently upgrading those, and this is last year's bat model. This year's also almost ready. Schroeder sighed as if everything Izuku just said exhausted him, as he took the offered mug of coffee and chugged half of it while Tsukauchi and Izuku stared at him wide-eyed. What did he say? Tsukauchi finally asked. Izuku bit his lower lip to keep him from giggling. He has a support gear inventor in his pocket. Sounds like a girl his age. This bat is apparently last year's model, and she's working on a newer version, as well as upgraded trank guns. The detective glanced at Izuku with a mixture of worry and fear. I'm gonna need... No, Izuku cut Schroeder off. No, she hasn't done anything wrong. She doesn't know what I do. She just invents. I won't risk her career. She's not involved. That was sort of a lie. May had figured it out, but Izuku kept her at a distance from the whole thing, as far as he could tell at least. Schroeder sighed yet again. Fine, this girl gets off the hook, but she can't make you any more weapons ever again, even legal ones. Clear? Clear, Izuku saluted. Schroeder rolled his eyes and motioned them both to follow him. Izuku took the extra cup of coffee from Tsukauchi's hand and followed the hero towards the interview room. At least this one wasn't an interrogation room. It was cushy with couches, chairs, and a box of tissues. Oh, this wasn't where they interviewed criminals. Lovely. Izuku wasn't sure how he felt about that. When everyone was seated, Schroeder motioned for Tsukauchi to take over. Well, I can't use my quirk on you if you can't speak, so here's my first question. Are you really mute? Izuku nodded and signed towards Schroeder, who translated. I was injured when I was 8. My father used his quirk on me. It damaged my my mouth, tongue, and throat. Forming words is very hard. I assume if I ever got in speech therapy, I could relearn, but I can't right now. Tsukauchi nodded as he flipped to the page of notes and questions he likely made when Kyoshi first appeared. How long have you been a vigilante? We have records on the last couple of years. Is that it? I've been doing what you would legally be called vigilantism since I was 10. I've been training since I was 8. I only actively started patrolling and fighting when I was about 12 or 13 though. I'm almost 15 now. Tsukauchi made some notes and went on. Please explain your quirk and how it helps you with your vigilante work. This is important so we can know how to address your case. Izuku blinked, staring blankly at the two men across from him. Had they really not figured it out? Had they believed he had a quirk all this time? No one had ever mentioned the vigilante Kyoshi having a quirk, and Izuku didn't spread rumors around it either. He also never told Schroeder that he had one as Kyoshi the informant. Is he serious? Izuku signed to Schroeder. Very, Izuku. We need to know if you have a simple IQ quirk. That could mean the difference between patrol or jail time if you have a combat quirk. Izuku sighed. They didn't understand. They would never understand. Izuku looked down at his hands. The scars that littered them were mostly from Hisashi poking him with heated fingers from his fire gloves. They looked like cigarette burns. He had a few strap scars from where Inko had lashed him too, though most of those were across his back or the bottoms of his feet. With shaky hands, Izuku signed his death warrant, literally and metaphorically. I'm quirkless. Tsukauchi wouldn't understand the weight of that word at the moment since he couldn't read the sign language, but Schroeder could. Schroeder understood instantly. The man grabbed Tsukauchi by the collar and dragged him out of the room. Izuku knew it was over. He couldn't expect his hero to still want him, to still want to protect him when he knew the truth. Of course he'd be alone again. Why did he ever believe anything different? Hey, Schroeder called back into the room, the door almost shut. Izuku could only see enough of Schroeder's chest. I don't care what your quirk status is, but I need to discuss it with Suki. Give me a moment. Izuku stared at the door as Schroeder closed it. He didn't care, but everyone cared. Quirks were all that mattered. Izuku scurried out of his chair, pressing an ear to the door, straining to hear what the conversation outside. It wasn't hard. They were speaking pretty loud. Suki, the kid's quirkless. What? He's quirkless. It makes so much more sense now. Why he uses a baseball bat, why he was abused, why he's on his own. This kid has been alone and hated his whole life. I might not understand it entirely, but you know how I was treated as a villain as a kid. I understand his pain slightly. Eraser, you know what that means, right? We can't let this kid go to court. They'll chew him up and spit him out. He'll continue to get abused in the system over and over. I know. I had planned to take him in with me regardless of his vigilante case. But now, Suki, can you let this go? Can we just forget he was ever here? If we can convince him to give it up on being a vigilante for good? Yeah, I don't want to see this kid get eaten alive by a twisted government. We both know nothing that wants nothing than to beat him to the ground. Alright, I need to call Zashi and Nezu. I think the rat will want this kid. Oh? If you've seen what this kid has been able to do in if what we've seen him do is even half what he's capable of, this kid could very well be the smartest thing next to Nezu. Yeah, not to mention he's already on my level, just about at my level of stealth. I think we both know it's likely from sneaking around and trying to avoid getting hurt from the people who's supposed to protect him. Izuku winced at that harsh truth. I know, but no more. We'll start a case against his parents. Believe me. After what I've seen, if I don't find the bastard who hurt this kid, you'll have to stop me from putting a bullet in his head. If I ever find the bastard who hurt this kid, you'll have to stop me from putting a bullet in his head. That bad? Suki, the injury that muted him, that's a burn scar on his face, shaped in the shape of a fucking handprint. Eraser, I know. I want his parents to be arrested and put away for good, even if I have to bloody my own knuckles to do it. I don't care. This kid deserves justice. He'll get it, Eraser, regardless. I'll get the paperwork started when we're done. Good. They both went their separate ways for a few minutes, likely to make phone calls. The phone calls that they mentioned to Izuku, so Izuku kept his ears strained until he heard them walking back. He quickly pulled himself back in his chair when he heard the two men coming towards the interview room. When they came back, Izuku was staring at the floor in the position he'd been left in, processing the whole conversation that was very much not for his ears, which was a lot. They wanted to help him, even in private, when they thought Izuku couldn't hear them. They wanted to protect him. They wanted to get justice for what the world did to him, what his own parents did to him. When Shota sat back down, Izuku practically tackled him in a hug, tears once more streaming down his face. Shota actually yelped in surprise, but quickly wrapped his arms around the smaller teen. Hey, what's wrong, Izu? Izuku wiped his eyes and shook his head, wishing everything inside him that he could speak. But no matter how hard he tried, the voice of Hisashi just reminded him to shut up and be invisible. He couldn't push past the pain to speak, so after a moment he just sighed. Thank you, that's all. Just thank you. The underground hero tilted his head. Tsukauchi shrugged, having no idea what that was about, so he chose to push on. Neither man commented about Izuku sitting in Shota's lap now, and neither sought to move him out of it. Alright, so we have a proposal for you, Izuku. If you'll be willing to give up being a vigilante permanently, we won't be filing your case at all. Thing is, with you being quirkless, well, I don't need to explain how bad the legal system is. Honestly, it's appalling. But we also can't have a 14-year-old running around and chasing crime. It's A, dangerous, and B, illegal. So with this agreement, you'll go under Shota's guardianship and whatever else he wants to offer you. I think he spoke of Nezu? Izuku was curious about that. Neither man had been gone that long. The phone calls couldn't have lasted more than a couple of minutes each. Had that been enough time to win the infamous Principal Nezu over to Izuku's side? Shota sat up a bit straighter, nodding. Izuku wants to meet you and discuss possibly enrolling you in UA. Now, I think it's a horrible idea because we don't really need another human force of nature like that, but, well, I think it's your best bet, kid. Wait, I'll be a UA student? Shota shook his head. Not fully. Nezu wants you to train under him so you can be a licensed quirk analyst, officially. So you probably take general education course with the students, but you'll be taking major stuff with him. That's one option. We could also have you sit the entrance exam, the written ones, and you could go into the general education or business course if you want, or whatever you want. Izuku could tell Shota Shota really didn't want him to become Nezu's student, purely to keep him from becoming a human force of nature, which seemed like a weird concern to have, though. Izuku giggled softly to himself. I want to try to be Nezu-san's student. I don't know if I'm smart enough, but yeah, I'll try. Izuku, you're brilliant. Don't doubt that, okay? Shota nodded to his police partner. So, Is that a yes? Have you agreed to the terms? Izuku nodded, both of them signing a quick yes to Shota. Good. Tsukauchi handed some forms over to Shota with a devious little grin. Shota groaned with an eye roll. Give these back to me tomorrow and I'll give Nezu a call. I'm sure he can push them through pretty fast. Said the tired hero. The tired hero mumbled. Jeez, English. Izuku wasn't sure what the paperwork they were talking about. Maybe guardianship stuff? A police officer with a full-on cat head knocked at the door and poked his head around it. Izuku was busy marvelling at the mutant quirk and failed to hear the short conversation. Sir, President Mike is here for Eraserhead. Send him in, Sansa. Yes, sir. While Izuku's brain rebooted, Shota picked him up and placed him on his own chair. Wait, did that officer mention President Mike? Shota had said something about the name Mike earlier when he was speaking in the hallway. Why was President Mike here? Izuku turned to a questioning glance to Shota, and the tired hero just smirked, he was hiding something. Izuku could just tell. Hey, listeners! President Mike's loud voice burst into the room, nearly knocking Izuku out off the chair he was sitting on. Mike, stop scaring Izuku. Oh, sorry, little listener. How are you doing? Izuku tilted his head a little. He knew President Mike's hero persona, but this man was wearing checkered pajamas and a giant hoodie with his head cascading down his shoulders. Is that really President Mike? Izuku signed to Shota. That's my husband. Shota answered with a grin. He also speaks sign, the reason why I know the sign language. Izuku's eyes brightened as he turned back to find the hero smiling with his hands tucked in his pockets casually. Yep, but you can call me Hizashi, okay? The reaction to that name was immediate. Izuku's whole body curled in on itself. You are better seen and not heard. Better yet, neither. Get back here, boy. Come out now or I'll make it 10 times worse. Izuku whimpered, hands lightly digging into the fabric of his mask. He hadn't heard his father's name in years except in the farthest reach of his own mind. The loudest voice, the most painful one. Izuku didn't want to hear it anymore. He didn't want to be invisible. He didn't want to be ignored anymore. A hand reached for his shoulder and Izuku cried out, shoving himself away and onto the floor. He needed an escape. He needed somewhere to hide. Somewhere. There was nothing. Someone was blocking the door. There was nowhere to hide. He whimpered again. Hey, Izuku. Hey, Izuku, stop. Take a breath. It's me. It's Shota. Can you hear me? Izuku didn't realize he was gasping for air until Shota told him to breathe. His eyes snapped back to the dark-haired hero in front of him, forcing himself to nod. Yes, he could hear Shota. What happened? Where'd you go? Izuku wasn't sure how to answer that until he saw the worried faces behind Shota. Tsukauchi looked like he wanted to reach out and help, but was forcing himself not to. President Mike was just about to jump in when Izuku winced a little, remembering something. His name. What? Whose name? Mike? Shota was careful not to touch Izuku more than a shoulder grip, just to keep him grounded most likely. It's similar. The name, it's the same, similar to my father, Hizashi. Both Shota and Mike's eyes went wide. Mike looked away in anger and grief. Izuku couldn't tell. In anger or in grief, Izuku couldn't tell. It was one of the two, and that panicked him. I'm sorry, I'll get over it. Please don't be mad. I didn't mean to react that way. I didn't know that's your name. It's just so similar and... Whoa. Izuku, calm down. Stop. Calm down. Mike, what isn't mad at you for your reaction to his name. He's right, little listener. I'm not mad at you. I'm never never at you. I'm angry because someone hurt you so badly that hearing their name makes you upset. How about this? You can call me Mike, okay? Or you can call me Yamada. That's my last name. Whichever is easiest for you. Izuku took a few steadying breaths as he nodded, trying to force a smile behind his mask. Eventually, it came. Eventually, he pushed the fear back and panic back into the corners of his mind, and excitement filled him. President Mike and Eraserhead were going to take him home. Well, so they said, but he wasn't sure he believed them until they'd let him stay. Probably not forever. Besides, Shota said it was until they find him a place to stay. Do you have anything to pick up before we head home? Home. Izuku really wished he could stay with them for more than just a few days. He was so tired of feeling listless and a draft. Izuku nodded. Okay, little listener. Let's head out, okay? Tsukauchi bowed his head to the two heroes as the two heroes led Izuku out of the interview room, but he interrupted at the last minute. Remember, Izuku, no vigilantism anymore. It wasn't a threat, just a gentle warning. Izuku nodded and gave Tsukauchi a thumbs up. To be honest, Izuku wasn't sure he would hold out on that at first. If the two heroes failed him, he probably would end up on his own again, and he'd probably just end up back to what he was doing. But there was some deep longing in his soul for the normal life he saw in movies. A loving family, school where kids didn't try to kill you every day, a chance of a real chance at a career, and happiness, so much happiness. He longed for that so deeply. Izuku looked up to see the two heroes chatting quietly as they walked to Yamada's car. Maybe they could be what he needed. Neither Shota nor Yamada commented on his tiny apartment when they'd gone in and picked up Izuku's mere belongings. Izuku had left a note at the office to explain his departure. All he had in the end was one duffel bag of clothes and his laptop bag with his laptop and notebooks. He would normally stuff his gear in a bag. He would normally have a gear bag as well, but most of his special gears were with May for upgrades. May. Izuku fumbled with his phone, struggling to get it out while he seatbelted in the car. Quickly, not even caring if he was in the car with his new guardians, he called May. He video called May. Izuku, she barked over the phone. Both heroes jumped and turned to see what he was doing. May, I'm so sorry, I forgot to tell you something really important. Whoa, slow down, it's okay, what did you forget? Eraserhead and I got into a huge argument on the rooftop tonight, and I broke down and he took me in. He's taking me in. Eraserhead and President Mike are going to be my guardians for a while. I'm also going to see Nezu, and he might take me on in as his students for quirk studies. Izuku, that's amazing. We could end up at UA together then, right? Did I tell you to get in this? Did I tell you that I got into the support course today? I'm just so excited. I can make you all the babies you want for my own and start my own business. And you'll be right by my side, right, Zu? Of course, May. Izuku smiled brightly towards behind his mask. He knew May would see the smile in. He knew May would see the smile in the way his eyes crinkled. She was an expert at reading his face after all these years. Congrats, Izuku. You deserve a happy family. Don't be a stranger, okay? If you ever need any more gear, just let me know. Hell, you can have your new dads come for me to me for gear too. Izuku sputtered a little when May called them his dads. That was so far from where they were right now. Izuku didn't want to assume anything, especially not when they'd likely want, especially not they'd want to keep a quirkless decker like him. She hung up before he could reply, so Izuku just sighed and tucked his phone away. Is that your inventor friend? Yes, May. She's brilliant but crazy. All her babies, as she calls them, have at least a 40% chance of exploding. Shota thought over this for a moment and then glanced at Yamada beside him. All of them? Like even your bat? Izuku chuckled to himself a little. Well, it does have an electrocution function and retractable spikes too. I think May's also going to add something special to the newest model too. That's concerning, Mike mumbled, mostly to himself. Shota just chuckled to himself and kept his eyes on the road. Izuku wasn't exactly sure what to make of that. Chapter 6. You don't need permission to exist. Arriving at the house was a bit of a culture shock for Izuku. They had a lovely standalone home. It looked to be at least 3 bedrooms. A 3-bedroom home. It wasn't tiny and cramped. It wasn't a tiny and cramped apartment where Izuku could suffocate on the isolation and residual anger that seemed to seep out of every piece of wood in the house. When Shota opened the door and Yamada followed him in, Izuku realized he didn't know their house rules yet. He should have asked in the car. Damn it, of course his useless brain would fail him when it was most important. Izuku followed them but stopped at the Genken to take off his shoes. He set them aside behind the door, like always, and then looked around. They had slippers, but no clean socks or gloves. Shit. Izuku crouched down to rifle through his backpack to find some. Missing something, Izuku? Mike asked. No, just looking for clean socks and gloves, he explained without looking up as he signed one-handedly. Why? Izuku stopped and stared up at Mike, who had his head cocked to the side and a very confused look on his face. I'm allowed inside without gloves and clean socks? Shota had come back out and silently asking Mike what was going on. Mike blinked a few times, something dark rising behind his eyes. Izuku, why would we force you to wear gloves in the house? Shota's face twisted up in disgust. What was the reason behind something like that? Izuku's brain was breaking. Did they really not know? Had they never been told that Quirker's children were full of germs and weak and sickly? He knew his lung disorder was fake, but his parents had told him since the day he was diagnosed that he was weak and sickly, full of germs. I'm quirkless. I don't want your house to be covered in my germs. I shouldn't have clung to Shota like I did. I might get him sick from all my crying. Inko never let me in the house without putting out clean socks and gloves. Both of his guardians looked utterly horrified at what Izuku had just said. Mike even put a hand over his mouth. A second later, Shota was wrapping his whole body around Izuku and pulling him in for a desperate and tight hug. Don't ever say stuff like that again. It's not true, Izuku. Quirkless people are no more germ-filled than anyone else. You aren't going to get me sick. You don't have to put clean socks just because you can walk around. Just so you can walk around the house and you can touch anything you want with your bare hands, okay? Izuku was sure he'd probably cry if he hadn't already cried himself empty earlier in the evening. So instead, he hung to Shota's side and nodded into the man's shoulder. He had so many more things he had to ask, so many more rules he knew he had to follow, but were those rules also wrong? He knew, of course, that a lot of what his parents did to him was wrong, but he never assumed that his quirkless problems were wrong. Everyone in society followed those beliefs, that he was worthless and sick, gross and horrible. Everyone who knew he was quirkless, at least. Why were these two men different, or was everyone else wrong? Hey, little listener, what's going on in your mind? I can see the gears turning in there. Talk to us. Izuku wiped a stray tear from his face and shrugged. I wasn't sure what the rules were here. The rules? Shota asked, leaning back from the hug. Back at Inko's apartment, when I was home, I had to put shoes on at the door, put my shoes at the door, put clean socks and gloves clean socks and gloves, and got situated. Do I need to do that here? The two heroes exchanged a worried look, and Mike asked, "What does situated mean, Izuku?" He half a sigh and shrugged yet again as he explained, "I'm quirkless. Quirkless kids are supposed to be seen and not heard. When I came home, Inko put a muzzle on. I would go to my room and change immediately put my dirty clothes in the bin by the door for washing, so that I wouldn't get my germs everywhere." Mike visibly winced and rubbed a hand across his cheek. It was a soothing sort of rub that Izuku was all too familiar with. Shota had a very dark look in his eyes that made Izuku feel scared. If he didn't know it wasn't directed at him, and was pointed at the door right now. It was pointed at the door right now. "No, Izuku," Shota finally said, his voice deep and wrathful. "You will never be made to wear a fucking torture device ever again. You can also stay in whatever clothes makes you feel comfortable whenever, okay?" Izuku nodded. It didn't make sense to him when everyone in his life seemed to agree with Inko, even going as far as to remind him about his disability on a daily basis. As Shota got up, he held out a hand for Izuku to take, and the teen didn't hesitate to take it, even if he was still a bit shocked from all the changes. He did, however, hesitate to step into the house with dirty socks and just a thin pair of slippers, and bare hands. Even in his own small apartment where he spent the last few months, he'd worn gloves sometimes, not all the time. After all, he was the only one that lived there, but the habit was hard to shake. The kitchen is to the right, the living room to the left. Your bedroom is upstairs across from ours. You'll have the guest bathroom to yourself, since we have our own. Our office is down here, and the third bedroom has been turned into a home gym, which you're welcome to use once we go over safety. I've been using gym equipment since I was a kid. I took 3 community classes at a local gym: self-defense, parkour, martial arts, and weightlifting. So that's how you got so good on your feet on those rooftops," Shota mused with a grin. Izuku blushed a little, nodding. "Alright, anyway, this is your room." Shota had led them upstairs as they talked and opened the door to a simple room that was painted a soft grey with navy blue sheets. There was a desk, a TV, and a few shelves. It was more than what Izuku had ever been given. Izuku finally let go of Shota's hands and explored the room. The first thing he checked was if he could fit under the bed. He hadn't needed to hide in his apartment since he was alone, but could he hide again? But now he could hide again. "What are you doing, little listener?" Mike asked from the doorway beside Shota. "Making sure I fit. It makes hiding easier." The men exchanged a look, and Shota sighed. He seemed to be realizing something that Izuku wasn't being told about. Wasn't going to be told about. "Izuku, you won't need to hide unless you really feel the need to. But we will never give you a reason to hide. If you ever feel like hiding, you can come to us so we can help. Can you come to us and tell us so we can help? If you feel like hiding, it might mean that we've upset you, and we don't want to do that, okay?" Mike hadn't done much of the talking since they got off the topic of home rules. He seemed rather emotional off and on, but Shota could tell he was serious about this. Izuku could tell he was serious about this. Izuku scooted out from the bed and nodded. He could try to remember that. Now that he was in his room, though, he assumed that they would leave him there and be left to unpack his things and remain quiet for the evening. "Oh, he's got his things at the door." Izuku turned to ask, only to find his new guardians placing his bags down for him. Izuku smiled behind his mask and signed a "thank you" softly. Mike dipped his head and wandered back downstairs. Shota leaned on the doorway inside. That seemed like serious concern, but he didn't speak. Instead, he chose a sign. Izuku wondered what sparked that. Maybe just practice? What are the other rules what other rules did Inko have for you in her house? He asked. Izuku frowned, but explained. Since these all seemed to be really normal for him, he didn't seem bothered by someone asking. I had to stay in my room once I got home and ate after I ate dinner, if I got any, until the morning. If I needed something, I stood at my doorway and knocked, waited for her to come. In the morning, she put out breakfast on the table and sometimes a first aid kit if needed. If I was late to school or got anything below a C, I'd be punished. I told her the classes that I took were all extra studies for school, not gym classes. Truthfully, school bores me. It's too easy. But if I get straight A's, the teachers will say I cheated and failed me. If I behaved and stayed quiet, she left me alone. Inko wasn't hurtful. She just didn't want me to touch anything. I was only allowed to speak if asked for a direct reply. Shota frowned and lifted up his hands to reply. So, your biological father, was your main abuser? Inko just neglected you? You realize that's not any better, right? I guess after he injured me, she kicked him out and things were much better. She stopped using the muzzle because of the scar. She didn't want to risk any medical bills for an infection, and since it basically muted me, she never brought it back out. Does she know you left? Shota asked out loud this time. Izuku shrugged. I didn't leave a note, but I don't think she tried to find me. Honestly, if you look at my address, you might find an empty apartment now. She hated living there. With me gone, she probably left. Or maybe she hasn't even noticed yet. I don't know. She's probably happier now. Izuku watched Shota wince. After a moment, he stepped into the room and crouched down in front of Izuku. Listen to me, Izuku. I want to make something very clear. You, just you, as a person, no matter your quirk status or your health status, or your hair color or your gender or anything that you can use to define a person, you are perfect. And you are enough. Just as you are. Anyone in the world who would be lucky to have you as their son. What Inko and that man did to you was wrong. Whatever they told you, whatever they made you believe, Mike and I will spend the rest of our lives breaking it down to prove them wrong, okay? Izuku's tear ducts must have recovered because he couldn't hold back the wave of tears that crashed into him. His whole body collided with Shota as he clung to him. Shota rocked them back and forth on on the floor of Izuku's new bedroom for what felt like hours, holding him. Izuku barely remembered what this felt like. He had been to actually be comforted. Certainly not since his diagnosis. Shota had been the first, up on that rooftop, to give him any kind of reassurance outside of May's kind words. He was certainly the first adult to do so. After a while, a voice called from downstairs, Mike's voice. Dinner's ready, you two. Come and get it. I made stir-fry. Izuku wiped his sleeve across his face and Shota chuckled as he reached for a tissue from Izuku's bedside table to hand to Izuku. I had a feeling there was going to be a lot of shocking changes. Just tell us if you're ever confused and we'll explain, okay? Izuku nodded. Shota stood up with a little groan and stretched out his spine, which made Izuku giggle a little. Shota just shot him an annoyed glare and wandered out of the room. Izuku followed. Once held downstairs, he discovered the newest problem. The dining room was conjoined with the kitchen. A slight panic set in, but he reminded himself that Shota said to ask when he was confused. Before Shota could get too far into the room, Izuku grabbed the back of his shirt and likely tugged it for attention. He paused when he saw the panic in Izuku's eyes. What's wrong? Am I allowed in the kitchen? Where do I eat? Where do I put my dishes? Am I allowed at the table? Shota frowned and took Izuku's hand. Mike was looking at them with a curious eye while holding a large set of cooking chopsticks. You're allowed in any room of the house, Izuku. The only room with an exception is our bedroom, but we only ask that you knock before entering. You can eat with us at the table, Mike interjected in. Or if we have Mike interjected then. Or if we have movie nights, we can all eat in the living room. Schroeder snorted. That's what Mike said. Yeah, as for dishes, we usually share the cleaning duties. So once you're done, just wash them up and put them on the rack, okay? He nodded, followed Schroeder to the table, and waited for the tired hero to point out one of the extra chairs that hopefully wasn't Mike's or Schroeder's usually. Izuku still felt like he was taking up extra space. Space that he didn't have the right to take up in their lives. Every time his brain tried to tell him he was wrong or bad, Mike and Schroeder were quick to fill him with confidence that he wasn't, and it would hopefully sink in, that he did have a right to take up space in someone's life, and they'd willingly accept it. Izuku was sitting on the couch the next morning, reading a book, with Mike grading papers in the chair nearby, when Schroeder walked into the living room. Izuku? The teen looked up to tilt his head. I had a chat with Nezu. He wants to meet you this weekend. Schroeder glanced over to Mike, and Izuku was pretty sure he heard both worry lines in their foreheads already. They were both getting worry lines in their foreheads already. Second thing I wanted to speak about is school. Izuku watched him sit down carefully on the other side of the coffee table. The reason we didn't send you back to school today was firstly because you need time to get settled here, but secondly, we need to know if it wasn't only your home life that was hurting you. To be honest, Izuku had never thought about the bullying that happened at school. It was so minor compared to what he had faced at home that he just assumed it was normal for kids to get bullied, even if he was the only one being bullied in his entire class. Izuku looked down at himself, seeing through his own clothes at the scars that lie beneath. There were scars from when he was younger. Not many were from his bullies. Katsuki had left one on his arm, a little starburst. After Izuku's lung disorder diagnosis, Katsuki had protected Izuku from the physical bullying, but not the verbal bullying. He still berated Izuku and threatened him, and even recently told him to jump off a roof. Despite that, Izuku didn't want to get Katsuki in trouble. He didn't understand the boy's actions or words, but that didn't mean he didn't want to get them in trouble. Do I have to tell you names? In all reality, it was everyone. I don't really want to talk about it. It's really okay. I can go back to school to the end of the year. It's almost over anyway. Izuku, Mike gave him a soft look. If people were hurting you at school, we need to report it to the school district, especially if it was the teachers. Can you tell us a little of what happened at your school so we can figure out how to report this? Izuku sighed and set down his book after marking his page. The teachers ignored me, only speaking to me with hand gestures or grunts. And the students were mostly verbal after Inko made me fake my illness. Kachan protected me from the physical, but he was still verbally abusive just like the rest of them. Just, hateful words, spider lilies on my desk, which is part of why I blew up at Eraserhead. Part of the reason why I blew up at Eraserhead was because yesterday Kachan told me to jump off a roof and pray for a quirk in my next life. I was emotional and snapped. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. You're justifiably emotional, Schroeder scoffed. He leaned forward, rubbing his face into his hands. He looked more exhausted than usual, and Izuku wasn't sure if it was his fault or not. Finally, after a deep sigh, Schroeder shook his head. You're not going to go back to that school. I'll burn it down myself if I have to. Izuku blinked, his head ticking to the side in confusion. It seemed every time these two heroes spoke, it confused the poor boy. He wasn't sure how he'd gone his whole life without never having finding a single person who spoke like these men did, who believed he was just a normal kid. Okay, Izuku replied dumbly, having little idea of what to say. That seemed to be the end of the conversation, though. Shota nodded once and left the room and headed back towards his office. Mike went back to grading papers after a quick smile, so Izuku assumed that was that and went back to reading. Sunday morning found Izuku working on his laptop while Mike and Shota were making breakfast together. He had a few cases he wanted to wrap up and submit to Shota before the weekend came to a close. They were also meeting Nezu before lunch, and Izuku was using his analysis as a way to calm his pile of nerves before he had to meet with the famous principal of UA High. Izuku had been up since 5 a.m. working on his laptop. When Mike had wandered down into the living room around 6 and found him engrossed, he did little more than to stare at Izuku for a moment and headed into the kitchen. Not long after, Izuku smelled coffee. Shota wandered downstairs at around 6:30 and his eyes squinted at Izuku, but the smell of coffee must have been too alluring, because he went off into the kitchen in short order. By the time Mike peeked his head out of the kitchen doorway, Izuku was packing up the 2 cases, and he just finished and needed to send them off to Shota. Hey, little listener, breakfast is ready. Hope you like waffles. Coming, Mike, Izuku signed over his laptop. Once he hit send, the device was closed and set aside with his bag. He lazily wandered into the kitchen while rubbing his tired eyes. Computer screens seemed to always give him a headache if he stared at them too long. Maybe he should get checked by an eye doctor. Maybe he needs glasses. Being a weak little quirkless kid and all, it wouldn't make sense if his eyes wasn't the best. What are you working on, kid? Shota asked in a sleepy voice. Just stuff, Izuku slurred. The whole room stopped. Izuku just let his hands fall from his face, his eyes wide at the sound of his own voice. It was raspy and quiet. It sounded horrible. But it was his voice. Shota and Mike shared a look that Izuku translated into a faint sense of smugness. Okay, let's sit down and have some breakfast. Izuku nodded and slid into the chair across from Shota, feeling entirely unsure of what the heck just happened. He hadn't even tried to speak in years, not since Hisashi had burned him, but some part of his brain told him that maybe it wasn't because he couldn't, but because he was too scared to. No one commented about his speaking during breakfast. Neither guardian asked Izuku why he suddenly vocalized, or why he hadn't before. Granted, Shota knew from the interview at the police station that he would likely need speech therapy to help with his wounded throat. Izuku had been honest with them the whole time. He knew he wouldn't be able to it wouldn't be easy to readjust his vocal cords to speaking. Once they finished eating, they all washed up their plates and helped Mike put away the dishes once they were dried. It was calming to share duties and chores. It felt like something a family did, something Izuku was unfamiliar with. Izuku, Shota asked as he wiped his hands on the towel to dry them. Izuku looked down at the cabinet. He was just stocking with freshly dried plates. Just so you know, if you want to relearn how to speak, we can set you up for therapy. If not, that's okay too. Whatever makes you the most comfortable. Izuku produced a faint smile behind his mask and shut the cabinet and placed his hands calmly on the counter. He genuinely thought it over. The truth was that it was likely that it would help him in the future to have a voice. Not everyone speaks sign language. In fact, it was pretty uncommon in their region. Izuku had looked up the statistics once, and when he had been teaching himself, so it was hard. So having a voice would be an asset. But did he really feel ready for that? He was ready to pull himself out of his shell and start learning about this new world, full of accepting people. He was ready to pull himself out of his shell and start learning what this new world full of accepting people might do for him. He mumbled, followed by a quick sign. Therapy, yes. Mike beamed from across the kitchen, and Shredder gave a simple nod. Izuku could tell the man was proud of him, though. His eyes were easy to read in Izuku's mind. After years of reading his parents' moods through just their eyes, their words, their footsteps, and how they carried themselves, reading the two heroes was trivial. The insight it gave him was warming. That they were so honest, so kind, they truly wanted what was best for Izuku, and that he was just swinging along for the ride on the roller coaster of his newfound compassion in his life. Chapter 7. You're not alone. Start running towards your new life. Arriving on the UA High campus was an adventure Izuku had not been prepared for. While he knew all the public information about the school, it didn't even scratch the surface of the reality. The campus was huge, and even that was putting it lightly. The whole place was designed for giants, it seemed. The walkways were wide, the windows were tall and wide, and the giant H-shaped building was enormous and daunting in his eye line. Logically, Izuku could imagine that some of this was purposeful to accommodate for those students who were much larger as a result of their quirk, or for those who needed space to move around when practicing their quirks. Even so, Izuku still felt like an ant while he walked down the brick road that led to the gate of the front door. Inside, everything was just as large. The doors were 3 times larger than any door Izuku had ever known, and the hallways were wide enough to fit a car into, or he assumed. They walked past a dozen classrooms, all empty for the weekend, and went upstairs. The large plaque on the door read Principal Nezu. Izuku gulped loudly, apparently loudly enough that it made Shredder chuckle. Mike smacked his husband on the arm playfully. Don't tease a little listener, he might actually be scared. His blonde guardian whined. Shredder rolled his eyes at his husband and bent down to Izuku. There's nothing to be scared of, okay? The rat might be a little crazy, or a lot crazy, but he's just a brilliant and curious madman who wants the world to burn, in a friendly way, I promise. Izuku paled. That was meant to reassure me? Somehow, even though he signed it, Shredder and Mike could tell that he was shouting the words in panic. Shredder laughed a little more, but Izuku knew it wasn't in a mocking way. Izuku, he's the cutest little mouse bear thing ever. He's harmless, physically, but besides that, he adores his students and will do anything for them. You have nothing to worry about. Mike and I trust him with our lives, if that helps you understand better. It did, actually. Izuku nodded. The door opened automatically, and Izuku looked around, only to tilt his head downwards to find a little chimera standing at the doorframe. Oh, he was much smaller than Izuku thought he was. The mouse bear thing was indeed adorable, but Izuku wondered if he still held his animalistic instincts. After all, he was still an animal, right? Tilting his head in a curious manner, Izuku crouched down and let his mind assess all the things he knew about Nezu from hero reports and interviews. There wasn't much, but it was enough. The IQ quirk the chimera had was public knowledge, but he'd never seen any details about it. The quirk had to be quite powerful to overwhelm an animal's natural instincts or instill a sense of self onto the creature, right? Or did this very mammal disprove the theory that animals weren't sentient? That's an idea. Izuku needed to write a paper about that. Izuku? Mike asked. Izuku shook himself from his thoughts and looked up to his guardian. You okay, little listener? Izuku nodded. Sorry, I got lost in my thoughts. It's a pleasure to meet you, Principal Nezu. Ah, what a polite child. Please just call me Nezu. I am sorry I'm unable to sign back due to my pause, but I understand you're perfectly fine. Come in. We have much to discuss. Shredder sent me some of your recent analysis, and I must say I'm impressed by your work. Of all the things Izuku had been imagining in his head, a compliment in the first 5 minutes certainly wasn't on the list. He looked around and followed the Chimera and his guardians into the room. The room was sparse but modern. A large oak desk at the back with a small set of stairs up to the chair behind it. In front was a sitting area with a coffee table that matched the desk. Izuku himself clambered onto one of the squishy chairs and in the seating area, and Izuku could see tea already steaming on the coffee table. Around the room were various awards and trophies, all related to the school in some way, apparently. A whiteboard was on the far left wall and a projector sat on the ceiling. He wondered if he held staff meetings here sometimes, or just movie nights. Once they were all situated, and Nezu had dodled out tea for everyone, he got right to business. All right then. My Nezu voice is cursed. Well, okay, I'm sorry. Now then, Izuku, I was hoping that you would consider becoming a student here at UA High. You see, every year I'm allotted one adjunct student slot. It's sort of a recommendation student position, except you'll be primarily under my tutelage. I haven't found anyone, worthy for this position in quite a few years, but when Shredder showed me your analysis as well as your videos online of your work as a vigilante, well, I couldn't resist snatching you up. There was a sense of danger that permeated from the mammal's words, and Izuku could sense it better than most, but for some reason he didn't feel scared of the principal. Perhaps he knew that malice behind the Chimera's eyes wouldn't be directed at him anytime soon, and he took comfort in that. Whatever it was, Izuku smiled behind his mask. I'd be honored for the opportunity to learn under you, Nezu. Oh dear God. Please don't turn him into another world-ending monster, Nezu. You already did that with Shota, Mike mumbled to himself. He looked worried. Izuku tilted his head at Shota, silently asking what the blonde was talking about. Shota grinned around his teacup. I was Nezu's last adjunct student, though that was supposed to be a secret, Mike. Oh please, you two graduated nearly 2 decades ago. It's hardly a secret now. Well, now you just made me sound old. If it's not one insult, it's the other. Izuku rolled his eyes. In the 2 days he had known them, they truly seemed like a happy old married couple. Despite the apparent bickering, they were smiling at each other and he could see the fondness in both sets of eyes. As much as I like to... My Nezu voice is so cursed. I'm so sorry. As much as I love to watch watching you two at each other's throats on a good day, let's not worry our student that his new guardians are getting into a fight about who's older. Shredder sputtered on his tea and glared at Nezu with such venom that made Izuku burst out laughing. He honestly thought Nezu might have burst into flames from the heat of the underground hero's stare. You're lucky he's too innocent to know what we're referring to, rat. Uh-huh. Anyway. Nezu seemed like a real master of subject change. Izuku didn't even get a chance to ask what they were talking about. Meanwhile, Mike was sitting in the corner of the couch, hiding it with a bright red blush across his face, holding his teacup up to hide his cheeks. Izuku must have missed something, clearly. Now then, Izuku. The green-haired student looked back into Nezu with wide eyes. You'll attend general education courses with our gen ed students. But you'll be taking foundational heroics, of course, with Schroeder and myself. You'll switch off and on 1 week with me, 1 week with him, over the course of your next 3 years here. That may be altered for events or exams, that sort of thing. But anyway, I want to give you a few tests so you can get your middle school certificate without having to go back to that hellhole I plan to personally burn down instead, and can instead focus on therapy for the summer. How does that sound? Izuku blinked, once again shocking himself with his own voice. His throat promptly clamped shut, and he had switched to signing. You mean metaphorically burn, right? Nezu let out a laugh that could only be described as manic. Of course. The way he drew out the O made Izuku unsure if that was true, but he was going to just roll with the punches on this. There was no way on Green's earth he would refuse such an appealing offer, even if he didn't believe he deserved it at all. Besides, he didn't want to admit the truth to all of them. I really don't want to go back there. I don't like the spider lilies. The words hurt almost as much as being hit does. Mike carefully leaned over and offered a hand. Izuku took it and clutched it in his lap, trying to keep his composure from shattering. Never again, Izuku, Schroeder promised. I can't promise the world will be kind to the first quirkless hero, no matter what you choose in your career, but I can promise I will be there for you, cheering you on, and punching every single doubter in the face. Metaphorically, unless I'm allowed to do it physically. Izuku's shoulders shook with a laugh. He let one hand slip from Mike's grip and wrapped it around Schroeder's shoulder, tugging him in for a hug. With his face buried into the taller man's shoulder, he whispered a soft and raspy, "Thank you." Schroeder hugged him tighter, but didn't comment on his voice. Izuku was thankful for that. Well, as touching as this is, this was touching, but we have work to complete. I'll have those tests sent to you by the end of the evening or tomorrow. Get them back to me by Wednesday, and so long as you're as good as a student as I think you are, you should have no troubles testing out of middle school. No holding back on these, Izuku. I want to see what you're made of. Yes, sir. Izuku gave a fake salute, which got a few chuffs and chuckles from around the room. The walk home was quiet, and Izuku spent it a few paces ahead of his guardians. They directed him with a short, one-worded left or right as they walked. Was this what it was like to feel happy? Thinking back to his childhood, when he used to play with Katsuki in the park, or go bug hunting with him in the woods, this felt similar. When Hisashi would carry him around piggyback with Izuku pretending to fly like a hero on his back. He decided that happiness was maybe all those little moments that made you smile, even if the memories around those were painful. Happiness isn't a forever state of being, it's something you can create, and Schroeder and Mike were creating it for Izuku with his help. He had known them for mere days, but they were doing more than his birth family ever did. They saved him. Something suddenly occurred to Izuku as he turned around abruptly that made his guardians almost stumble into him. Whoa there, what's up, listener? Mike offered his hands and Izuku smiled, taking one. He signed with the other. You are my heroes. Then took Schroeder's hand with his other, and settled between them while resting his head on Schroeder's arm. He missed the look his guardians shared between themselves. Over his head, it was a look of pure adoration and love. They were growing attached fast, both of them wanting to keep the sweet boy clinging in their hands. By the time they got home, Izuku was in Shota's arms, half asleep. After getting up around 5 to work on those files and spending the whole afternoon with Nezu, going over plans for his coming lessons, the poor green bean was exhausted. Shota couldn't blame him for passing out a few feet from the door. Mike offered a forehead kiss as they got inside and helped take his shoes off before heading to the kitchen to make dinner. They could wake Izuku up in an hour when dinner was ready. For now, Shota carried the tired boy upstairs and set him gently on his bed. It wasn't until he went to cover Izuku up that he realized Zashi had taken the boy's shoes off when they walked in. It made him grin. It was adorably domestic. Tucking his hands into his pockets, Shota made his way back to the kitchen. He silently watched Mike prepare dinner for a few minutes. He knew Mike was aware of his presence, but sometimes he liked just watching. He liked to see the way his husband smiled and hummed something soft and nostalgic while he worked. Shota leaned on the doorframe and sighed happily. I know that sideshow. You're content but worried. Of course I'm worried, Zashi. This kid is so wounded. He's been hurt so much by this world, by the very people who were supposed to protect him, but he's still so kind and willing to keep going. Where does one find compassion and faith like that? Hizashi made a very heavy sound as he sighed and turned to face Shota. I honestly don't know. The little listener's got a heart. The little listener's truly something else. He's got a true hero's heart. He's never once been saved in his life until you came along, and still he's willing to keep walking towards the unknown, towards what confuses and scares him. He's so strong for his age. Shota rounded the kitchen counter and wrapped his arms around Hizashi, hugging tightly. He pressed his face into the beautiful blonde locks and took a deep breath of his mint shampoo. Shota pressed a kiss to the crown of Hizashi's head and backed off. He called us his hero, Zashi. I don't think I can ever let him go. He's ours, right? We're doing this together? Oh, sure. You know, he was ours the moment you called from the station. I knew that moment how attached you were. Yes, we're going to adopt him, if he wants us. Good. He was reassured that his husband wanted the same thing as him, but he was worried that Izuku might not want them. It was illogical to worry so soon, though. He knew that, but it didn't stop his brain from conjuring up all the reasons he'd make a pitiful father. Most of those reasons happened to be a direct result of his own parents being subpar. Hizashi knew his fears, and one look at Shota's face and the blonde had the blonde coming to hug him. Hey, stop that. We'll be amazing fathers, if Izuku wants us, but we'll be outstanding guardians too. There's no need to worry over this just yet. Just teach him for now. We'll show him love and explore his newfound voice, and teach him how to be the best hero together. Shota wrapped his arms around Hizashi tightly, burying his face against his husband's shoulder and nodding silently. Zashi was right, of course. He usually was about these things. Thanks, Zashi. Something pricked at the back of his head, so he lifted his face from his husband's shoulder, only to find a sleepy-eyed Izuku standing in the doorway. Shota's eyes went wide when he realized the kid didn't have his mask or neck sleeve on. He could feel Hizashi shifting, turning back towards the food. He quickly tucked the man's head into his neck. Hey, Sho, what you doing? Izuku's eyes snapped alert, meeting Shota's own with equal panic, as his hands roamed across his face when he realized he was without his coverings. Just hush for a second, Zashi. It's okay, Izuku. Do you want to go get your mask? It's okay if you don't want Zashi to see you without your mask yet. The blonde immediately went still in his arms. Shota felt fingers clutching at the side of his shirt, the face in the crook of his neck burying deeper. He knew Zashi was scared, or more aptly worried about what he would see there. Shota hadn't told him yet. Suki knew, but Shota had told him that in confidence, and he knew by earning Izuku's trust was hard, so he didn't want to shatter it by telling another person. Suki needed to know for the case, but Hisashi was separate from that entirely, and he refused to break even a single strand of the boys' faith in them. Shota watched Izuku think over his words. He clearly wasn't sure what to do in this situation, and neither did Shota. Izuku must have pulled his mask off in his sleep. He couldn't imagine sleeping in one of those would be comfortable, and he likely got tangled and yanked it off. Waking up half delirious from an exhausting day left him forgetful to put it on. Hell, the kid didn't seem to realize he was looking at Shota until he spoke. Izuku's face contorted in a confused array of emotions that Shota made no attempt of understanding. This was the kid's decision, and he wouldn't influence that by trying to decipher what he might be feeling or making assumptions about it. After a few minutes of Zashi clutching to him, Izuku walked over slowly. He had a look of determination on his face that almost broke Shota's heart. This kid was trying so hard to trust people, to trust adults again. He was putting all of himself out there and trusting the people who promised to protect him to not hurt him again. Shota again silently wondered where this kid got so much compassion from. They were lucky the world hadn't managed to beat it out of him. He would make an amazing hero. I want him to see. I trust you. I now trust Mike too. Zashi, he wants you to open your eyes. He said he trusts us. After a second of hesitation, Zashi did as he was asked. He stood straight up and opened his eyes. Shota watched and wrapped his arms around himself to try to keep the anger that boiled inside of him at the sight of that burned scar from bubbling over. Oh, Izuku. Hisashi crouched down in front of the boy, offering to out both of his hands, but he didn't touch Izuku's face, but kept his hands up as he'd cupped the kid's cheeks. It was an offer, an open and loving gesture that Izuku could choose to accept or refrain from. In the brightly lit kitchen, Shota could see there were more than just burnt scars on Izuku's face. He had very obvious muzzle marks gouged into his cheeks and scars across his neck from leather wear and tear. Just how long was he forced to wear that device? Izuku had said that from the time he got home from school until he left the next day, he was made to be silent, seen and not heard. Did that mean they forced him to wear a muzzle for upwards of 12 hours? His hands were shaking from the rage that tried to find a home. But this boy's biological sperm donor wasn't around to punch, so Shota just swallowed it. Scars do not define you, little listener. Shota's mind faded back to the present as he watched Izuku step closer and slip his face right into the offered hands. Shota's heart clenched at the sight. Mike smiled softly in a reassuring way. Izuku reached his hand out and grabbed one of Shota's shaking digits. He didn't fight the boy, just forced his hand to stop shaking so he wouldn't worry Izuku. The hand was brought up to Izuku's face, right over Hisashi's. I trust you, Izuku signed, using the plural for you. But I still don't want others to see this. I still can't always find my voice. This is really hard for me, and my throat is really tight and I'm scared. You told me to tell you when I'm scared or confused, right? Finally, managing to control his emotions, Shota nodded. Yes, Izuku, it's okay to be scared, but you don't have to force yourself into anything you aren't comfortable with. We're just so happy that you trust us, but never feel obligated to speak or show anyone your scars if you aren't ready. Thank you for trusting us with this. We accept you, Izuku, just the way you are. You're perfect, scars and all, Hisashi added. Shota nodded in agreement. Thank you, Sho, Zashi. Again, that chest-clenching sensation when Izuku's fingers spelled their names. He was going to have to figure out a sign name for Izuku. Actually, he already had one in mind. Tapping his finger on Izuku's cheek, he used his free hand to sign, "You're welcome, Green Bean." The smile that sparkled across Izuku's face lit up the room so bright, Shota thought he might faint from the force of it. Zashi was already crying, but the tears just rolled down his face stronger when he saw that smile. Shota had seen the telltale crinkle in the corner of Izuku's eyes a few times. Shota knew he'd been smiling a little. Not much, but a little. But this was pure joy, and Shota couldn't be happier to see it on his Green Bean's face. Izuku woke up the next morning feeling refreshed and actually comfortable. He sat up in the bed and stared across at the wall across from him, trying to untangle the knot of confusion in his gut at the sensation. He didn't feel scared. He didn't wake up and immediately rush to get ready early for every little thing. He didn't rush to have a semi-warm breakfast. Not knowing how long ago Inko had left it for him, he could smell bacon cooking downstairs, and the soft chatter of his guardians filled it up as well. It was Monday, which most likely meant Shota and Mike had to go back to school to teach. Izuku wondered if they were going to leave him by himself all day. Inko tended to when she had work and he had a day off from school. He stayed in his room all day and worked on free college courses on his tablet usually. The last few months, though, he'd spent doing his analysis in his spare time when he wasn't patrolling. Maybe he should patrol tonight? Oh, wait, he wasn't allowed to do that anymore. Izuku sighed. What did kids his age usually do when they had free time? Go to the mall? That sounded grossly anxiety-inducing. Maybe he could just use the home gym Mike and Shota offered? Izuku hefted his legs over the edge of the bed and pulled on some clothes. A pair of dark ripped blue jeans and an oversized t-shirt. He left his neck sleeve off, but put on his face mask. He was getting more comfortable around his guardians, and even let them see and touch his face last night. That had been overwhelming, in a good way, but overwhelming nonetheless. So he opted for minimal coverage today. Once he felt ready, he opened the door and immediately stopped. "You think you can waltz around my house, child? Stay in your room. I don't want your germs all over my walls." Inko's voice filled his ears. Izuku's knees gave out and he landed on the floor, crouched with his hands covering his ears. Somewhere distant, he could hear a whimpering sound, but he couldn't place where it was from, if it was from him or someone else. He just wanted her voice to stop, but she kept screaming at him. He wasn't allowed out of his room until it was time for school. It wasn't a school day for him. He had to stay in his room. Izuku, can you hear me? The voice made him stiffen, fingers clutching at the clumps of hair. No, this wasn't Hisashi. That voice felt familiar and friendly, caring. He knew that voice. Two hands appeared in front of him in the same curled position as last night, an offer. The same offer as last night. Izuku slowly uncurled himself and took one of his hands, letting his body curl around. Taking one of the hands, letting his body curl around it, and as he held it close to his chest. "It's okay, little listener. It's okay. I'm right here. Take all the time you need." Izuku gave a jerky nod and closed his eyes again, listening to his guardian's breathing next to him. There was worry in the man's voice. Izuku wanted to explain, but he couldn't find the words, even in sign language. He just couldn't figure out what the next step from when they sat where he sat. What was he supposed to be doing? He dressed, so maybe breakfast? What that's what happened. He panicked when he heard Inko's voice when he tried to get breakfast. Sorry, Mike, Izuku sighed, holding up his hand for the man to see. Hey, nothing to be sorry for. Sometimes mornings are hard. You had a very emotional evening last night, and after an exhausting day, it's understandable. I heard her voice in my head. You're Inko? No one in the house called Inko his mother or Hisashi his father, and Izuku felt grateful that they had taken his lead on that, which he was grateful for. Izuku nodded. I hear her screaming about the rules, having to stay up in my room. I can't get the drums over the wall. I froze up. Thank you for telling me, Izuku. Can I hug you? Izuku nodded after a moment's thought. A hug sounded nice. Mike leaned over and wrapped himself around Izuku's frame, hugging him tight and warm. Izuku's whole mind melted. He could remember a time when Inko hugged him like that, but just faintly. This was so much better than any memory he had. He felt safe. A moment later, his hands uncurled themselves from his chest and wrapped around Mike's side, grabbing onto his shirt to hold himself as close as he could get. It's okay, Izuku. Sometimes memories are so strong when they pop up when we least expect them. Inko and her husband hurt you, but unfortunately you will remember those pains. But we'll be here for you. Anytime you hear them, I'll be more than ready to chase those demons away with warm hug and hot cocoa. Izuku nodded again, finding tears streaming down his face. Silently, no sobs came. Nothing shivered his body into movement. He was still and quiet. The pain was too deep this time. Remembering the pain that Mike spoke about hurt. He wasn't scared anymore because his guardians would be right there, like they promised, chasing the demons away. Chapter 8. The people who hurt you are the real villains. Izuku was a bit surprised when Schroeder had told him he'd be coming to school with them. It made sense once Schroeder explained. The medical staff at school were going to be taking care of him after all, so it made things easier if he could see Hound Dog while on campus. Plus, Izuku felt that after his little episode this morning, neither of his guardians wanted to leave him alone. Izuku didn't want to be left alone either. They drove to campus today instead of walking. Oh, one last thing, Izuku, Schroeder called out as he was unbuckling his seatbelt. Izuku tilted his head in question. Since you're going to be going on campus, Nezu said that he'll be giving you those tests in person. Once you finish up with Inui-san, you can head to his office. Sound good? Sure, Schroeder. Thank you. Schroeder nodded. Mike was already grabbing their bags from the trunk. Izuku brought his laptop bag just in case, and he was glad that he did, since Nezu wanted to give him those tests anyway. I'll walk you to Inui's office, Zu. Mike smiled. Sure has some grading to get done before class that he's been ignoring like the bad teacher he is. Ow. Izuku chuckled to himself as Schroeder smacked Mike on the arm with a quirk-filled glare. Don't make him think I'm a terrible teacher. I was busy, or did you forget? You're half the reason after all. Mike sputtered on his words and coughed, his cheeks bright red as he turned away from his husband with clear indignation. Fuck English, okay. Izuku kept laughing as he pulled up his neck sleeve to cover the bottom half of his scar before they walked onto campus. Once his masks were in place, he felt more comfortable about being out in public, though he was still unsure about therapy. What would he have to talk about? He didn't really want to talk. Did Inui-san know sign language, or would he be forced to speak? Was this going to be speech therapy too? Izuku scrunched up his eyebrows and quickly grabbed Mike's hand as a comfort item while they walked. Mike didn't say anything, just giving his hand a squeeze as they continued walking. Shota waved them off as he parted ways towards the teacher's lounge. Izuku would apparently be seeing them later. Mike led them down the medical wing to a small office near the infirmary with a plaque that read Hound Dog Ryo Inui on it. Mike knocked gently, Izuku half hiding behind his guardian's leg as they waited. After only a moment, a large man appeared at the door. Izuku knew what to expect from his analysis work, at least in appearance, but he had never seen or heard of the canine hero in an interview, so he wasn't sure what to expect in terms of personality. Inui-san nodded towards Mike and looked down to find Izuku's green head poking out behind the voice hero's legs. Izuku swore that the man's muzzle smiled. He crouched down to be eye level with Izuku. "Good morning. I've been told you like to be called Izuku. Is that okay?" His voice was rough around the edges but calm and quiet. Izuku decided he liked it. He came out from behind Mike's legs a little and nodded. "Well then, you can call me Ryu." Ro. Fuck English, okay. Well, fuck Japanese, but still. "It's very nice to meet you, Izuku. Come in, We'll let Mike go off to his classes." Mike looked down, giving his hand another squeeze. "Do you want me to stay, Zu?" Izuku shook his head. "No, it's okay. Thank you, Mike. I think I like Inui-san. He seems safe." He also didn't want to keep the man from his job, so he would suck up his fears, even the few that remained rattling in his chest. "Alright, Inui-san will show you to Nezu's office once you're done, and after that you'll come to the teacher's lounge for lunch with us. The other teachers have been excited to meet you. Have a good session, you two." Izuku dropped his guardian's hand and nodded as he waved. Inui opened the door wider and let Izuku into the office before shutting the door behind them. It was actually more spacious than he would have expected from the look of the door. There was a big desk with a comfy-looking chair behind it. A big space on the floor with a few beanbags, a large coffee table, and a couch and a few chairs off to the far wall. There were shelves with all kinds of toys and art supplies, as well as games and even snacks on one shelf. Izuku blinked a few times. "Take a seat anywhere you want. Oh, and don't feel forced to speak. I read sign language. Most of the teachers here do as well, since we have all kinds of students who come through our school. Plus, we do have staff members with hearing issues too. We kind of are a big family here, so it helps if we can all communicate." That made sense. He'd noticed over the last couple of days that Mike played with something in his ear in the morning, and Izuku wondered if maybe he had hearing aids. He did have a voice quirk after all, so one that could deafen people, so maybe he was deaf as well. That would explain how he learnt sign language and why Shota said his husband was why he knew it too. Will you do my speech therapy or just my head therapy?" "Both, if you're comfortable with it. But I figured maybe we'd have a few sessions before we get into speech therapy. I actually wanted to discuss your muteness before we started working on it. Is that okay?" Izuku nodded, finally moving across the room to the couch so he could sit. He shook his shoes off and curled up in a pretzel position on the couch. Inui said to get comfortable, right? Right. Again, he saw that muzzle smile. It might be scary to someone who wasn't used to analysing and pulling apart quirks. Mutant quirks were harder, but he'd seen enough animal quirks to understand base expressions. "Good. So, do you have any questions before we start these sessions? Any concerns or thoughts about the process?" Izuku truly thought about that. He had a ton of concerns, but which ones to bring up first? He sighed, leaning back against the couch and looking up at the ceiling. He signed towards Inui while still looking upwards. Do I have to talk about everything everyone did to me? Do I have to tell you everything? Do I have to face all the things over and over again just to get past them? Do I have to give you names? Does this all go back to the police or my guardians? Do they have to know everything? I think my muteness might half be because of the scar and half because I'm scared. I don't really understand why I never met anyone as nice as my guardians before now. Do you have the senses of canine or just appearances? Why do you wear a muzzle on your hero suit? I don't like muzzles, they hurt. Oh, wait, I'm rambling about analysis, sorry. He stopped and looked down to find Inui tilting his head a little, a notepad resting on his knee. When had he moved to sit across from Izuku? Well, let's go in a sort of order. Everything you say to me stays here in confidence. The only exception is that if you plan to hurt yourself or others, those things I have to report. But now, because of the investigation into your biological family, they may ask me questions but I have to ask your permission before sharing any information with them. So you'll know what they're told ahead of time. You don't have to tell me everything or relive your trauma. We can just talk in vague terms if you prefer. Inui made a few notes before continuing on. Unfortunately, there's a lot of places in our society where bubbles of discrimination exist, especially when it comes to quirkless people. It's cruel and archaic. Everyone should be valued equally. We're all human, despite our quirks or lack thereof. But you are here now. But you are now out of that bubble of cruelty. And I hope you feel comfortable letting us know if you have any concerns going forward. Izuku nodded. He did feel safe here, with his new guardians, and even with Nezu as his soon-to-be teacher. I'll leave the stuff about my quirk for a later time. I've been told you've been quite the analytical genius. I wouldn't want to take up your time with my quirk. Izuku tilted his head. My time? He asked. Yes, these sessions are for your benefit. For your benefit. So, it's your time. Now, if you really want to spend an hour talking about my quirk, we can. But I don't think that will benefit your therapy journey all that much. Besides, you can always convince Nezu to let you do an analysis on me for course credit work instead. Inui winked as if he just shared a big secret. Izuku smirked behind his mask and nodded energetically. That was a good idea. Okay, so, before we go forward, usually when I start these sessions, I ask how you're feeling, what's on your mind, and general emotions over the past couple of days. Take all the time you need. I know that the last week has been quite hectic for you. There has been a lot. I mean, I feel safe. I feel safe for the first time probably ever, you know. Izuku felt himself getting a bit more energized, his arms and chest taking part of his speaking. I never expected Kachan to say what he did, to tell me to jump off the roof, and then I snapped at a race head that night during patrol, and broke down in his arms in the police station. And then I came home with them, and I've been feeling great for the first time in years. I woke up feeling comfortable and well rested, and then I got smacked with a bad memory of Inko yelling at me. But Mike was there, and he hugged me, and I felt so safe. I feel so confused a lot of the time, but I'm so also excited to learn and start this new life, I guess. So, you would say your mood has improved since leaving your previous situation? Yes, that is an understatement. I mean, I'm still scared a lot, and I'm worried about a whole list of things. And it feels weird being in someone else's house but not following the rules I've been forced to follow all my life. But Shoto and Mike never hesitate to remind me I'm okay and reassure me when I'm scared, confused or scared. But I know I'm safe here with them. I trust them. So yeah, my mood has improved a lot. Do you have any desire to hurt yourself? You did mention that fellow student You did mention that fellow student told you to jump off a roof. Can you talk about that a little more? Well, Kachan's always been kind of violent and loud. I think it's because of his quirk. Anyway, the teacher told the class to apply to UI to high schools, to what high schools, and I've been meaning to cancel my UI application, but my teacher still told everyone that I applied. Kachan freaked out. When the teacher left, he told me, if you want to be a hero so badly, there's an easier way, Deku. Pray for a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof. I snapped, shoved my desk out of the way, and called him a villain in sign language. I'm pretty sure that no one knows it. No one I know knows it. But Kachan snapped back, so maybe he did know? Anyway, he grabbed my neck mask and I panicked. I flipped him over my shoulder. I told him if he didn't tell anyone that I wouldn't tell him he baited me, and that I would retract my UI application. But I guess I sort of just vanished from school, huh? Inoue was taking notes the whole time Izuku spoke. He did wonder what the man was writing, but maybe it was better if he didn't know. Can you explain your reaction a little more? Did his words make you sad? Angry? What do you think made you snap, as you put it? Izuku pursed his lips a little as he played with the hem of his shirt before addressing Inoue's question. Well, I know I've been on and off depressed for a long time. I debated doing exactly what Kachan said plenty of times, just stepping off a roof. It'd be easy, I guess. Then all the pain and hatred would stop, but I still wanted to make a difference in the world. I think what made me react was just Kachan was always said he would be the best hero, the number one hero. But how can he be the number one hero if he's putting down the exact people he's meant to be saving? He'd never be a hero if that incident had been reported. Granted, it wouldn't have been reported, even with my threats to him. That school didn't care. They wanted me out of the picture. I was an annoyance to them. Izuku sighed. Anyway, what he did to me made me feel like what a villain would do. It made me angry. I guess I was just finally tired of being seen as less than, being hated for something entirely out of my control. I was tired of being made into a villain when the people who hurt me were the real villains. That's a really good way to look at it, Izuku. Those people who hurt you were wrong, and they will face the consequences. Believe me, Nezu is already on the warpath, and he won't stop until every single person is held accountable. You seem to have faith in this Kachan fellow. Well, yeah, he has the potential to become a great hero. His quirk is amazing, and he's strong. We were best friends when we were little kids. I know how he can be a great hero, but somewhere along the way he changed. The adults poisoned his mind. If he can have direction, guidance, he can grow. I hope my words got through to him. Maybe he did understand my signing when I called him a villain. Maybe that one sentence was enough to make him want to change. I have some faith. Some. What would you say to him if you saw him again? Izuku chuckled, the sound almost like a tinkling of a wind chime, thanks to his broken vocal cords. I'd say he has a long way to go to make up for what he did, but it's not an impossible road. He has to be willing to walk it himself. That's where he might stumble. Even despite all he said to me, I'd still offer out a hand. Because I know what it's like to never have a small light in that darkness. To never have a hero save you when you need it the most. So I guess I'd tell him that if he didn't want it, I'd be the hero he needed. That's really brave, Izuku. Brave? Yes, a lot of people say they want their revenge on their abusers, or even for them to disappear or fail in life, even if they didn't ever get their revenge. Or they'd just say they never want to see them again. But you want to show him kindness, compassion. You want to give him things you were never given. That's truly honourable and truly brave. Oh, Izuku mumbled, putting a thumb to his lips under his mask. He didn't see Inoue's smile this time. Well, I just want to help everyone I can. Everyone deserves to get saved. It might take longer for some people. It took a while for anyone to save me, but even so, my heroes came, and I want to be that hero for someone else. Inoue nodded, taking a few more notes, and checked the clock on the wall. Well, that's all the time we have for now. But we made good progress today. For now, you'll be doing 2 days. You're set up for 2 days a week, but once school starts, it'll be once a week. I'll see you Wednesday. Izuku nodded, hopping down off the couch and putting his shoes back on. Good. Let's head you over to Nezu. I'm trying to remember how I did my Nezu voice. Izuku! Nope. Izuku. There we go. Came the chipper call of the Chimera principal from behind the large desk. Izuku offered a polite wave to Inoue-san as he left the office. Despite how crazy he had determined Nezu was, Izuku didn't feel any concern as he walked across the office to plop into one of the chairs in front of the creature's desk. Good morning, Nezu. It's good to see you here, Izuku. I hope your therapy session went well, but now let's get down to business. I hope you're ready. These tests won't be easy. I want to do your very best. We'll start with all the major general education course today, and that will be your test out of middle school, and some information to me on where I need to place you. Then you'll do more advanced tests with me tomorrow on the courses I'll be giving you. Okay, I'm ready. Izuku was trying to keep himself excited over this. He could do this. He'd give his best, at least. Well, he had been excited until the mouse bear decided to give him these impossible tests. Some of these questions made no sense. Izuku glared at the page like it was insulting him. It was insulting his intelligence, at least. Of course, he had to choose going with the science test first. Science wasn't his best subject. He wanted to get it out the way. I see you might be struggling. Let me give you some advice. God, my Nezu voice is just terrible. Izuku looked up to Nezu with pleading eyes. It made the principal laugh. Don't think too hard. I know it seems counterproductive, but you either know the answer or you don't. Don't try to force your mind to conjure up something. It won't help at all. So, I always recommend going through a test 3 times. The first time, answer any question you can recall a response for in less than a minute. The second time, you'll answer any other ones you can recall in under 3 minutes. Then, whatever's last, try to answer or give your best guess. By then, you usually have gotten it down to a few questions anyway. Izuku watched the principal typing away at his computer while he spoke, silently wondering how the Chimera could dual focus like that. Maybe it was a part of his quirk? Once he put Nezu's plan in place, he was speeding through the tests. It was just so much more efficient to do things that way. Nezu was right. Izuku had a feeling that the rat was right about a lot of things and that he was used to the smugness of being right. Either way, it helped. Izuku had finished all the general education course tests about 30 minutes before it was time for lunch, which was more than enough time for Nezu to grade them, apparently. Izuku assumed it was that having a stupidly high quirk might aid in grading papers just a little. Excellent! You placed in the top percentile for just about everything, though your science scores were a bit lower than your other tests. But I think we both expected that. Izuku blushed, giving a faint shrug. It's not my best subject. That's fine. We can't all be perfect at everything. Despite my IQ, I'm terrible at literature. Sure, I could pass a college essay with a low A or high B, but compared to my science scores, oh, it's pitiful. Izuku snorted. Well, I think you're some awesome principal, poor literature scores or not. Why, thank you, Izuku. Nezu reached over the desk and patted his head. The feeling was comforting. He liked it. Now then, I have more than enough to qualify you for your middle school certificate and get you registered for my adjunct student. Congratulations, Izuku. He tugged out a piece of paper and signed it before handing it over to Izuku. The paper was thick and high quality. At the top read congratulations in large letters with your acceptance UA high in smaller letters after that. Izuku's face brightened, his whole body going pin straight in shock. You're officially UA students starting in our next term in a little under 8 months. Now then, let's go over a couple of things before I send you to lunch with your guardians. Izuku's eyes were laden with books as he stumbled over to the teacher's lounge, which was actually just down the hall from Nezu's office. He knocked, since he couldn't actually see anything behind the stack of books. It took a moment of shuffling sounds for the door to slide open. Izuku couldn't see who had answered, but until he peeked around to find a rather tall and bulky man in a red and black hero suit. He recognized the man as Vlad King. The two stared each other down for a while before someone called out to the hero at the door. Who is it, Sekijiro? Not sure, he called back into the room, turning back to Izuku. Which teacher are you looking for, kid? Izuku visibly winced at the word kid, but tried not to let it affect him too much. Sadly, he didn't have a hand to sign with right now. That was a problem. Izuku's eyebrows scrunched up a little as he looked around the corner of the door to try to find someone familiar in the room. When he did, he pointed towards Shota, who was sitting at his desk with his back towards the door. The combination of his black hair and grey capture scarf signature to his look. But Izuku liked to think that he could recognize the man based on poor posture anywhere. Based on the man's poor posture anyway. Aizawa, the kid's here for you, Vlad King said, making Izuku wince. The man's eyes zeroed on that, seemingly ready to ask when Shota interrupted. What kid? Izuku? He quickly corrected himself. Izuku sighed, glad he remembered. Sekijiro, this is Izuku, the one that Mike and I are watching over. Please don't call him kid. He doesn't like that. Sorry, Izuku. Sekijiro bowed his head. Izuku bowed back. He hoisted the books a little and gave Shota a please help look. Shota blinked, confused for a moment before realizing Izuku couldn't speak with his hands full, then jerked forward to take some of the books from the stack. Sorry, Nezu's already got you stocked up, right? Nezu's already got you stocked up. It's 8 months before the new term. Once the books were down on Shota's desk, Izuku sighed in relief from the weight and nodded. Yeah, he wants me to read these before the new term. I think there's a few in here I've already read though. Seriously? Vlad came over to look through the stack, picking up the top one and inspecting it. These are all higher education and college level books. Yeah, I went to the library a lot when I was younger and wanted to be away from well, anyway, I read a lot. And I always had an interesting quirk analysis. Izuku quickly picked up the stack that he carried and set it on the floor. Then the stack Shota had carried right after, lastly plopping himself on the ground, ready to go through the books he had picked out, the ones he already read so he could give them a quick glance but not completely reread them. Izuku's a lot like Nezu's Sekijiro. Speaking of which, I see he already gave you your acceptance letter without telling Mike and I. That damn rat. Izuku looked up with 3 books in his arms and smiled behind his mask. He bounced in his place on the ground, entirely giddy from the experience. Shota smiled right back and read over his acceptance letter with raised eyebrows. Your scores are impressive, Izuku. He was sure Shota would have continued if Mike hadn't burst through the door while calling Izuku's name. Zoo! Shota's eyes flashed, cancelling Mike's quirk before it got any louder. There's my little listener. How was your testing? Shota interjected himself back in. As I was saying, Izuku's test scores are impressive and the rat already gave him his acceptance letter. The letter was handed to Mike, who positively squealed. Izuku was chuckling to himself at his guardian's antics. He took a moment to look around before several pairs of eyes were on him from around the room. He blinked, waving dumbly to the other teachers. Oh, so Izuku. Let me introduce you to the team. You already met Sekijiro, but then there's Ectoplasm. Remind me to send you Izuku's analysis later on. Then 13, Recovery Girl, Majima, Ishiyama, Lunch Rush, Kayama, and Snipe. Izuku noted how he sometimes use hero names instead of their civilian names. Perhaps that's what they preferred to be called. Everyone, this is Izuku. Please only use his name when addressing to him. He mainly speaks in sign, so if anyone needs help, ask Mike. Hey, you speak sign too, Sho. Yeah, but I'm usually napping. I think they're all too scared to disturb my naps. Rightfully so. He has a point, Kayama added, Izuku recognizing her as Midnight, the X-rated hero. Did you forget to tell him about the new teacher coming in next year? If he's a big heroic fan as he claimed, Mike, he might be interested, Ishiyama suggested. Izuku perked up. What hero's coming to teach here? More than a few staff chuckled as he said quietly. Izuku ignored them. Shota smirked but hid it in his capture scarf. Mike laughed openly, the friendly type of laugh that would make you want to giggle along with him. Well, Zoo, we have a special teacher appearance, the number 1 himself, All Might. Reality smacked Izuku so hard that he stumbled to the side and had to grab the desk for support. Do you think I can become a hero without a power? Do I think you can become a hero without a power? No, perhaps your dreams ought to be more realistic, my boy. Izuku's jaw clenched, his fingers gripping the desk so tight that his knuckles turned white. Why? Why did it have to be people who hurt him? Why did he have to endure the cruel quirkism from even the people who were supposed to protect him? Would Mike and Shota agree with All Might once they found out he had denied Izuku's dreams? No. Izuku didn't think so. But he was too scared that maybe they would. He hadn't even thought about that conversation with All Might was a big deal when it happened. It was just another blow to his already crushed heart. So why did it make him want to cry now? Izuku? Shota asked, but all Izuku heard was, my boy. He shoved himself off the desk and backed away, clutching his hand at his chest with wide green eyes looked around him, trying to find the offender of who dared use that word. Every eye that met him was worried and confused. He could see the way Mike was looking at him. It was the same look with how it was same look from back in the police station as he told him how similar his name was to Izuku's biological father's name. It was a mixed bag of sorrow, confusion, and regret. Why did he regret saying All Might's name? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to panic. Izuku. Shota tried again. This time Izuku heard his name right. Shota came over and knelt down beside him, offering out a hand. Izuku shook his head, so Shota dropped his hand. He wasn't sure he could handle being touched right now, and Shota seemed to accept that. Remember what we talked about? When you're confused or scared, you need to talk to us so we can correct the problem. Do you want to go into the conference room and talk privately? Izuku nodded and turned to Mike and then back to Shota. Both guardians nodded and headed for the door, leading him out to the conference room where they could speak. He didn't look back at the very likely confused and worried teachers they left behind. Chapter 9. Shota slammed the teacher's lounge door open, letting the damn thing clank to the side with such force that he'd heard the frame break. He didn't care. He'd fix it or buy another one. I'm going to fucking kill him, he growled out, saying this to the whole room. Everyone looked at each other, then looked back at Shota. You heard me. I'm going to fucking kill All Might. Shota had an incessant rage boiling just under his skin anytime he saw the boys left on his green bean's body, but this was a whole new level of fucked up. He pulled his chair out and pressed both of his palms to his desk, trying to control himself. He'd left the conference room after explaining he needed a minute to control his anger. He pointedly told Izuku that the anger was at All Might and nodded so the teen wouldn't worry. Izuku was already crying on Mike's in Mike's arms, but Shota knew Mike was the comforter between the two of them. Shota was the revenger. Okay, you might want to elaborate a little bit on that for us, Shota, Midnight asked, sounding a little more hesitant. Shota's red glare snapped up, a growl already on his lips as reply until he saw the fear in her eyes. He stood up and smoothed his hair back down, trying to calm himself long enough to speak. That fucking idiot told Izuku he could never be a hero just because he's quirkless, that his dreams weren't realistic. He told a child that his dreams weren't fucking realistic. But who does that to a child? By the time he got it all out, he was gripping the desk to keep from running out the door and finding the damn idiot himself. I feel like there's something you're not saying. Midnight was likely the only one brave enough to try to prod Shota in this state. Then, said number one hero, left this child whose dreams he had crushed on a roof by himself after he'd been attacked by a villain. The damn sludge villain incident a year or so ago, that Izuku and his classmate were that was Izuku and a classmate of his, but apparently before that happened, the villain attacked Izuku alone and All Might stepped in, but he didn't get him any medical help and just left him on a fucking rooftop instead. I can't. Chio slapped her cane on the desk nearby with such force he swore the damn thing should have cracked in half. He what? She shouted. I'm taking the boy Izuku for testing before the end of the day. That villain is recorded to cause major lung damage before. She shuffled towards the door, mumbling things Shota would not admit that he had heard, and would likely never repeat. At the door, she stopped and glared at Shota. If you don't smack that fool, he's gonna get my cane to nethers. The door snapped shut behind her, and no one in the room was about to argue with the youthful heroine. Geez, okay. The whole staff had a healthy fear on her on a good day, and knew better than to mess with her when it involved a student's health. Have you been to the rat? Have you told the rat? Ishiyama asked. Shota sighed and took out his phone, passing it across the table. He knows. I'm sure he's been watching the cameras. As much as he says he agrees with me, he can't rescind the position. The commission placed All Might there to find a successor. Damn, Ishiyama and Majima shared the phone, reading over Nezu's explanation before passing the device off to Vlad and Midnight. 13 sat in the corner with a hand over their mouth. Sniper was currently cleaning his guns, which he usually didn't do on campus for very obvious reasons. Ectoplasm was watching, clearly fascinated with the work. Shota wasn't sure what to say at that point. He was just exhausted and angry. Just how many times had people hurt this kid? His phone was handed back just as the text on mic came through. Golden Cap. Is it safe to bring Izuku into the lounge? Tired Cap. Yes, I'm calm. Sorry I had to leave. Golden Cap. No, it was responsible. Zoo didn't need to see snap. It might have scared him. But I know you needed to vent. He's fine. He understands that you're not angry with him. Tired Cat. Okay, thank you. Love you. Golden Cat. Love you too, Sho. Shota smiled as he tucked his phone away, not even bothering to hide the bright grin on his face that his husband always brought about. A few minutes later, Shota turned to the door as it slid open softly. Mike walked in with a rather somber-looking Izuku. It broke Shota's heart to see him like this. His smile could light up a whole room and then some, but this sadness was like a weight on the underground hero's chest. The little green bean walked over to Shota and tugged on his sleeve. He asked. Izuku lifted both his arms up. Shota blinked, glancing over at Mike. The blonde was smiling and giving him an encouraging nod. So, Shota shrugged and grabbed Izuku under the arms and lifted the teen into his lap. Izuku immediately curled into a tiny ball against his chest, with both hands tangled in his shirt. He did not miss the look from his co-workers and the whispered "oh my goshes" and "awes" around the room. Shota glared at all of them, daring to say anything. Again, only Midnight was brave enough to speak. Correction, she sighed, specifically so Izuku wouldn't hear, since he was facing Shota's chest, but everyone else saw it. It's official, you're dad's now. I'm calling Nezu. We need adoption papers. Shota rolled his eyes and gave Izuku a soft head pat before returning to his grading finally. Izuku rubbed his eyes as he woke up. He was very comfortable and warm, so warm. Lifting his head, he found Shota's dark eyes staring down at him. The man lifted a hand to sign. Good afternoon, Green Bean. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the nickname. He really liked it. He recognized that Shota never said that name out loud, though, which made him tilt his head a little. Wait, did you make me a sign name? Shota nodded with a little huffed laugh. Yeah, I thought it was fitting, and I also like having a secret nickname for you. Izuku glanced around the room, then back at Shota. Except, can't everyone here sign? Shota put a finger to his lips in a shush position, but his grin gave away he knew exactly what Izuku was talking about. Izuku giggled. That got Mike's attention. Hey, Zoo's awake. How you feeling, little listener? Much better. Thank you, Fluffy Cat. Shota sputtered out a chuckle and turned to his scarf and tucked his face into his scarf when Izuku used the new nickname for Mike. That is so Zashi. I love it. Sho, he gave me a sign name. Both Izuku and Shota yelped when Mike came tumbling towards them, wrapping them in a group hug that sent the room into fits of laughter at Mike's tender nature. Wait, what's Sho's sign name? Izuku thought it over for a moment while chewing on his lips before signing. Tired Threats. Threats for short. Shota snorted. Hey, Greenie has you right, dead to rights, Eraser. Majima quipped, peeking over his book across a row of desks. Izuku could see the man smiling under his helmet. Are you going to make sign names for all of us? Midnight asked. clasping her hands in excitement. Izuku nodded. He was already thinking of a few he wanted to use, but he didn't have everyone ready, so maybe he'd just wait before revealing them all at once. Alright, Zu, we have you ordered to see Recovery Girl before we leave today for a checkup. She said that she was very upset when you weren't giving medical attention after the slime incident. Do you remember the last time you saw a doctor? Izuku tilted his head to the side and looked at Mike. That was a damn good question. Thinking back, he couldn't remember Inko taking him to the doctor after his diagnosis. She hated medical bills and hated having to show the kind face in public around him. When the paramedics bandaged the scar on my face. When did that happen, Izuku? Shredder followed up. When I was 9? The room went eerily quiet. Izuku believed for a moment that no one breathed. He wasn't sure why though, but when he looked back to Shredder's face, it made a bit more sense. The man once again was holding back the rage of 1,000 suns behind his eyes. Izuku stared into the bright red eyes, knowing that it meant his quirk was active. His hand moved on their own, cupping Shredder's cheek and bringing it towards him so he could inspect the glowing red irises. He thought he could feel something at the back of his chest, but it was only a tickle, so instead he asked Shredder what about his quirk. What'd it feel like? He asked, clearing his throat a little and tried to soothe the ache that started up suddenly. Shredder blinked, his quirk deactivating and his hair falling back down. Izuku hadn't even registered that it had been floating, even though he knew it was part of the man's quirk of activation. What does it feel like to activate it, or what does it feel like when I cancel someone's quirk? Both, Izuku signed. Well, it doesn't really feel much of anything to cancel a quirk on my end. I've been told that it feels like a little tingle at the back of their head, or a sense of emptiness in their chest. As for me, my eyes get really dry sometimes. I get headaches. Honestly, I'll probably have a migraine tomorrow, after how many times I've activated it by accident today. Mike came over and held his hands out for Izuku, who took it and hopped off his shoulder's lap. Eye drops? He asked. Yup. As if to make a point, his guardian took a small pouch from his pocket and unzipped it to reveal 4 bottles of eye drops and some migraine medication. Izuku nodded, satisfied that his guardian was taking care of himself. They waved goodbye to the remaining teachers in the room and gathered Izuku's books up to head off to the infirmary. Today had been exciting and emotional and all over the place, but Izuku felt much happier than yesterday overall. He was accepted as a student at UI High, and he would now be Nezu's student. Now he just needed to get that chimera to teach him some Madden confidence so he could actually become a sassy analyst like Nezu. Once they got home, Izuku collapsed on the couch. It was 7 in the evening by the time they made it through the door. They had been gone for 12 hours. Recovery Girl had been thorough but gentle. Thankfully, she didn't find much wrong with Izuku outside of the residual scarring on his face and body. She told his guardians about that, of course, which made Izuku feel nervous, but they had offered him nothing but support. He did have some very clear scarring on his lungs from the sludge villain, but Recovery Girl said it shouldn't cause him any troubles as long as he never gets water in his lungs. Izuku was very keen to avoid drowning, so that shouldn't be difficult. The notes she had about his throat were interesting. He didn't have any residual scarring on the inside from the damage done to his face by Hisashi's quirk, which surprised her. She was also shocked to see no smoke inhalation scarring, despite how many times Hisashi used his quirk on Izuku. Izuku just shrugged and told them that he was used to being around smoke, Hisashi's fire breathing plus Kachan's quirk, which he promptly didn't explain. Recovery Girl said It didn't matter how accustomed to breathing smoke he was, that he should have some scarring. That was when she pointed out. That's when she pointed out that his throat was different. Izuku rolled onto his back and pressed a hand to his throat. I don't really know how to explain it other than it looks quirk related, but from what I'm told, you're quirkless. Izuku nodded to the healing hero. I'm no quirk expert, but if your father's quirk was fire breathing, I would say his throat looks quite similar. You also have a clear resistance to smoke, which would make sense if you could breathe fire. He didn't want to believe she was right. If he had a quirk, if all this time he really had one, then was all this for nothing? Was his whole life for nothing? Was all the anger and hate and pain all for nothing because all this time he actually had a latent quirk? Hey Zoo, what's on your mind? Zashi settled onto the couch as he tucked Izuku's feet onto his lap. What if I do have a quirk? Well, then you do. It's fine either way. It won't change the way we think about you, if that's what you're worried about. It wasn't, but thank you, Fluffy Cat. I was more curious if my whole life had been for nothing. All the hate and cruelty, if I actually had a quirk this whole time, then why did I have to endure all this time? Zashi sighed and patted Izuku's legs. People are cruel, Zuzu. There's no rhyme or reason to it. They just want someone to blame. Someone to take their anger out on. But it's not always logical, and it's usually unfair. I'm so sorry you're surrounded by so many cruel people at such a young age. I hope those archaic views like theirs will change someday. And we're trying. At UA we teach inclusivity and compassion towards everyone. Those who aren't suited don't graduate. Part of being a hero is protecting everyone, equally caring for the weakest among us. Exactly. People who can't simply aren't fit to be heroes. But we give people every chance to learn and grow because people can change. They can become compassionate or at least tolerant. So hopefully we can change the world one generation at a time. I hope so. Shoto wandered in the room with 3 bowls in his hands and offered one to both Izuku and Zashi. Izuku was more than happy for the food. He was starving. Had they even eaten lunch today? He didn't think so. They'd gotten so lost in all the All Might crap that they didn't have time to eat. The bowls were full with rice and dumplings, a simple dinner of leftovers, but honestly, it was one of the best meals Izuku had ever eaten, because he was eating it with the people he cared about while relaxing on their couch. Did you never know you had quirk markers in your throat, Izuku? He shook his head. Do you want to get tested for a quirk again? Izuku shrugged. Well, if you do, let us know. Or maybe we can try to activate it. We could maybe light some matches. And have you breathe on them, maybe? That idea made Izuku chuckle. He set his bowl down on his lap before he choked. Zashi was having another heart attack next to him at the very idea. I think it would scare Fluffy Cat to death if I did that one. We're not lighting flames in the house, Zashi confirmed, gripping Izuku's legs tightly. You could singe his adorable green curls right off, Sho. Izuku couldn't help but laugh as he returned to his dinner. Zashi, I wouldn't light them in the house. We'll do it in the backyard, obviously. There was that stupid grin on his face as he munched his food. It was obvious that he was trying to annoy Zashi, and Izuku loved him for it. Sho, don't do this to me. I'm too young to die from worry. You choose to be the responsible one in this family, Zashi. I make no apologies. Izuku enjoyed their banter while he ate, his mind wondering all the ways he might be able to explore the possibility of his quirk. He'd never tried, if he was honest with himself. Izuku was petrified of Hazashi's quirk. Right when he should have activated his quirk, he was diagnosed as quirkless, and immediately his parents turned violent. He was terrified of their quirks. It wasn't exactly a fear of fire, but it was close. If he self-analyzed a bit, he could assume his quirk never developed because of the violent influence of fear in his life. Later that evening in his room, Izuku decided to sit on the floor in the pretzel position. His hands were relaxed on his knees, and he left his mask and neck sleeve on his bed. Izuku closed his eyes and tried to clear his mind. He'd read enough quirk analysis and counseling books to know that it takes some time to activating a quirk. That sometimes activating a quirk requires a bit of meditation. He'd been with Shota and Zashi for less than a week, but he already felt more confident in the kindness in his life. He trusted them. He trusted that he was safe. Despite the fears he still had, he believed his guardians when they told him that he was strong and brave, and that they would support him no matter what. After what felt like hours, he finally felt his mind start to blank itself out. He drifted, his head falling backwards until his chin was tipped up towards the ceiling. He felt all his fears and worries fade, and his body from his mind and bones. He filled his heart with all the positive reassurances his guardians have given to him over the past few days, and let them settle around him like a warm blanket. Warmth. That's what stuck out in his mind. Warmth and heat. He'd always loved being snuggly and warm. Had his mind been down to earth, he might have wondered if there was a reason for that. But he was floaty. This was perhaps a form of dissociation. There we go. But it was a good feeling, not a worrisome sensation of losing oneself. It was perhaps that Izuku was finding himself. Something deep in his chest sparked to life, and Izuku felt overwhelmed for a moment. A rush of heat swelled into his lungs. It felt like someone had poured dry alcohol down his throat, raw and full of spikes. Izuku's jaw fell open naturally, and a lungful of air sucked inwards and hissed out as he exhaled. The screaming of the smoke alarm startled Izuku from his meditation. His eyes snapped open to find the ceiling of his room full of smoke. That had worked a lot faster than he thought it would. Izuku cracked a smile and barked a laugh. There we go. His hands flew to his mouth, trying to capture all the smoke that was still spilling out. For a split second, he saw Hizashi's face in the twirling smoke that danced around his room, but then he reminded himself of all the things Zashi had told him, and the phantom of his father vanished. Izuku. His guardians came bouncing down the hallway, not seconds after the alarm went off. His door snapped open to two panicked faces. Zashi dove for him, scooped him up in his arms as they bolted downstairs and out the front door. No one had shoes on, but Shota was already on the phone. Oh shit, they thought it was a real fire. He croaked from behind his hands. I know, Izuku. I know you don't have your mask. It's okay. Zashi can hide your face when the firemen get here. He wasn't even looking at Izuku. His worried eyes roamed around the house in panic. Zashi was too busy checking Izuku for injuries. Izuku sighed. No fire, he forced out, clearing his throat a few times. Weirdly, his throat was soothed by the smoke. He took a deep breath and reminded himself in the way he sucked in air moments ago. It hissed once more as he exhaled and smoke billowed from his mouth. Zashi stopped and stared at him with wide eyes. Sho? Just give me a second, Zashi. Sho? What? Shota finally turned around and stopped dead in his tracks when he saw Izuku's smoke-filled mouth. His eyes followed the wispy trails that reached to the sky now that they were outside. "Oh shit," he mumbled. Someone on the phone in his hand was barking questions at the underground but the underground hero ignored her for a moment. "You? Is that?" Izuku nodded. Zashi laughed and kissed his forehead. "We have a little fire breather. Show the little listener is the genius that he is, figured out how to activate his quirk only after a few hours." "What? How did you do this?" Izuku shrugged a little and closed his mouth so the smoke would stop. He wasn't actually sure how to make it stop aside from just exhaling. It self filtered from his nose anyway. "I meditated. I read a few quirk counseling books that said sometimes meditation can help activate quirks that have more focused activation methods. I just I pushed my fears of Hisashi and pushed out my fear of Hisashi out of my mind and reminded myself of all the warm things you both have said to me. Warmth. That's what it is. That's what did it, I think." Shota shook his head after a moment, but he seemed to realize he was on the phone and went back to the call so he could address the false alarm. "Hey listener, you okay with having his quirk?" Izuku shrugged. "It's not his quirk, it's mine. It doesn't matter where it came from. It's mine, and I'll use it to help people and not hurt people like he did." "There's a true hero spirit. I'm so proud of you already. I can't wait to see you become a hero, Zuzu." "I can't wait to see it too. Oh, and sorry about the fire alarm. I wasn't sure what I was trying to do at first." "It's okay. It happens. Besides, as far as quirk activations go, this was a relatively tame one. I came out of the womb screaming and deafened my parents and the whole birthing staff." "What?" Izuku gasped, a bubble of smoke escaping his mouth. "Yup, they gave me up for adoption. I had a bad time in the system, lots of muzzles and tape over my mouth, so I know how it feels. What it means for everyone who want to never hear you. What it means for everyone to not want to hear you, to pretend you don't exist. If you ever want to talk about it, come to me, okay?" Izuku nodded, reaching his arms up to hug Hisashi tightly. He was still in his guardian's arms after being carried downstairs in a panic. After their hug, he wiggled back down to the ground so he could play with his quirk a little. They were still in the front yard, so he could use his quirk with supervision, right? "Do you think he can make any flames?" Zashi asked. "Do you think you can make any flames?" Zashi asked. Izuku pursed his lips, debating it. After a lungful of air, he tried to remember how Hisashi sparked the smoke. It was something on the back of his tongue, wasn't it? Or maybe it was his tongue and his throat? Just his tongue and his throat? Izuku tried a combination of things. He tried flicking his tongue, clacking his teeth together like a flint. He tried restricting his throat and swallowing hard. Nothing worked. Nothing until his tongue ran over something hard at the edge of his soft palate. Something he'd never noticed before. Scrunching up his eyebrows, he tried to click in the back of his throat instead, letting his tongue click off the hardness that he felt. Sparks turned to flames, and all the gathered smoke in his mouth erupted into a brilliant orange fire. If he could have yelped, he would have, but only in surprise. It didn't hurt. It barely felt warm. Izuku shaped his mouth like an O and breathed out like he'd seen Hisashi do hundreds of times at close range. Flames spilled out from him in a plume. There we go. It wasn't very directed, and he had seen Hisashi concentrate it to make the flames stronger and hotter, but it wasn't his first time using it, so he wouldn't be upset with the result. "Holy shit," he heard from nearby. Shota was staring at him, his phone still to the ear. "No, sorry, not you. Ma'am, my teenager, he's fire breathing. Yes, that's unexpected. He was quirkless this morning, and yes, I explained. This is a quirk manifestation incident that we were not prepared for. What? No, he's 14. Oh my god, I don't care, lady. Just tell them to cancel the damn fire truck. There's no fire. No, I know he's fire breathing. He has control of it. There's no house fire. The smoke alarms were set off and we didn't know what it was at first. I'm sorry for the confusion. Yes, okay, have a good day. Bye. He sighed as he hung up. Izuku would like to hear the other side of that conversation. He was sure the woman was likely made a nasty comment about his quirklessness. Schroeder shut it down quickly though. Hey Zuzu, we're gonna have to re-register you now. Do you think it should be a cool name or just fire breathing? Do you want to think of a cool name for your quirk or just fire breathing? Don't know. Schroeder tilted his head. Your voice, it's not raspy anymore. Izuku cleared his throat and tried again. It isn't? It isn't. He still hadn't said more than a few words at a time, but hey, it was progress. Progress was progress. I'm going to tell Nezu about this. I have a feeling it might be related to your quirk. What do you mean, tied threats? Izuku asked, using Schroeder's sign name, which made the man smirk and reply. Well, you said your biological parents got violent after you were diagnosed quirkless, right? What if, because of that, you weren't able to manifest it due to your trauma and fear of Hisashi's quirk? Then your parents started to muzzle you, and then that burn on your throat. What if half of your fear of talking was... What if half of it was the fear of talking, but also your quirk being unable to manifest? What if part of the reason you can't speak is because your throat has been clogged up with your quirk for years? We should have Recovery Girl test his saliva. Maybe it has different qualities to produce smoke and fire, Hisashi suggested. Izuku bounced on his toes. I also have a weird thing at the roof of my mouth. I just found it. That's how I sparked the fire. I clicked my tongue against it. How did you figure that out, Green Bean? Schroeder asked. Schroeder looked at his feet and settled down from his bouncing. I saw Hisashi's quirk up close. A lot. I watched him, mostly out of desire to avoid it at all costs. But also because I wanted to understand it, I guess. In some way I understand my own quirk better than most kids when they first get it. I studied his quirk up and close for 9 years. Well, good or bad, at least you understand it on some level. We'll start taking you to campus for training during the summer, and Nezu's going to want to be your quirk counselor, and I have no energy to fight the rat off at this one. Izuku gave a thumbs up and turned back to the lawn. A quick inhale and a sizzling hissed exhale. And a click of his tongue. Flames spiraled from his lips. It was slightly more condensed than the first time. He was learning. He knew it would take months or years to get on the same level as his peers might be at now, but he was more than willing to put in the work. Plus, he had amazing teachers on his side. He was so excited for the future, and for once, his life. Chapter 10. The first day is always the hardest. Izuku, breakfast, hurry up before you're late for your first day of school. The sound of Schroeder's voice from the bottom of the stairs startled Izuku into action. The worry of being late wasn't all that pressing. Izuku had woken up before his alarm. Still, the excitement of the first day of school was immediate and all-encompassing. He rushed for the shower and quickly washed and dried before putting on his new uniform. He stood out in front of the mirror for a long time, studying his features and how he looked in the UA uniform. His muscles filled out the shirt nicely. Over the last 8 months, Schroeder had worked him to the bone over his physical training and quirk training. Nezu had worked his mind half to death as well. Izuku wasn't quite so lean and thin anymore. He was still quick on his feet and merciless in his fighting. After a few months, his guardians let him have his Vigilante bat again. May was coming over today with the new version before they went out to school together. He'd talked to her a few times over the summer, but she had been so busy working on her babies for the new school year that Izuku hadn't felt like disturbing her. That, and he was constantly busy working with his guardians or with Principal Nezu. He could control his smoke and fire with ease now. He only set off fire alarms 3 times in the first couple of months. With Nezu's help and Schroeder's guidance training, Izuku was pretty much on par with his peers in terms of quirk training. It made him proud that he worked hard, read to death, to catch up. There were multiple burns. There were a couple of burns and a very singed couch, but his guardians were quick to reassure him that accidents happen, especially when he had gone through 14 years without a quirk he was just learning how to use. Unfortunately, the downside to getting his quirk were the nightmares. Inoue-san had said it was likely an effect of the trauma Hisashi had caused him. His brain was linking with the sight of his own fire and with his brain was linking the sight of his own fire with the memory of Hisashi's. They were more prevalent at the beginning, and with regular therapy sessions, Izuku only got nightmares maybe once a week now. The nightmares were tough though, and he usually woke up with smoke curling around his body like a stranglehold. Thankfully, it was only enough to set off the fire alarms early on when he didn't have much control. The doorbell rang and Izuku was quick to tug on his neck sleeve and mask so he could run downstairs. "I got it," he called. His voice was getting stronger and more confident. Recovery Girl and Nezu had worked for 2 solid weeks straight. 2 weeks straight on his quirk and medical effects. They found out that yes, his saliva was different. It has similar components to the liquids used in fire-breathing performances, oddly enough. The tissue in his mouth was oxidizing cells that filtered the smoke for him. He also had a numbing agent secreting his glands at the back of his throat that prevents him from feeling the fire and protects his mouth from burns. That hard thing that he felt at the roof of his mouth was actually a small plate of Michel metal, whatever it is. It's a type of metal, which apparently was an alloy used on metal fire starters. Quirks were weird. He had another matching piece on his tongue, which he couldn't even feel. When struck together, they spark, and that's how Izuku made his flames. It also turned out that he did have a build-up of his quirk in his throat. He couldn't feel it, but the glands and lymph nodes were clogged, which was putting unhealthy pressure on his vocal cords, leaving them dysfunctional. Once they consulted a quirk expert with a healing quirk specifically used on other quirks, they fixed the problem, and Izuku could speak much clearer these days. He still didn't like to speak much, but when he was around Schroeder and Zashi, he usually said small sentences just to keep his voice strong. Izuku flung the door open to May's beaming face. She instantly jumped at him, hugging him tightly. "May!" he practically shouted. The girl jerked backwards and stared at him. "Izu? That's your voice! You have a voice!" Her hands were at his face, tilting the masked chin this way and that so she could inspect his throat. It's not like she'd see anything with all his coverings in place, but Izuku knew she was making mental projections and didn't stop her. "Yeah," he chuckled. "My quirk?" She nodded, watching his hands move but still focus on his face. Well, it turns out I hadn't been using it all this time. It was clogged by it was clogged up. It clogged up special glands in my throat and my lymph nodes. A doctor fixed it. I can speak okay, but I prefer signing if it's not just a few words. That's amazing, Izu. I'm so proud of you. You even built up. Finally, you're not the scrawny Kyoshi I used to know. Oh, I brought the babies. Shota walked into the room at that exact moment. You brought what? He asked, looking a little frozen. My babies, here. She set down a large duffel bag, which rattled and thudded onto the floor. Izuku knew better than to be too close to that, and stepped back a couple of feet. Shota followed suit, trusting Izuku's judgment. Mei shifted through the bag and tugged on a familiar disc. Izuku's face lit up at the sight of it, and he was quick to grab it. The weight was familiar, but also slightly heavier. The muscle memory had him tapping the side twice and tossing it up. A bat snapping out of the disc and falling right into Izuku's grip. He swung it around a few times around his body in beautiful arcs and practiced pattern attacks. I see you haven't forgotten your signature weapon. Mei smirked, hands on her hips. Never, Izuku mumbled in awe. Shota had his arms crossed over his chest and a smile on his face as he watched Izuku continue to whirl the bat around and activate and deactivate the spikes, then the electrical end. Whatever else Mei had in store for him on this one, Izuku had yet to find out. Okay, so you remember those additions. Good. Now, for the new features. See that button on the handle? Izuku nodded. Okay, hold it for 5 seconds. Izuku did as instructed, pressing his thumb to the button for 5 seconds until something happened. It did, rather gloriously. 3 vents on the side of the bat opened and smoke started spilling out of them. Izuku's eyes went wide as he quickly deactivated the button so he could start waving the smoke towards the still open door. Shota was curious but not panicking, letting the two geniuses handle the invention. It's fine, Izu. The particle cloud isn't real smoke. It won't register on a smoke alarm. Well, that was a relief. However, it should work with your quirk. What? Shota finally interrupted. Yeah, Nezu sent me the details that Nezu worked up on his quirk and replicated the properties of his smoke into the gas. It's still in its testing stages, so go easy on it, but it can be used for visual cover or setting wide areas on fire. It can also be used to disorient your enemies. I noticed there was a chemical to your smoke that acts like a sort of deterrent to the nose and brain in humans, and made sure that was in there. Wait, what? Nezu hadn't mentioned that, but it made sense. It made sense because humans were normally afraid of fire. A healthy aspect of fear for fire kept people safe and made them stay back. It made sense that Izuku felt stupid for not having noticed it earlier. That's why he was so scared of Hisashi. He'd been breathing those flames and that smoke for years. Even if his lungs and throat were protected, his brain still interpreted the chemical as fear. Well, anyway, you can ask Nezu later. I'm sure he didn't tell you because I was making this surprise for you. Oh. Come on, I want breakfast. You have to tell me all the ways you can set things on fire. I need to know if you can produce plasma, so I can have a free handy dandy cutter. Mei was off to the kitchen where Mike was cooking waffles, and it smelt heavenly. Izuku shook his head, clearly grinning behind his mask. Is she always like that? Shota arched an eyebrow. Yup, Izuku shrugged. I wouldn't change her for the world, though. She's my best friend. Good. Go get breakfast and do not attempt to make plasma with your quirk until you're in a campus gym with adult supervision. I mean it, Mei. Yes, sir. The pink-haired friend called from the kitchen. Izuku smiled. This was his family, and as wild and crazy as it was, he loved it. An hour later, they were on campus. Mei and Izuku were hand in hand as they walked towards the building. Shota and Mike already went ahead to get ready for the classes, leaving the twin terrors, as Shota had lovingly dubbed them this morning, to explore before class started in another hour. What do you want to see first, Izu? Izuku, he debated as he stood in front of the map. Izuku actually knew most of the outside campus by heart at this point, since he used almost all the gyms with his guardians and Nezu. The inside, not so much. He knew where Nezu's office and the teacher's lounges were, obviously, plus the medical wing. That was his second home at this point. Not in a bad way, of course, though. He didn't actually know where most of his main classrooms were. His schedule was in his pocket, but he memorized that a week ago. We only have a few general courses together in the morning, so maybe we should find those first, unless you want to visit Majima-san in the support lab before class. Nah, I've been in the lab a lot over the summer. I can see Majima-sensei in the lab after lunch. I need to actually learn the layout for our other classes. Izuku was a touch shocked that Mei didn't want to directly head to the lab, but understood her excitement of the whole learning experience, and they needed to learn the school map to truly get the most out of their school day. Okay, so if we head up to the 5th floor, we should be able to access all of our classrooms. We have 3 on the 5th, 1 above and 1 below. Not in that order though. Sounds good. Do you know why they put us on the floor of the heroics course? Izuku smirked. Nezu or Majima-san didn't tell you? We're 2 of the 5 students who will be taking second year general ed courses. We tested out of the first years. We'll be taking gen ed courses with the second year heroics students instead of the gen ed, since it's more challenging. Oh, Majima Sensei might have mentioned that, but I was too focused on making your support gear. Sounds like you. Izuku patted Mei's arm. She rolled her eyes and groaned for the effect. They found the nearest staircase and walked up to the 5th floor, arm in arm. The only people in the hallway this early were teachers and a few cleaning staff. Izuku was more than happy to know that he'd always be early because of his guardians. It was much easier to navigate empty halls. Their first class was their homeroom, which both Izuku and Mei were exempt from, since they didn't technically fit into any one homeroom. However, they were assigned to Snipe's second year homeroom tentatively for now, so that's where they were headed. As they got up to the 3rd floor, Mei scurried off ahead to look at all the classrooms and their obscenely large rooms. Izuku had once felt the same way when facing down the principal's door on his first time here. Okay, why aren't the support lab doors this big? Mei called. Izuku chuckled. No, seriously, Izuku. If they were, I'd never have to worry about blowing them off the hinges, Like, come on, these things are solid. Mei grabbed their homeroom door by the edge and swung it open and shut a few times, testing the testile strength. Izuku sighed at Mei's antics. He adored her like a sister, but sometimes she was a bit too much, even for him to contain. As he followed her, someone dashed in front of him. His instincts kicked in and his body flung to the side with a spin, effectively keeping him on his toes and out of danger. Whoa, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to knock into you. An unfamiliar female voice called. You didn't, I'm fine. What? Don't worry about it, Izuku sighed. Sorry, I don't know what that means. Izuku looked at the confused girl. She had a bright smile and pink cheeks with short brown hair. She looked friendly enough. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you. What's your name? Izuku, he spelled. She looked even more confused. This time, May could be seen from the corner of his eyes rolling hers as she walked back and tossed an arm around his shoulders. He said don't worry about the bump, he's fine, and his name is Izuku. Just Izuku. I'm May Hatsume. Call me May. Are you a first year too? Oh, yeah, I am. I'm in class 1A. What about you guys? Also, what is he doing with his hands? I swear I'm going to make that rat god give sign lessons as mandatory for all heroics students. They should know this and communicate with their teammates and civilians. May chuckled, Uraraka just looking more confused. Oh, he's speaking sign language. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is he deaf? Why is she talking about me like I'm not here? Izuku frowned a bit. He'd prefer if you didn't talk about him like he's not here. He is mute, not deaf. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean that. She bowed politely. Are you a translator or something, May? What? No, I'm his best friend. We've known each other since we were like, what, 9? 10? We're attached at the hip. Oh please, you used super glue on my shoes to keep me in place once when I was too scared to try one of your babies. Attached at the hip just means you tied me there. Izuku pouted a little, but it was obvious by the glint in his eyes that he was joking. May laughed again, and he knew Uraraka likely felt left out of the conversation of the joke. Oh, he's alright. Anyway, let me know if you want to learn sign language. The little greenie here loves teaching, and so do I, though I'm far more practical in my application of teaching. Izuku's eyes flashed with fear as he shook his head to the brown-haired girl, waving his hands. I get the feeling I should go to Izuku for lessons. At least she was good at interpreting gestures. Izuku nodded, looking clearly relieved at her decision, which made her laugh. May rolled her eyes. Oh please, a little tiger practice never hurt anyone. Repetition is the best teacher. Izuku face-palmed into his forehead. Hey, how come you're wearing a mask inside? Aren't you hot? Uraraka asked, sounding genuinely curious. Izuku froze up, but May was quick to cover for him. Oh, don't worry about that. It's quirk-related. That was technically true, and Izuku was impressed she'd even come up with that lie without even thinking. Oh, cool. Well, anyway, it's nice to meet you guys. We should get lunch together later. Oh wait, you never told me what class you guys were in. Izuku looked off to the side and cleared his throat before motioning to Slipe's room. What this humble guy's trying to say is that we're first years, but we're in 2A for homeroom and gen and courses. We tested out of the first year basics. I'm a support course student, and he's a heroics student. So you'll likely see him more than me. I think Izuku's actually under Aizawa-sensei's class for foundational heroics when he's not with Nezu. May, don't go telling the whole school that I'm Nezu's student. Why not, Izu? They're gonna find out anyway. You spend 1 week with Nezu and the other week with Aizawa, right? Yeah, but that's not the point. It's a really high honor to be Nezu's recommendation student, and I don't want to flaunt it in people's faces. That's horrible. May rolled her eyes again. Fine, whatever. She turned back to Uraraka, who only half understood the conversation. Anyway, you'll see him more than me. However, I'd be more than happy to have you for lunch. You're cute. I want to test my babies on you. Uraraka coughed and as her eyes went wide. Izuku sighed and shook his head. Clearing his throat, he managed to speak a single word. Inventions. His voice was a little scratchy and weak, but it was miles better than what it had been less than a year ago. Oh, was all the bright-faced girl said in the moment. She seemed in awe of Izuku talking, then realized he actually said something of importance. Oh, her inventions. Oh, okay. That makes much more sense. Yeah, sure. Maybe bring one to lunch and we can test it out? Oh god, no. Izuku flailed his arms, trying to stop the immediate reaction he knew May would have. I knew I'd like you, May shouted, both arms lifted in an excited pose. Yes, we will test all the babies. I'll bring them all and you can be my new tester. You hear that, Izu? I have a new tester. I won't have to glue your shoes to the ground anymore. Izuku groaned loudly and rubbed his hands on his temples. What have you done, Brightface? Hey, you already have a sign name for Uraraka. That seemed to shake May out of her excitement weirdly. What's a sign name? Well, spelling a person's name isn't always efficient. Sign language is a very cultural language full of emotion and personality. So when people create sign names, it flows better when speaking. You can only get one from another person who signs. Izuku has sign names for most of the teachers here. So what's my sign name? Can't tell you. You'll just have to learn sign language and find out. Okay then, what's your sign name? May smiled and signed her name, Metal Mama, then said it out loud to Uraraka. Metal Mama. Aw, that's cute. Maybe you can show me something at lunch today, Izuku. Izuku nodded to Uraraka, smiling behind his mask. Of course, I'd love to. He said he'd be happy to, May translated. By now, the hallway had started to fill with students. It wasn't bustling, but the early risers were making their way to their classes. Izuku tugged May's sleeve and nudged his head towards the classroom. Oh, you're right. We should get settled. It was nice to meet you, Uraraka. Say hi to Aizawa Sensei for me. May tugged Izuku off before he could do more than give their newfound friend a wave. Snipe was already in the room when the two had walked in. He was busy typing away on his laptop until May stormed into the room, dragging Izuku behind her by the arm. He didn't even look up from the computer when he spoke. Izuku, there's a note... No, hang on. Izuku, there's a note for you from Nezuko on the desk. Change the scheduling, I think. May, please don't drag him around like that. He has feet. Understood, Sensei. May saluted to the man, then proceeded to ignore his order entirely and drag Izuku towards the desk. She paused long enough to grab the note and stuff it into Izuku's hands, then she dragged both of them to their assigned seats, according to the chart on the board. Snipe sighed. Izuku had warned all the teachers about his relationship with May once they found out that they'll be taking some classes together. Shota and Mike had heard her madness over the phone a few times, but seeing it in person was a whole new experience. Izuku loved May, but he knew she was hard to handle for a lot of folks. He liked that she took charge and Izuku didn't have to worry about talking or even really needing confidence. She was confident enough for the both of them and then some. When he sat down, Izuku opened the letter from Nezu and frowned. Apparently, Izuku had been called into an emergency meeting with the commission about their new teacher. Izuku was sure it had something to do with his claims that they put against him. Nezu had insisted that he had taken months for the principal to even get a meeting with the commission at first. Since then, they've been dancing a back and forth game that Izuku found hilariously stupid. He knew nothing would come from this, but Nezu was hunting down every single person who had heard Izuku, just like he would for any of his students. Izuku knew that without a doubt now. So he'd be with Shota's class for the first day of Foundational Heroics. Izuku took out his phone and quickly texted the family group chat. Greenbean, did Nezu tell you that? Did Nezu tell either of you of the schedule change? Attachment of picture from note from Nezu. Tired threats. Of course the rat didn't tell us. Alright, I'll see you after lunch then. We were doing quirky assessments for day 1 like I always do, but you don't have to participate since you're not my student to assess. Fluffy Cat. Hope this meeting is actually productive, otherwise we'll have an angry rat on our hands for the next few days. Green Bean. Honestly, I'll be prepared for the rat god to be angry at them for the next 50 years. We all know they're not going to do anything about this. Fluffy Cat. Unfortunately, you're right. I hate to admit it, but this is the number one we're talking about. Tide threats. It's illogical to think he should get away with this. I'm gonna punch you myself. Problem solved. Green Bean. Shoda. Tide threats. Fine. I'll just glare at him all day. He doesn't start till next week anyway. At least I'll have time to go over safety with the brats before he gets his mitts on them. Izuku rolled his eyes as he tucked his phone into his pocket. Snipe was starting homeroom, and while it wasn't a required class for him, he still wanted to pay attention and find out what the second years were up to. Morning classes were okay, not that challenging, but not boring. He had homeroom, then English, Japanese, science, and math. Then lunch came, and the dreaded foundational heroics. Izuku had been really excited to start his analysis classes with Nezu. They had switched from focusing on his quirk to focusing on his quirk over the summer, since it had developed, so it pushed back the start of his analysis study, which he was fine with. He was just disappointed that he'd have to wait another day or so to get started. As they walked to lunch, May was busy sketching on her tablet. The whole support course was issued school laptops and tablets to work on. The business course students got laptops. Izuku wondered why the heroics department didn't get anything fancy like that. Then he realized they'd probably get broken, and that mystery was solved. So, you're in threats class after lunch, yeah? Izuku blinked. Had she seen Izuku use Shoda's sign name? Oh, right. She had been watching him text earlier and probably figured it out. Izuku nodded. Yeah, Nezu has to meet with the commission today, apparently. So he wants me to pop into Tide Threats class today. I'll likely not miss anything, though, since they're working on quirk assessments for the first day. Threats said I'm not his student to assess, which is accurate. I'm a little nervous, though. Maybe I'll just meet them out on the field? Don't push yourself too hard. Just let Threats know if you're feeling unwell, alright? May was carrying her own way, and sometimes that motherly side... May was caring in her own way, and sometimes that motherly side came out. It was rare, but Izuku was happy to see it pop out every so often. Yes, Metal Mama. Izuku nudged her shoulder. May laughed and went back to her work. Overall, lunch was fantastic. Lunch Rush was an amazing chef. He made some of the best ketsudan Izuku had ever eaten. Uraraka had joined Izuku and May for lunch and even brought over a few of her classmates from 1A. A really tall guy with an engine quirk. Izuku decided that he was going to call him Engines, though perhaps Stiffness was a better name. Ida, as Uraraka called him, was so stiff that Izuku swore that he had painted his skin with ironing starch. She also brought over a really sweet girl with a frog quirk named Suyu, who insisted on being called Sue. That was easy enough to sign, so Izuku didn't feel like she needed a special name. They were excited to work with Izuku on foundational heroics, and Izuku could honestly say he was excited too. It was nice, for once, to find friends who didn't judge him for his quirk. None of them even asked what his quirk was, though he was pretty sure that was a result of May having told Uraraka that his mask was quirk-related. Izuku had texted Shoda earlier and told him that he'd meet Class 1A out in the field since he was too nervous to meet with them without some open space around him. Shoda understood and told him to show up around 10 minutes after the bell, so that's what he did. All the students were facing the field, facing Shoda, and didn't notice the selfie ex-Vigilante sneak up on them. Izuku had changed into his gym outfit like the rest of them, but he still had his mask and neck sleeve on. It was actually cool to see another student with a mask on their face too. clearly quirk related too. That was probably why they didn't ask him any questions at lunch. Schroeder noticed him and gave him the faintest head bob in greeting. Izuku lifted his chin in response and took up a stance behind the gathered class. He was shorter than a good number of them, so he hid easily. Alright, first things first. If you come last place in this test, you will be expelled. Izuku held back a snort at his guardian's antics. Now, you have all done these physical tests before, but you've never been allowed to use a quirk. He pointed to someone in the group. What's your record for ball throw in middle school? 75 feet, came a grumpy reply. Izuku's head must be playing tricks on him. That voice sounded familiar, and not in a good way. Good. Now, Schroeder tossed the ball. Bakugo, step into the circle and throw with your quirk. Izuku's world stopped spinning. Chapter 11. A Fight for the Ages. Izuku nearly landed on the ground from how fast his whole head was spinning. The earth had stopped, but Izuku didn't. He was dizzy at the sound of hearing Katsuki's name on his guardian's tongue. He hated it. He hated it so much that he wanted to rip the offending name off of Schroeder's mouth and make sure he never said it again. But, thankfully, Inui-san's words came back to him in waves, reminding him that he wasn't a revengeful teen. He didn't want to hurt Kachan or even get revenge for the things he had done. He just wanted to see the boy become a great hero. Izuku took 2 very deep breaths and controlled his nerves, which made his head up spinning, and the ground beneath him return to its proper spinning. 705 feet. Excellent. Oh good, he missed the sound of Katsuki's explosions while he was panicking. Schroeder had also been focused on the blonde instead of him, so that was a second bonus. He ducked low enough that Katsuki didn't see him when he returned to the group. Schroeder continued with the test and never called on him. Izuku was thankful for his position as an adjunct student today, so he didn't have to participate in these assessments. Each one of the students took their turns doing Schroeder's physical tests, sometimes using their quirks, sometimes relying only on their bodies. Some tests just weren't fit for quirk use. Though a few students managed to use their quirk on most of the tests, which was surprising. Izuku tucked his hands in his pockets as he found a nearby bench to sit on while observing the potential of the students. Normally, his first instinct would be to analyze every quirk that he could see, but he was still fighting off the background panic that was settling in his bones, deeper and deeper each time he heard those damn explosions and smelt burnt caramel. By the time class finished and all the students were gathered around to see their scores, Izuku was staring off into the distance, with a faint wisp of smoke pulling from his mask. It would have been a new discovery if he wasn't familiar with how Hisashi's smoke tended to do this when he was upset or emotional. Though Izuku hadn't warned Nezu or even Schroeder about it, since he didn't think this would be a damn concern until this exact moment. None of you are expelled. This was a logical ruse. However, this will help you see that where you stand and what you need to work on. Now, I have one more announcement to make before I send you off for the day. Izuku looked up to see Schroeder sign, "Come here, please," to him. Izuku nodded, forcing himself to swallow down the smoke and calm himself. Now or never, Izuku. We have a student joining us for Foundational Heroics, who will be with us every other week. He's also training under Nezu, so you won't see him around as often as your regular classmates. Some of you need better situational awareness, I can tell already. He has been with us this whole class period. Everyone please welcome Izuku. Amid the pleasant greetings and smiles came a howling of a beast. Huh? Deku? Jeez, like Kachan's voice is bad. Okay. Izuku winced, shrinking down just a little as Katsuki stormed over and grabbed the front of his shirt. What the hell are you doing here, Deku? You said you rescinded your application to UA. Izuku kept his eyes closed, not wanting to listen. He was trying so hard to keep his quirk under control so no one would see it. He might not be ashamed of his quirk, but he didn't want to see it. Didn't want other people to see such a violent quirk. He trusted Shota, Mike, and Nezu, but he hadn't shown the other teachers at UA what he could do. Even if they knew the story behind him manifesting it, mainly because it was hilarious. The pressure at his front vanished, which caused him to finally crack an eye open. Shota's eyes were glowing red, his capture scarf wrapped tightly around Katsuki, who was being held in front of the underground hero. You lay your hands on any of my students again, and I will expel you so fast your head will spin, he growled. Katsuki was highly scared. He stared the teacher down with interrogation and his usual violent glare. The other students were either worriedly looking at Izuku or in Uraraka's case, hiding Izuku behind her body. What kind of jerk attacked his classmate? She shouted at Katsuki. He's not my classmate. He's a quirkless Deku who doesn't deserve to be here. The class devolved into a shouting match between the rest of the students shouting at Katsuki for being an asshole, Katsuki shouting right back, and Izuku and Shota who were trying to stop them all from shouting at each other. Izuku clutched his hands over his ears, waiting for Mei or Zashi to come over and hug him and hide him away from all this. But they were too busy with their classes, so that wasn't likely to happen. So, Izuku finally took things into his own hands for once in his life. Enough! He shouted, his voice raspy and broken at the sudden volume. Fuck, that hurt. He could taste blood in his mouth. Everyone stopped and stared at him. Shota and Katsuki had matching shocked faces. No one else really knew that he was mute besides Uraraka, who only seemed to be surprised at his volume. He switched to sign. Threats, translate for me, he asked Shota. The man nodded and spoke as Izuku signed. Kachan, you don't decide if I deserve to be here or not. I didn't apply to UA. I was recommended by Nezu to be his private student. Not that any of that is your business. I'm not the same quirkless middle schooler you knew anymore. Izuku, you don't need to mention that. Izuku stood his ground and glared at Shota. I do, he insisted. Shota sighed and nodded. The whole class was watching them both in rapt attention. Katsuki wasn't looking at Shota, he was looking at Izuku's hands. Izuku felt he was right in his thoughts a while ago. He could read sign language. I was a vigilante and analyst Kyoshi since I was 12. You don't have a right to call me Deku anymore. If you want to make this a fight about who deserves to be here, fine, fight me. But in a real sparring match overseen by Aizawa, Shota corrected himself. If you win, I leave UA. Izuku, that's not logical. Shota, Izuku insisted, wincing at his aching throat. Please. The class was silent. Even Katsuki wasn't sure what to say. He was still wrapped up in Shota's capture weapon. Shota sighed heavily. He knew Izuku could handle himself. He personally trained Izuku for the past 8 months. Izuku knew Shota didn't doubt his abilities. He doubted Izuku's mental stability if he faced his bully. He looked to see he could see it in Shota's eyes. The man knew now who Katsuki was to Izuku. He wanted to punish the blonde, but Izuku wanted to solve this once and for all. Kachan, can you understand me? Izuku asked. Katsuki looked off to the side but nodded. You always could, couldn't you? You knew I called you a villain that day. Karski nodded again. Schroeder didn't translate. This was a private conversation. He did loosen the restraints on the explosive student, though, which allowed Karski to sign back. I learned it because Deku? There we go. I learned it because I saw you signing to the other teachers. I wanted to know what you said. I wanted to understand you. God, no, that just sounds like an emo voice. I'm so sorry, but oh god, okay. Izuku tilted his head. Katsuki wanted to understand Izuku? Why? He never tried before. Hell, he actively pushed back against it for years. Izuku shook his head. Whatever, we're doing this. If I win, you never get to call me Deku again and have to acknowledge me as your equal. If you win, I quit UA and I will never appear in your life again, okay? Katsuki seemed to think over that for a while. Izuku wasn't sure what there was to think about. This was what Katsuki wanted, wasn't it? Schroeder was staring at Izuku with a baffled expression. He could imagine this made little sense to the logic-minded underground hero, but Izuku needed to handle this his way. He needed to prove a point to Katsuki. He wasn't inferior, he wasn't less than anyone else, he deserved his place, and he had the right to be treated just like anyone else. Not because he did anything, but by simply being human. Okay, fine, deal. Katsuki finally answered, shaking himself out of Schroeder's grip fully and walking over to Izuku. The whole class held their breath as the blonde walked over. Schroeder readied his capture weapon again, but Katsuki didn't make any attack or threat to Izuku. But afterwards, we talk. Izuku scrunched up his face in confusion. Talk? What was it? What would they even talk about? Izuku shrugged and offered a small nod. Katsuki turned back to Schroeder with his hand on his hips. You heard him, Obo. Where's the gym we can use? Bakugo, you should readdress how you address authority figures. Bakugo, you should reassess how you address authority figures, honestly. I should give you a detention for that. Then do it, old man. I don't have time for this. I'm going to Gym Alpha. Be there or be worthless, Deku. Izuku didn't understand Katsuki anymore. He slapped a hand over his face and groaned. What did this guy even want from him? Izuku shook his head and dusted himself off. Izuku, are you okay? You don't have to fight that idiot. Uraraka was now at his side, leaning into his personal space and trying to get to... Uraraka was by his side now, leaning into his personal space to try to give him a compassionate look. Izuku hated it. He moved away a few inches and shook his head. I do, he answered, coughing up what he knew was blood. But he ignored the taste of copper on his tongue and started walking. Apparently the whole class was following. Schroeder was on the other side of a hard look on his face. With a hard look on his face. After they got halfway to the gym, he took Izuku's arm and pulled him off to the side, after holding up a hand to Uraraka and Ida, who tried to follow. Izuku, this is silly. He doesn't get to determine who stays and who goes. Nezu and I do. Even if you lose, there's no way Nezu will let you leave. And this is not even bringing up how upset Mike and I will be if you try to leave. You worked hard for this, and you deserve it. That's not the point, Schroeder. Kachan and I need to sort this out our own way. He doesn't talk out his emotions or feelings, he fights them out. He needs to have the point pounded into his face. Make this a fair fight, all gear and quirks allowed. I can beat him, and I can make him see the point. Schroeder sighed yet again. Izuku swore he was going to give the man asthma with how much he was sighing lately. Okay, I trust you. But no, regardless of the result, that student is seeing a therapist for anger issues. And he's going to get all the shit he said about you put on his record. No ifs, ands, or buts. He will face the consequences. Deal. Do you have your bat? Of course I do. What kind of vigilante do you take me for? A retired one? Schroeder growled. Izuku ducked his shoulders and hissed an inhale in the classic oh shit realization. Right, he was supposed to be retired. Izuku grinned behind his mask and shrugged at Shota. The man just reached out and ruffled his hair. Go on. I think the class is itching to ask you questions. I'll translate. Thanks, Sweats. You and that silly nickname, he whispered. Izuku winked and skipped over to the gathered students who were chatting inside the gym. Uraraka bounced over first with her hands up. Were you really a vigilante, Izuku? She asked loudly. Izuku blushed. Thankfully, no one could see it behind his mask. Retired, Shota growled, reminding him pointedly with a look. But yes, he was the vigilante analyst Kyoshi for the last few years. He came under my care about 8 months ago. That's so cool. How did you got to fight crime at such a young age? How did you do that? A yellow blonde guy with a lightning streak in his hair asked. Izuku believed his name was Kabanari. Well, I started training when I was about 9. I took self-defense, parkour, and weight training classes at the local gym. Eventually, I moved up to martial arts and even taught a few lessons. I didn't get to real patrol work until I was around 12, so my groundwork has only been for a couple of years. Shota translated it all for him, thankfully. Oh wait, that was Shota. Well, shit. It's still quite impressive for someone our age. A bird-headed boy offered, a few kids nodding along with him. Thank you. Are we doing this or what? Katsuki called over from the mats. He was stretching already with his gym jacket off and his t-shirt sleeves rolled up to his shoulders. Izuku nodded to Shota, who waved him on. He set off towards the mats to stretch with Katsuki. Alright, brats, listen up. Everyone in the room turned to Shota. This will be an all-out, no holds barred spar. Wow, okay. However, there will be no purposeful intent to maim or kill. Do you hear me? He waited for both Katsuki and Izuku to nod before going on. Good. All gear and quirks are allowed. Katsuki, do you have any gear you wish to use? Katsuki shook his head. Izuku took out the disc that May had given him this morning and tapped it twice, his signature bat springing to life with a few twirls of his wrist. May had even outdone herself with the paint job on this one. Kyoshi was sprawled on the side in dripping green graffiti paint style with dark green streaks in the background. It was wicked cool. A few students in the room made whistles or murmurs of interest. Izuku tried to focus on the fight. He needed to beat Katsuki. Alright, win will be determined by by 5 count pin. Ready? Katsuki took a fighting pose, his fists in front of his face. Izuku braced his bat across his chest, with one hand on the handle and the other on the end. He decided that he wouldn't use any of the features except maybe the smoke screen. He could actually hide his quirk that way. Since it was a support item, someone could easily assume that it had its own fire production, right? Or maybe he wanted to reveal his quirk? That was a thought. Actually, that was a good thought. Katsuki's sweat was explosive. He could use that against his opponent pretty easily. If Katsuki's sweat couldn't build up because it kept getting burnt off, he wouldn't have any firepower or propulsion. It was a good plan, except Izuku would have to do that discreetly, and that wouldn't be possible. So maybe instead he'd save that as the last resort. Ready? Katsuki barked. Izuku nodded once. Begin, Shota called, stepping back off the mats to join the rest of the class as they observed. Izuku knew exactly what was coming first. That signature right hook. He'd seen Katsuki use it enough times over the years on their classmates on the playground to know it was coming. Izuku easily ducked under the explosion-backed punch, dragging his bat under Katsuki's legs and tripping him up. It worked, but Katsuki rolled to avoid getting trapped on the floor. The blonde had a good reaction time, at least. They had traded places on the mats and danced in a circle around each other. Neither boy spoke. They couldn't anyway. Both their hands being busy, and Izuku wasn't about to worsen his throat by using his voice. Shota would be upset later that he had pushed himself so far to bleeding, but he knew as soon as the smoke began, it would soothe his throat. Katsuki let out a small howl and dove for Izuku again, this time using his quirk like a rocket at his back to speed him forward. Izuku arched a brow and decided to stand still and wait for the right moment. He could hear someone in the background yelling at Shota, who likely had a grin on his tired face as he watched Izuku freeze up. Except this wasn't a deer in headlights freeze. Izuku's body flung sideways into a flip at the very last second, his booted foot connecting right to Katsuki's jaw, with a vigorous cracking sound. The force shoved Katsuki off to the side with a spray of blood from his mouth. Izuku landed on his knees, panting. "You asshole," Katsuki growled, spitting the blood onto the ground and wiping his face with his arm. "That was cheap." "No holds barred, Kachan," Izuku signed. Yeah, whatever. That's the last hit you get." Izuku very much doubted that. Kachan redoubled his efforts, blasting hotter and louder explosions as he propelled himself to Izuku. Izuku didn't hesitate to lift his bat, lining it up for Katsuki's shoulder, but the blonde flipped his arms right in front as he approached. Izuku's eyes blew wide as he dodged to the side as a huge explosion went off where he was standing. "Bakugo, I said no purposeful maiming," Shota shouted. "I knew the fucker would dodge, he's fine," Katsuki shouted back, not even backing off Izuku's tail for a second. He kept firing off explosions at Izuku, each time he landed to catch his breath or start another jump across the mats. Maybe he was right. Maybe Izuku wouldn't get another hit in. Damn it. Another explosion sounded off, this time little fireballs of energy as the blonde curled one hand around the palm of the other. That was a move Izuku and Katsuki had planned out when they were toddlers. Somehow, Izuku felt insulted but also prideful that it was used against him. Unfortunately, one of the little shots hit his shoulders, sending him backwards against the wall of the gym with a heavy thud. Katsuki came flying over to him with another fucking punch. Another fucking right hook landed right in Izuku's gut. He choked, coughing up more blood in his already wounded throat. "Come on, give me all you got. You're holding back, Deku." How did Katsuki know that? Izuku growled low in his throat. Blood dripped from under his mask, but neither of them acknowledged that. A staring match had started, and neither boy wanted to break it, until finally Izuku scooped his feet under Kachan's legs and flipped them both sideways into a grapple hook Shota had taught him. Izuku fought to get Kachan's arms in a bar while his legs kept the explosive blondes pinned. Finally, he wanted Izuku to go full force, then he would. Katsuki started to roll them sideways and set his arm free and free his arm, setting off an explosion right next to Izuku's left ear. It rang inside his skull like a church bell. The shock of it made him lose his grip, and Katsuki wrenched himself free, tossing Izuku to the ground in the process. "Shitty nerd, how dare you challenge me and then half-ass this? I won't win right unless you use everything you got. Otherwise, it's not a fair fight, dumbass." Izuku put a hand to his head and groaned as he sat upright. "Fine," he grunted. Reaching a hand up, Izuku tugged on the neck sleeve, releasing the clasps in the back so he could toss it aside. The burn was half visible around his neck. Katsuki's eyes blinked rapidly for a moment, probably wondering if he had caused that a moment ago. But no, Izuku saw the realization in his eyes as he connected the dots. The age of the scar, the mask, the muteness, it all happened when they were children. No one but Katsuki and Shoda could know that right now. Izuku took a deep breath in, the hiss of his quirk activating as he called it to his chest. The blonde sat back once but found his resolve and raised his hands again. Izuku didn't give him a chance to fire off his explosions. Izuku ripped off his mask as a plume of smoke poured from his lips. He clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth and sent a funnel of fire towards Katsuki. It set off all the sweat in his hands against the boy's will, which startled and disoriented him. Izuku took clear advantage of this and swung it back directly at Katsuki's head, only hard enough to make him dizzy. Once he was on his knees, Izuku pinned him down, with both arms behind his back and a firm leg behind the boy's knees, in a hog tie with his limbs. He didn't even hear Shoda count to 5, but the moment his guardian tapped his hand on his shoulder, he released Katsuki and fell back onto the mats, gasping for breath. Smoke kept pouring from his lips, his quirk reacting to the raging sea of emotions. "You alright?" Shoda signed, leaning over his head. Izuku nodded. Izuku looked over to the side and found bright red eyes piercing at him. But it's not just that, they were staring at the handprint scar on his face. Izuku sucked in a breath, his quirk vanishing at the fear of those eyes truly seeing him. Katsuki reached out a hand, but stopped an inch short. Apparently no one in the room had the nerve to disturb the combatants for a moment as they shared something weirdly intimate. It was him, wasn't it? He left and you showed up at school with that mask. Katsuki's voice was barely a whisper, exhausted and breathless. Izuku broke himself out of his frozen moment and nodded. "How? I never wanted this." The words were agonized rasp, and Izuku wasn't even sure Shoda had heard him when he was standing right above them. "What did you want, Kachan?" Katsuki sucked in a breath. "I haven't heard that name in your voice since we were brats," he sighed, closing his eyes and turning back to the gym ceiling. "I wanted to protect you. I didn't know how. I thought if I stopped the physical bullying, you'd be okay. If I acted like everyone else, maybe they would stop the worst of it. But then I got carried away. I regret saying those words to you. You're right. I am a villain. I hurt you. I was trying to protect you, but I hurt you." Izuku watched his hands diligently, knowing only Shoda could interpret this part. "I'm sorry, Izuku." Izuku rolled over quickly and hugged Katsuki, wrapping one of his bloody hands around his shoulders. Katsuki made a loud oof sound from the weight of being used used one hand to pat Izuku's back. "Get off me, you damn nerd." There was no heat in his voice this time. "You know I don't do this emotional shit." Izuku lifted one hand to flick Katsuki's forehead and giggled as he sat himself up to face Shoda. "Guess you're right. He just needed someone to pound the point into him." Izuku grinned as he reached to hug out Shoda. "Thanks, Dad." Gasps sounded from the room, even Shoda himself seeming surprised at this revelation. He cleared his throat and patted Izuku's back as he pulled back and signed, "You're welcome, Green Bean," and readjusted his capture scarf and stood back up. "Alright, brats, go get changed and get out of here for the day. I expect you're at your best tomorrow. If anyone thinks they can take it easy or slack their way through my class, you answer to Izuku's baseball bat in training or get expelled. Got it? Yes, sensei, the room shouted as it cleared. Even Katsuki called the phrase from his spot on the floor. And Bakugo? Izuku Schroeder glared at the exhausted teen on the floor. We're gonna have a talk later about your history of bullying, and whether or not you can truly become a hero in the future. Izuku seems to have enough faith for the both of us, so you might be able to convince me. Schroeder watched Katsuki visibly gulp and nod before he finally lifted himself off the mats. Chapter 12. I will always see you, you will always hear me. Izuku collapsed onto the bench outside of Gym Alpha. He had his mask and neck sleeve in his hands, trying to decide if he should put them back on. He knew there was really no point now, since the whole class had seen it. Schroeder had let the class go for the day, and pretty much everyone had left. Uraraka had made sure he was fine before leaving, and Schroeder himself was cleaning up inside the gym. Katsuki was sitting next to Izuku with his arms on his sides. Do you know why he did it? Katsuki finally asked. Izuku had seen the question on his face the moment the blonde had pieced together who had done it. Katsuki had asked me a question. Hasashi had asked me a question, and ripped off the muzzle Inko made me wear off my face, requiring an answer. Instead, I asked why everyone hated me. He snapped. He used his quirk on his support gear and burnt me. Inko freaked out, kicked him out, and called the paramedics. I don't think I can handle unpacking all of that right now. How did you find out you had fire breathing? Izuku snorted. Yeah, unpacking all his childhood trauma in Inui-san's job was Inui-san's job, not Katsuki's. Recovery girl. See, Inko hated taking me to the doctors. It was too expensive, a waste of money. I assumed that's how it got missed. Recovery girl saw the differences in my throat. That would match Hisashi's quirk. When I went home for the day, I tried a bunch of things, and eventually I set off the fire alarm with how much smoke I made. Freaked threats and Fluffy Cat out. Freaked threats and Fluffy Cat out. Something serious. Who? Oh, right. His sign names didn't make sense to anyone who hadn't seen him use it. Aizawa's tied threats, Yamada is Fluffy Cat. That tracks. Izuku chuckled, leaning his head against Katsuki's shoulder with a sigh. He was tired, and he could really use a dose of Recovery Girl's quirk right now. By the way, I accept your apology. It might take me a while to forgive you, though. Katsuki was silent for a while. Izuku felt his hand come up and wrap around Izuku's shoulder as his cheek fell against Izuku's head. I wouldn't expect anything else from my shitty nerd. Got a long year ahead of us, Izuku grumbled. Yeah, we do. Izuku sighed. He watched Schroeder come out of the gym with a tired look and smiled, waving the man over as Katsuki shifted back a bit into the bench. Hey, nerd. Yeah? It's really good to hear your voice again. Oh? Yeah, and don't ever let any asshole mute you again. Got it? Or I'll beat your ass. Okay, Kachan. Schroeder came over and ruffled his hair. Alright, brats, get changed and go see Recovery Girl. You had a wild first day, and a long year ahead of you. I expect there to be no more fighting in my class. Izuku and Katsuki glared at each other and grinned, a knowing look shared between themselves. If they did have more to fight about, it would get sorted out their way. They would hear each other through explosions and fire. They would see each other through smoke and ash, and never again would they go out unheard. Thank you all for staying with me through the whole fic. I hope you guys enjoyed it. This was all 49,224 words and 12 chapters. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and make sure to stay around, and hope you took care of yourself during this. Make sure to take care of yourself. Bye bye.